This is a presentation of Fox Sports.
Just 50 miles from Hollywood, where people love to rub elbows with the stars, it's the California Speedway, where these racing superstars don't have the luxury of a second take. It's high-speed, unscripted live drama as they race bumper to bumper and side by side at 200 miles per hour. NASCAR Southern California style, and it's showtime.
Everybody's a dreamer, everybody's a star, everybody's a movie, doesn't matter who you are. There are stars in every city, in every house and on every street. And if you walk down Hollywood Boulevard, their names are written in concrete. As you walk down the boulevard, avoid stepping on that little ghosty, 'cause he's liable to turn and bite. The sun goes by every day then, because hers was such a lonely ride. You can see all the stars as you walk down Hollywood Boulevard. You hardly even heard of. People who worked and suffered and for fame. You can see all the stars as you walk along Hollywood Boulevard.
And welcome to the UPS pre-race show, brought to you by UPS. We want to race the truck. People love the truck. And over 115,000 people. The fans are here to see this year's Southern California premiere of America's smash hit, the Emmy Award-winning Winston Cup Racing on Fox. The drivers are gearing up, getting ready to roll. The stars are here. Hasta la vista, baby. Our corporate headquarters, the Hollywood Hotel. And this week, the Hotel California, just down Pit Road. We go to where the races are to bring you closer to the action. And today, you'll see an A-list cast, 43 leading men, including stars like Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jeff Gordon, and Tony Stewart. I'm Chris Myers, and for all of us here on Fox, thanks for being with us on the UPS pre-race show, and Hollywood full of comeback stories, and we have one in the making here today. Steve Park has been down, but proving he's not out. There were rumors that Park was going to be replaced as the driver of the one car, but on Friday, he had the fastest qualifying time and won the pole for today's 500-mile race. The result, a big punch in the gut to the critics who felt that Steve was washed up and that he would never be as good as he was before that terrible wreck back in the fall of 2001. Steve's ready to go and ready for his close-up. He's with our Steve Burns.
Chris, it's been a tough year for Steve Park. Steve, you'll lead the field to the green flag. Can you close the deal and lead the field to the checkered flag?
Well, we hope so. This Pennzoil team's really worked hard. I mean, we haven't qualified that good all year long, so the critics are pretty much right for what they've said, but, you know, we don't feel like we should be singled out of, you know, and criticized all the time. So I think we gave it to them this weekend a little bit, qualified on the pole with the Pennzoil car, and now, you know, we got a lot of work to do. We got a lot of work to win the race today, and we're up for the challenge. So this Pennzoil team is strong. It's 9 races old, so we already got a pole. Now we want to get a notch in that win column.
All right, best of luck, Steve Park. Let's go back to Chris Myers.
All right, thanks, Steve. And Steve, our ensemble cast here, of course, Darrell Waltrip and Jeff Hammond, your host from coast to coast on the pre-race. Nice to see you guys. And NASCAR and the Winston Cup coming off an off weekend for Easter. And after what we've seen here, what does that do for the drivers and their teams?
Well, here's the thing about it. They haven't had a weekend off since last year because they had to build all new cars over the winter. They had to do testing. And so that weekend off, for some teams like, say, Dale Jarrett, I think they needed that weekend off to regroup. Right. And maybe to get a new focus and maybe to find a crew.
All right, what about the guys that are hot? Did they not want to take a break? They want to keep rolling?
Well, I'm sure they want to keep rolling, but at the same time, they've got to kind of catch their breath also. It gave these guys an opportunity to kind of reevaluate where they are. Also, some of these teams went and tested. Even though you may be leading the points, like Matt Kenseth, he went over to Sears Point or Infineon, and you see right now coming across there with his teammate Mark Martin. those guys were testing, trying to stay on top of their game and to keep this roll going.
All right, today we could have a record tying for NASCAR, 10th different driver to win to start the year. So look over the quarterly report here as you see the different winners. And we had, of course, Ricky Craven in that dramatic close finish, Kurt Busch, the patriotic finish. But, Darrell, what does that tell you about so many guys winning? Nobody stepping forward and winning more than one.
Well, one thing, nobody wants to dominate. But the other thing is parity.
You don't like it?
I don't like parity. Parity's about control.
What about dynasties?
I love a dynasty.
Okay.
You know, I like the Yankees and the
Lakers?
and the Lakers and the Cowboys. And I liked it when
You won 12
Oh, yeah,
races.
when you were winning.
when I
You
won a
won-
lot of
yeah,
races.
right.
Yeah, you won 24.
That's the kind of dynasty I like.
24 races over 2 years, which nobody else did. All right, we got that in. All right, let's look at the season in review, Jeff, and get your comments in a moment on variety. Let's take a look back. It's been a crazy go-nut season so far. Close finishes, controversy, chaos, and some cool customers. Newman slams the wall. Marlin comes straighter, and Newman is in the air and over. But Michael Waltrip is a two-time champion of the Daytona 500.
Dale Jarrett's a little quicker than Kurt Busch. I don't know if he can get back around him or not.
Oh, look, just a little bit loose right there. And Dale Jarrett beating Kurt Busch by half a second.
This is what you call a Sunday afternoon drive for that 17 car. He's going to try him on the outside.
Labonte forced his way around the outside where there wasn't hardly room to do it, and he wants to lead back and takes it.
He's gone now. That's a good move.
Here he comes. He's got him this time. It's going to be a drag race. Wow! They touch! What a finish!
Got her own cruise control.
Second straight Food City 500 win for Kurt Busch.
Adios, boys. See you at the Hacienda.
Brian Newman wins it, and the first win for Dodge this year. Here comes Junior. He's got to run. Kenseth tried to close him off. It's going to be borderline, guys. This will be for the race right here. Come on, this will be for that race. Come on, come on. Jeff Gordon's going to win the Virginia 500. So these are the points. Matt Kenseth on top for 6 straight weeks. You see where he is now, and then look where he was in 2002 at this time, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. As you look at the comparison to NASCAR's top 10 through 9 races. Kevin Harvick leaping, he was 29th before, has leaped all the way, and yet has not won a race.
Yeah, what I look at is Tony Stewart. I mean, you say who has a chance to win the championship? Well, I think right there, Tony was this far. Look, he was 238 behind right now. He was 231 this time last year, and as we know, he went on to win the championship. So what I like is last year, Chris, if you were in the top 10, you were this far behind the leader. So the points you were way back. And this year, you're much closer to the leader, got a better chance.
Jeff, Dale Earnhardt Jr. has jumped.
Right, I think right here you're looking, he's almost 140 points better than he was at this time last year. But for a lot of those guys in the top 10, what I see is they're, like Darrell was saying, they're so much closer. That parity he doesn't like, but the competitiveness of this whole group right now is a lot closer than what it was a year ago.
Yeah, sometimes it's not where you rank in the top 10. It's how many points you are out of that top spot, which matters. Let's talk about this track as you're going to look at the driver introductions waiting in line. There's Tony Stewart behind Dale Earnhardt Jr. And this track, a 2-mile flat track, it's fuel mileage and it's horsepower.
Oh, well, we talk about fuel mileage all the time, but the thing is, I think engine durability. If you look at Texas and Atlanta, they're 2 500-mile races on very fast racetracks. That's where we've had our most DNF so far this year. And I think you're going to see the same thing happen here again today. That last 100 miles, it just sucks the guts right out of those engines.
And a little, will this challenge a driver's machismo, as you like to say?
It surely will, because you would be carrying almost 200 miles an hour down in these corners today. Today's going to be one of the hottest days these drivers are going to have faced all year long. This racetrack's going to be slick. You've got to have a really good aero-balanced race car if you want to get up front. So it's going to challenge them in several different ways.
Matt Kenseth already showed in the Busch race with his 3rd win there on this track. The mild-mannered man in the 17 car. Matt Kenseth starting from row 12 in today's Auto Club 500. Trying to become the first driver to win the Busch and Cup races at the California Speedway in the same weekend.
1 year ago, Matt Kenseth entered Fontana, California second in points. Today, the point leader with a 51-point margin over Dale Earnhardt Jr. You won the Busch Racer yesterday for the third time in Fontana. How about your chances to pull off the Fontana sweep?
Well, I feel pretty good about it, but a lot of things have to go right to be able to win a Winston Cup race, that's for sure. But I feel really good about our DeWalt car. It was doing everything I wanted to do in a happy hour. I drove a lot like my Busch Series car did. And, you know, this year the cars have been working pretty similar. We've been able to run similar setups in both cars the last few times we've ran them. So I feel real good about it.
And his best finish here, third. He was fourth quick in the final practice session. Jeannie?
When you're looking for someone to be your official race starter, you need someone who is creative, someone who can speak clearly, and maybe more importantly, someone who has authority. So, Jamie McMurray, when this gentleman says, gentlemen, start your engines, what are you going to do?
We're going to start our engine. It's pretty cool to meet Arnold. That's one of the perks getting to be Winston Cup drivers, get to meet superstars like this, and it's been pretty cool to hang out with him today.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, star of Terminator 3 now, which is coming out in July. I know that those robots are pretty mean machines, but what about the mean machines you'll see out here today?
Well, I'm very excited because we've done so many cross promotions with the T3, with Rise of the Machines, but to do a cross promotion with NASCAR and to have Jamie McMurray here to drive the NASCAR, the Terminator T3 of NASCAR is incredible because he's going to bring you to victory. He's going to say, hasta la vista, baby, to all those competitors, right? And to do this whole cross promotion because this is the #1 spectator sport in the world, NASCAR racing. And to have our T3 time with this is fantastic. So we're very excited about being here and for him to race the car.
I don't know about you, but I'm pumped up. Now, Arnold, let me just say that Fox Sports, when we start each race, there are 3 words that we say. Now, Jamie, you're familiar with this. I was hoping, since you are the official race starter, that you'll be a part of this. Boogity, 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 right? You say it for him.
Boogity, boogity, boogity.
Boogity, boogity, boogity.
Wow. Chris?
Powerful.
I'll be back. He wins the impression battle, by the way. It was that look that he gave, right? I mean, he could be a tire changer.
He's just not mean enough. I can tell you that right now.
I'll be back. No, that's just still not there. We'll work on that.
Well, hasta la vista.
There you go. That's better. That's better. All right, coming up on the UPS pre-race show, a special look at the makeup of a man who always seems to put up big box office numbers. You know him as Jeff Gordon. Others might call him Super G.
We will help you to think it through together.
Aisha! My father doesn't care about me. He's just a drunk loser.
He's dying.
Boston Public is back for the season's final 3 episodes with the return of American Idol's Tamira Gray. And it all leads up to an unforgettable prom with a special appearance by Whitney Houston. The Boston Public May events begin at 8/7 Central Fox Monday.
Sports' biggest names come together for the greatest night in sports television. And the winner is the 24th Annual Sports Emmy Awards on Fox Sports Net.
Where legends are made and champions are born. Fox Saturday Baseball returns May 17th.
This week on FX, when the stakes are this high.
These guys are so fighting.
I slipped in some crunch. No one's playing clean. Lucky. This week on FX. Check local listings.
Fueled by his passion for the American dream, Henry Ford created his first truck in 1917. And in 1948, Ford's innovation launched the most successful vehicle of all time, Ford F-Series. And today, as we celebrate our 100th anniversary, we're offering 0% financing for up to 60 months or up to $3,000 cash back on the legendary Ford F-Series trucks. Join us as we celebrate who we are today and where we're going tomorrow. Only at your Rocky Mountain Ford stores.
Bring the entire family and experience the speed as drivers swap paint and battle. Colorado National Speedway. NASCAR calls it one of the premier short tracks in the country. celebrating our 40th season in 2003 with NASCAR Fury. We'll show you the whole season, but you'll only need the edge.
You know what's great about listening to in-car audio?
You run right into me going into the race just like I did 4 years ago.
You're not just inside the car. You're inside their heads. Get Track Pass with Pit Command and listen to in-car audio all race long. Just log on to America Online, enter keyword NASCAR, or go to NASCAR.com. With Pit Command, you'll never watch or listen to a race the same way again. NASCAR.com. America Online, keyword NASCAR.
Nice to have you with us on Fox at the California Speedway. Welcome back to the UPS pre-race show. Brought to you by UPS. We want to race the truck because people love the truck. Bobby Labonte already won once this season, starting from row 10 today. His crew collecting $20,000 for winning last week's McDonald's drive-through pit championship fueled by Powerade. Labonte's car and Elliott Sadler's car spent the least amount of time on pit road, but Bobby finished ahead in the race of Sadler, so his crew wins the weekly prize. Michael Waltrip's team leads the overall standings just ahead of Dale Earnhardt Jr. Participating teams eligible for $200,000, as that is the season-long prize. And fans, you have a chance, if you watch Fox, to be an official Grand Marshal in a Winston Cup race for next year, or be a NASCAR Grand Marshal for a day contest. Tune in the first hour of today's race. Look for the secret number on the animated car. Log on to NASCAR.com or FoxSports.com on Lycos. Enter the number for your chance to win. The winner starts the race, gets a ride in the pace car, gets to meet Jeff Hammond in the Hollywood Hotel, and you'll be at the Rock, the race in Rockingham in 2004. Be a NASCAR Grand Marshal for a day. The contest continues later today. Watch for it here on Fox. On Friday, Tony Stewart was the Grand Marshal in a way of the Angels-Red Sox game at Anaheim. There he is with the World Series champs. He got to throw out the first pitch. So he played a little softball, not a little baseball lately. And although this isn't picture perfect, Tony might be invited to the Red Sox bullpen by committee. Dick Berggren, who never strikes out, has more on last year's Winston Cup points champ, whose success is far-reaching.
Well, you can tell an athlete has really made it. Not only does Tony Stewart throw the baseball out to begin the game, he's also on a bunch of Coca-Cola bottles. But today we're going to race in California. This is a mileage track, a fuel mileage track. How good are you at conserving fuel, or are you just hammer down today?
I'm terrible at fuel mileage, so I go for the hammer down approach. You know, you never know how the end of the race is going to play out, so the majority of the day you run hammer down, and you know, it's the crew chief and engine tuner's job to worry about the fuel mileage. But you know, if it gets down to that scenario, then I'm going to have to learn how to help them out and do my part as a driver to try to conserve fuel. But you know, hopefully we won't get in that situation. We can just race hard to the end.
Today's Tony Stewart's 150th Winston Cup start, and we wish you good luck today.
All right, you can't see him sweating with the Old Spice underneath the fire suit, and he looks at ease, comfortable out at the ballpark. I mean, he's really settled in.
If he was a pitcher, they'd be charging the mound a lot.
There'd be a lot of brawls. There'd be a lot of brawls. He's got the kind of mentality that a closer would have too.
I love his attitude. He does. He's got a great attitude. He always does. But I think right now, Steve, we're talking about there, Chris, as far as what he's got, he's starting to understand his life after being a champion.
Yeah, and he's hoping to continue the success. Jeff Gordon, thought of as the face of NASCAR for many years, comes to California after winning his first race of the season, and now Gordon eyeing his 5th points championship. Now, with his personal life plastered in the tabloids, Gordon still has been able to maintain his high standard while maintaining a high profile.
Oh, I'm back. The fog is lifted. The earth is shifted. The race is gifted. You knew I'd be back, so pack your bone and hit the road.
There were definitely some frustrating moments, you know, where it was like another race would go by, we hadn't won. You can never win enough. You can never make enough money. You know, you can never be successful enough. There's always something more out there that somebody else has done better or somebody else has done more of. So I've learned that, you know, you can't base, you know, your contentment or, you know, your achievements on that. I mean, I feel really happy about where things are at for me personally and race team-wise. Motorsports to me has been, for the most part, very good to me. You know, some of the tabloids, and that's been a new experience for me. You know, tabloids and you know, privacy when you're, you know, completely away from a racetrack and you know, people taking pictures of you and sending it into a tabloid and then creating a story. you know, that I'll admit has gotten a little frustrating for me, and I realized right away that, you know, I can't pay attention to it. So why can't I be on Entertainment Tonight for winning races and a championship, you know, and all the success, and instead of the success that, you know, all of a sudden went bad. You know, I've been portrayed as the golden boy and the guy that, you know, never does anything wrong, and that is as much a myth as anything else. Nobody's perfect. Nobody, you know, is. I didn't paint that picture. You know, somebody else painted that picture. I'm not saying I'm some rebel guy. I'm just saying that, you know, I'm still the same Jeff Gordon that I've always been. It's just that now, because there is not this just perfect picture and all this family fantasy thing, that all of a sudden, you know, I've changed. I haven't changed. It's just my life has changed. I'm not cool. Say what? I do believe that one of the things I've learned is that as big a business as it is, as serious as we take it, there's still got to be a lighter side to it so that we don't get burned out, you know, so you can enjoy the fact that you're racing in NASCAR Winston Cup Series, you know, to me, the top automobile racing series there is in America and potentially in the world someday. We've got a sweet job that we get to do and get paid doing it, and let's, you know, take it serious, but let's not take it too serious all the time. The balance. Now I'm thinking a lot more about balance on and off the track, and I think because I'm thinking a lot more about it, I'm finding out what is going to, you know, make me happy, and I've been a lot happier because of it.
And Jeff getting ready to roll. So he says he hasn't changed. There he is with his lady friend. If he hasn't changed, how come he's not dominating? Is the rest of the field catching up to him, or is he sliding back a little bit?
Well, one of the things he said, I think moderation. I think when you do anything excessively, and that in the 10, think about it, he started in 92, 10 years. He's excessive.
He's only 31 years old.
31 years old. He's been excessive in the sport. He's been winning races. I think all of a sudden he said, I got to stop and smell. I've had a great career already. I got to relax. I got to enjoy it a little bit. I think he's got a little, well, I know he's got a different attitude than he ever had before.
Yeah, he really does. And at the same time, Chris, when you look at what goes on with a winning driver like Jeff Gordon, when you stop winning, everybody starts criticizing and wondering where it went. It didn't go anywhere. The competition came up. He had a few bumps in the road, but he is coming out of that. I think he's happier now than ever. And I look for him to kind of like continue these winning ways and get back in the championship form.
Yeah, he says it's too early to think about another points championship, but certainly he could be one of the favorites. Rusty Wallace, who won the race here in California back in 2001, hasn't won a race since. He's hoping to end a 71-race winless streak starting today in the 4th row. For more, let's check in with Jeannie Zelasco.
Rusty Wallace went an impressive 16 straight seasons with at least one win, and then the dry spell hit. Last win in Fontana, the cars looked great all weekend. Will you start a new streak here today?
I hope so. The cars are running great. Ryan's car, my car, they've both been flying, and big horsepower in the straightaways. Been doing a lot of talking about how the pit strategy is going to fall today, and I feel real confident with our decisions so far. And we're going to get through that first 20 laps, see how the car's handling. But again, I'm real confident.
You got to be confident. You roll off 7th today.
Well, Jeannie, 1 year ago, then rookie Jimmy Johnson, California, fulfilled a lifelong dream, winning a Winston Cup Series race, and he did it right here at his home racetrack. A big win for not only Jimmy, but also his young crew chief, Chad Knaus, the entire 48 team, and also marked the first win for his co-owner, Jeff Gordon, as the helicopters are coming in. Well, I'll tell you what, a lot of horsepower there, but a lot of horsepower underneath your hood. How about your chances for back-to-back wins, Jimmy?
I think we got a great chance, but I'm surprised at how you can keep your composure and not forget what you had to say. You
trained professional.
You read your script 3 or 4 times, and you still got it. I'm proud of you. No, anyways, giving you a hard time. We're excited. We struggled a little bit getting going. Came with the setup that we thought was going to be awesome, and it just didn't work so well. So we need to science it out a little better. But Chad and these guys aren't sitting still, and that's one thing that's great about our race team and everybody at Hendrick Motorsports. So we're excited. The closer we got to the car we had last year, the setup in it, the better the car got, and now it's back to where it was. So look out for the Lowe's car.
Well, look out for the Lowe's car. He finished first, and Steve Burns is with a guy who finished second here 1 year ago.
Yeah, and he was fastest in practice this weekend, Matt. And you led 102 laps here a year ago. Can you finish one position better, Kurt?
Well, that's obviously the objective. I mean, this Taurus is pretty strong today. We're real proud of the way that we continue to build better and better cars. Vegas, we struggled. Atlanta, Texas, we didn't do all that hot. This is a good car as far as our turnaround and what we think we need as far as race cars. And so I'm real happy. The guys at the shop are doing a great job, and Jack brought some good power today, so I think we can finish one spot better. We're going to give it all we got.
All right, thanks, Kurt. Let's go to Dick Bergeron.
With Dale Earnhardt Jr., who came into this event as one of the favorites to win. He's had a great season so far. 5 of his first 9 starts, top 5 finishes, qualified 8th, but this morning, the crane was at the front of the car, hauling the engine out. You're going to have to go to the back of the pack and try to win it from there. Can you do it?
Yeah, you make it sound impossible. Yeah, I think we got a car that can get to the front. We're going to need the help of a few strategically placed cautions and to allow us to catch back up, you know, because the long green flag here, the guy that's leading the race is going to check out. Kurt Busch and them guys, they can lap the field really quick. So want to be careful we don't get lapped early and, you know, keep the car under us all day. We had a pretty good car in practice. Just a few things that I didn't like about it, and hopefully we got a better one today.
At Talladega, they changed the engine, started in the back, and won. Chris?
Thanks, Dick, and let's get our picks for the race real quick. Larry McReynolds, we'll start with him up in the booth, and he's leading in our points. Go ahead, Larry.
Well, boys, I have the points lead now, so I'm points racing. I'm going with the man that Steve Burns talked to, fastest in happy hour, Kurt Busch.
All right, Darrell.
17. That's my number.
That counts you. All right.
I think I'm going to go with a guy I think can get the job done, Ryan Newman. He knows how to win, too. Believe me, guys.
All right, none of you guys picked a California driver, and we have more. There's 11 this weekend, more drivers from the state of California than from any other state participating in the Saturday and Sunday races. All right, Darrell will head up to the broadcast booth, and Jeff and I will be in the Hollywood Hotel with observations throughout the afternoon as we get ready for fun racing on Fox. Thanks for watching the UPS pre-race show. Set for 500 miles of action coming to you from Southern California. In Hollywood, they love grand openings and road movies, so fitting that Californian Robbie Gordon this week showed us how you don't have to be on the track to go racing.
Man, we got it done. Can't wait to check this thing out. They got decals on this bad boy, big tires. Looking good, man. It's off-road ready. Now you know what it means to be Robbie Gordon off-road ready. Let's go racing with NASCAR on Fox.
Fox tonight, triple your pleasure with 3 big hours of comedy. First, on a full hour of King of the Hill, when headlights attack, Hank has the cure.
I don't want to have to put the plastic cone around your neck. Yep.
Then, on a full hour of The Simpsons, the family goes west.
Look at those stupid city slickers with their fur coats and pointy hats.
Those are out.
Whatever.
But can they survive life on a dude ranch?
Stop shoving! The little one isn't getting any.
And when Malcolm's parents go away, the boys will play.
You've seen enough teenage movies to know how badly this is going to turn out.
An all-new Malcolm in the Middle. Followed by a shocking new Oliver Bean at a special time. And you won't believe what the boys do on live TV.
I just got my ass handed to me.
Clown! Catch all new episodes and 3 big hours of comedy. It all starts at 7/6 Central tonight on Fox.
A million uses in common. The 210 horsepower supercharged Nissan Xterra.
Now get 0% APR for 60 months for qualified buyers on every new 2003 GMC. That's over $5,900 in average finance savings. See your participating Colorado GMC dealers.
EMT's high on the job. Tonight on Fox 31 News.
welcome to the California Speedway for the Auto Club 500 on Fox, presented by UPS. We want to race the truck. People love the truck. 115,000 race fans are here. Just east of LA, they've come by air. They've come by train to the only speedway with a commuter rail station right outside its door. And they've come by cars and campers, 115,000 strong, to fill this 2-mile speedway and see if NASCAR can produce its 10th different winner in the first 10 races of the season. Let's go trackside for today's opening ceremonies.
Ladies and gentlemen, we draw your attention to Gatorade Victory Square. Please rise, take off your hats. To give today's invocation, please welcome from the Pacific Christian Center in Santa Maria, Reverend Rick Bloom.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we are grateful for this day, and we pray that you will protect all of the drivers and the pit crew, the spectators. We thank you for all the sponsors that have made this possible. And Lord, we thank you for our troops in Operation Iraqi Freedom. We thank you, Lord, for our prisoners of war being home safely on American soil, reunited with their families. And we thank you for that, God. Bless our good President, George W. Bush, and all those that serve with him. And we'll give you the praise in Jesus' name. Amen.
Please remain standing for the national anthem, performed today by the 40th Infantry Division, California Army National Guard Band. The flyover provided by Luke Air Force Base out of Phoenix, Arizona. Color guard provided by the California Air National Guard 163rd Air Refueling Wing Reserve Base. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the President and CEO of the Auto Club of Southern California, Tom McKernan.
In honor of our brave men and women in the armed forces, the most famous words in motorsports. Gentlemen, start your engines.
To go for 500 miles on this D-shaped 2-mile superspeedway in a series that has produced 9 different winners in 9 races so far this year. Hi, everyone. Mike Joy with Larry McReynolds. Darrell Waltrip will join us shortly. This track pretty much mirrors Michigan International Speedway, which preceded it in design, and it's starting to race a lot like Michigan, isn't it, Larry?
Yes, it is. I mean, this is a 500-mile race. It's going to take 3.5 to 4 hours to run this race. And in the beginning, trust me, there's going to be some cars that are not handling very well. But you have to keep your cool about yourself. If your car's not driving good, if you have a problem, and the best example I can give you, the top 5 finishers yesterday, 4 of those cars had problems, including winner Matt Kenseth, with a lug nut problem on pit road. So you have to keep your cool about you, because you know it can come to you, race your own race.
Darrell Waltrip joins us, and Darrell, you can make a mistake early here, as we saw yesterday with Matt Kenseth, and not be out of this race. You can't give up on it. He came back to win after a pit stop problem.
300 miles in a bush race, that's a long bush race. Today we got 500 miles. So today you got lots of time to recover. You can do lots of things. You can have a car that's not handling well. You can adjust on it, get that car back in the race. Things can happen. You're going to have a long day here. You got to remember that. Don't use it all up in the beginning. Save a little for the end.
Patience.
That includes us.
5 drivers from California, the most of any state represented in this field, but much of Winston Cup racing is from the eastern United States. And for them, L.A. is, well, it's kind of funky town.
Every touch, a neck. It might seem ordinary, but not when it belongs to Mom, and you'd like to place something extraordinary around it. Every smile. This Mother's Day, give Mom a K Jewelers 3-stone diamond necklace with a free photo frame gift box. Every hug. And every K diamond is hand-selected for exceptional beauty. Every kiss begins a K Jewelers.
In 1211, the Carpathian brothers took a vow of silence. Luckily, it only pertains to offline. After all, when you can share personal pics, favorite cuts, and streaming video, who needs talking?
You've got mail.
The new AOL for broadband. Welcome to the worldwide...
You pass it hundreds of times and it doesn't mean a thing. But on the last lap, it becomes all that you've worked for. The rest of the race may have been a blurred color. But in the end, the only thing that matters is black and white.
Fox Tuesday.
There are things in this world that are just out of our control.
The season's most suspenseful television series draws to its shocking conclusion.
What are you doing here?
In the final 4 hours,
Place him under red Mike, though.
secrets will be revealed.
Who are you?
Traitors will be exposed.
What are you doing? I'm locking you down.
And you won't believe who's behind it all.
Shoot him now.
24, the final truth begins at 9 Central, Fox Tuesday.
Welcome back to California Speedway, where today it's the Auto Club 500 on Fox, presented by UPS. And it's a beautiful day to go racing. In fact, Larry, the weather pretty much mirrors yesterday.
And it's been 3 days of beautiful weather here in Southern California. There you see 71 degrees. Now, the track temperature, that's what's going to be interesting, because yesterday, when these guys were practicing, it was only 79 degrees. This track's going to be much slicker now.
Budweiser, official beer of NASCAR, proud sponsor of the Bud Pole Award, given to the fastest qualifier at each Winston Cup race. Steve Park is our Bud Pole winner. Gets his 3rd career Bud Pole since 1979. Anheuser-Busch has awarded more than $8 million as title sponsor of the Pole Award program. So Steve Park will lead off our Prestone starting grid. Bill Elliott, first front row start of the season. Remember how this track mirrors Michigan? He's won 7 times there. Row 2, Winston Cup champ Tony Stewart. That's 2 top 5s here. Ryan Newman, 7th time this year. He started in the front 4. Elliott Sadler, 3rd at Talladega. Jerry Nadeau, 4th at Texas. Rusty Wallace, that most recent win right here 2 years ago. And Dale Earnhardt Jr., 2nd in points. Joe Nemechek and Jeff Burton trying to break his own 18-month winless skid. Jeremy Mayfield won here 3 years ago. And Jack Sprague, his best qualifying effort of the year, 12th. John Andretti and Jeff Gordon. Ricky Craven and Kurt Busch, who won Happy Hour. Runner-up here last year, led the most laps. Casey Mears, the rookie. He's a California kid. Dave Blaney. Bobby Labonte, the Atlanta winner.
And Jimmy Johnson, the defending champion of this race, that kind of fills the top 20 out as we get set to go racing.
You know, the pole setter here, normally the average finish for pole setters is 13th. So I don't know if Steve Park will want to hear that or not, but that's kind of the way it's gone so far.
And they were struggling just a little bit in those practice sessions yesterday on the long run.
Yeah, he was 21st to 23rd fastest in practice. I know that probably was not what they were looking for, but we'll see how it goes for him.
We have quite a number of cars that's going to have to go to the rear. Johnny Benson and Sterling Marlin, the 10 and the 40 car, they're going to the rear of the field because of backup cars. Johnny Benson lost an engine yesterday, hit the wall. Sterling Marlin got in his oil, and he hit the wall. And then quite a number of cars going to the rear for engine changes. Jeff Green in the 30, Jerry Nadeau in the 01, Derek Cope in the 37, Ward Burton in the 22, and a late addition this morning, Dale Earnhardt Jr. in that 8 Budweiser car to the rear of the field engine change.
And that's bad news for Dale Jr. Remember the horrific crash he had here off turn 4 last year, where really ended his season almost because he had a concussion and he never performed well after that. And now today, bad luck again to the rear of the field. We'll see how that all plays out.
The veteran Japanese road racer Hideo Fukuyama and Kerry Earnhardt were the 2 cars that were not fast enough to make the field. Aerial views, courtesy of the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. Goodyear's newest blimp is the Spirit of America, a 78-year tradition as aerial ambassador of the Goodyear blimp, and there's its little brother. Dick Berggren on pit road.
Well, today Steve Park starts on a Winston Cup pole for the first time in over 2 years. Badly injured at Darlington in year 2001, his comeback virtually complete. And everybody in this garage area, especially these guys, want to see him have a big day. Good luck. Matt Yoakum.
Dick, one driver to watch today is Dave Blaney. He rolls off from the 18th position. He and Crucci Booty Barker are hoping to pull off something that Chad Canales and Jimmy Johnson did last year. Pick up their first wins ever in Winston Cup competition right here in Fontana. To Steve Burns.
Matt, Tony Stewart has 15 Winston Cup victories. He's never won here, finishing 4th twice for his best effort. His crew made 6 subtle changes to that race car this morning to try to get Stewart into victory lane. Jeannie?
Kevin Harvick won the pole for the Busch race. He finished top 5 on Saturday, even won a race in Bakersfield last night. He hopes the well has not run dry. The 29 team has been struggling all weekend, searching for speed. Kevin looking for the crowd to be on his side. He grew up not too far from here. He's a California kid from Bakersfield.
Today, they'll go 500 miles on this 2-mile speedway, 250 laps.
I'm going to tell you, it just amazes me, the competition. Look at the difference in time from first to last. A little over 8/10 of a second. What does that equate to? 222 feet. Look at this one right here. Pit window, 48 to 52 laps. Trust me, it will be an issue today.
All right, boys, quit looking at the California scenery because it's that time.
It's time for DW, especially since we're going to be going off in that corner 200 miles an hour. Reach up there and pull them belts tight.
Oh, baby, I'm loving every minute of this. I'm coming down here. I'm going to get the green flag from Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I'm going to go, buggity, boys.
Like Michigan, they're already 3 wide.
One good thing about this racetrack, this is the 7th race here. We finally have 2 and 3 grooves of racing. You'll run where your car feels the best.
And we've had enough. Whoa, in the wall, Newman. And Park spins.
Caution is out.
Steve Park keeps it all but off the wall, and I believe the car into the outside wall may have been Ryan Newman. Caution's out.
Looks like Bill Elliott will bring him down and lead this first lap as he takes his caution flag. There's you see Ryan Newman, the 12 car, smoking. He definitely got in the wall, but a lot of damage on this Pennzoil car.
Yeah, that car is wounded badly. You can see it's running off, cock-wobbled there.
Cock-wobbled?
Cock-wobbled, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's about pancake. That's
pancake
yeah,
right there.
Right side
the right side
car.
of the 12 car.
Cock-wobbled is a Southern California term.
Okay.
Well, let's see if we can analyze this. Newman Park already sliding back, and he and Newman they just get together, and oh gosh, they get together big time.
Park had already slid back to the 5th position.
Yeah.
Looks like his car was just moving up the racetrack and was not turning on probably low air pressure on his tires.
There were such high expectations for Steve Park. He's on the pole, and everybody says, oh, this is what he needed. But, you know, with those high expectations comes more high expectations. They were expecting him to run really well today, and he didn't need this.
Well, Rusty just snuck through there.
Well, a lot of guys.
Here comes the field.
Snuck by this mess.
About 35 cars coming at this group.
That car, look at it, just continually spinning around. Everybody's having to take evasive action. Great job of driving on everybody's part. He just moved up. It's really, when you come off turn 2 over there, the car will always want to pick up a little push. I mean, we're early in the first lap here. You wouldn't expect that, but man, Park just got down there and couldn't turn. Got into the side of Newman.
Matt Yoakum on the damage report.
Well, Mike, they peeled away the sheet metal from the tire, changed the tire. They are going to have Steve Park come back in now, work on the damaged sheet metal on that right front fender.
Park was the car in the middle, 3 wide, as they went down into turn 1 on the initial start. Coming up off the corner back at 5th, it's into Ryan Newman. Mayhem ensues. First caution of the day here in California.
Dale, for years, NASCAR has had the in-car camera.
Dale Jarrett is making his move.
With the additional cargo room in the truck, you could have the first in-car commentating crew.
Jarrett just got around Sadler.
And just look at how aggressively he's driving. Man, he's driving every lap like it's the last lap. I think he's here.
An in-car commentating crew?
It could be huge. You know, big.
You want to know what I like most about racing cars? 2 words. Michael Waltrip. That's right.
Just last night, I dreamed the whole world used quality Napa Auto Parts. It was the best dream I ever had. I had that dream, too. I think I'm in love with Napa.
There's nothing wrong with that, Steve.
I like it. Can you bring up the logo?
Good. I leave work at 7, start my trip home, and that's when I make my call to my son. It gives me some dad time that much sooner. It's like being home with him before I actually get home.
With Singular 7 to 7 plan, your nights start 2 hours earlier at 7 p.m. No one else offers that. Plus, get nationwide long distance and get a free phone with a $20 donation to Special Olympics.
I call it the Kyle Lewis It's Important My Night Start Early plan.
Come into Singular now to find the plan that fits you best.
Now this here, that's the drain plug. It lets the oil drain out into the pan. Remember, she's got a lot of mileage on her, but one day, she'll be all yours.
Help keep the family car in the family with Valvoline's Max Life. Max Life, the first motor oil specially formulated to recondition used fuels to help prevent leaks, helping your higher mileage engine run for a long, long time.
After our naps, we'll flush the radiator.
Now there's an entire line of Max Life products that'll help keep your higher mileage car around for a long time.
The Home Depot is more than a store. It's a lawn and garden powerhouse with powerful names like John Deere, Honda, Weber, and Toro, and powerful ideas for patios, gardens, yards, and decks, all in one place. It's the guaranteed low price every day to make every dollar work, and the power to turn the outdoors into the great outdoors. The Home Depot. You can do it. We can help.
The Auto Club 500 on Fox is presented by UPS, official delivery company of NASCAR. We want to race the truck. People love the truck. And brought to you by Napa Auto Parts. Napa, we keep America running. By Singular, the wireless company that fits you best. And by the Home Depot, NASCAR's home improvement warehouse. First caution of the day, Steve Park into Ryan Newman. It's all cleaned up, and Bill Elliott, the race leader, will bring them down for the restart.
Single file restart. Everybody's on the lead lap. Steve Park has actually stayed on the lead lap. Ryan Newman in the 12 car, they did go to the garage to repair that car.
Yeah, I believe Parks, it's just inevitable he will too. He hit that outside retaining wall really hard. I'll tell you, there were 41 lucky other drivers out there, though, because my, did they do a great job of evading that accident.
Steve Burns is with Ryan.
And Mike, he's working on his race car. Brian, what happened? He's going to keep working on his race car, Mike.
The replay, pretty telling. Newman kept moving up the track to give Steve Park room. There wasn't enough. Elliott Sadler rides third.
behind Bill Elliott and Tony Stewart. Fourth is Rusty Wallace. Fifth is Jeff Burton, and I have no idea how Burton missed that wreck. He was right there.
He was all over. I'll tell you what, guys, Awesome Bill in that 9 car, he looks about like he did a few weeks ago at Texas at the first part of the race, and this is actually the same car. There's the Ryan Newman right there working on his own car. I mean, he is a focused individual.
And I'm sure not very happy.
Well, he's working on it to fix it and working out some frustration, too.
I think that's what that hammer's all about. He says, I'll just take it out on this fender.
Got the old short track speed wrench there.
He had a good race car. He was fast in both practices yesterday.
Larry, the thing, you talk about Bill Elliott, I just am waiting to see Bill put together a whole race. He starts off strong a lot of races, but as the day goes on, the race goes on, he seems to fade. He needs to get up front and stay up front because he obviously has a pretty good race car.
Contact moments ago between Robbie Gordon and Jimmy Spencer.
These guys are battling for 15th position right now.
Imagine that. I can't believe that.
We'll have a look here.
That happened on the straightaway.
Yeah. Woke Mongo up. I got Mongo.
Mongo happy now.
Ricky Craven dives beneath the two of them as they continue side by side. Craven wants no part of it. Can't quite clear him, can he?
Yeah, I think the guy on the inside has the advantage, but you gotta be sure that those cars on the outside don't suck your back end around.
Whoa. Boy, Spencer got Robbie Gordon in the 31 car. I mean, real loose. Jack Sprague in the outside wall, the 0 car. Caution's out again.
And 0 is about as much luck as Sprague has had this year. He had his best qualifying effort of the season, 12th. And his race looks like it could be over early. The Spring Lake, Michigan driver.
If your car's loose, if it's a little loose over there off of turn 2, that's exactly what can happen to you. You just come off of there, track's a little loose. The back end will come around and it'll shoot right back out into the outside wall.
Here's what happened to Jack Sprague.
So he's way up high, gets in the loose stuff, back end comes around and can't quite.
Almost had it corrected, just not quite. Boy, there's a lot of cars just barely got by him over there. A lot of them coming at him.
Yeah, he was pretty far up in the field. That car almost acts like a car that has a flat tire. You know, the way it's kind of wobbling sideways. That didn't really have the hospital hop to it. That was more of a wobble.
Sprague will come to pit road, and it looks like they'll be able to make repairs and keep him in this race.
Now, I don't think we'll see the guys at the front of the pack here as we come to complete lap 9 come to pit road, but Darrell, fuel mileage always an issue here. If I'm at the back of the pack, I'm going to come in there. I might even change tires, but I'm going to definitely get a full tank of fuel.
Well, if I'm not happy with my car, if it's not handling like I want it to, this is perfect. We've had 8 or 9 laps here. Come in, make some adjustments now, and get the car better now, so you don't have to, so you can go forward.
Well, we heard Jeff Hammond talking in the pre-race. Fuel mileage always an issue here. 250 laps. You need to be able to run 50 laps to do it on 4 stops. And here they come. Ricky Craven was the first one to come. Everybody behind him, except Dale Earnhardt Jr., who pitted the last caution, they're coming to pit road mainly to get those tanks full of fuel.
Yeah, I think so. And again, I would be thinking, my car's loose, my car's doing this. I've had time to talk to my crew chief. Let's make some adjustments now. Get that out of the way.
I like what Johnny Benson did. He saw half the field come in front of him. He says, hey, I can gain 20 spots by staying out. He was headed for pit road, jumped back out, got back in line, and did not pit. It's the easiest way I know to pass 20 cars.
But the biggest thing is, like Darrell said, if your car's not right, you don't get much time to adjust it here. Good time to make that adjustment.
We have about 5 cautions a race here. That's the average. You're going to have a couple early, 2 or 3 late.
Bill Elliott, Tony Stewart, Elliott Sadler are the leaders in the Auto Club 500, presented by UPS.
To a driver, fear isn't going 4 wide into a turn. Fear isn't driving into a cloud of smoke at 200 miles per hour. Fear is not getting sideways an inch from the wall. That's because Ford dominated last year's Cup Series with 7 Fords finishing in the top 10. Top 10. 7 Fords. So fear in the racing world is looking in the rearview mirror and seeing one of us. If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again.
In 1211, the Carpathian brothers took a vow of silence. Luckily, it only pertains to offline. After all, when you can share personal pics, favorite cuts, and streaming video, who needs talking?
You've got mail.
The new AOL for broadband. Welcome to the worldwide.
Winning the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship feels pretty good. Sweating doesn't. That's why I use Red Zone from Old Spice. It's the strongest stuff you can get, made just for guys. It absorbs in and helps stop sweat. Red Zone from Old Spice.
A breakthrough offer from Midas. Right now, get lifetime brake pads or shoes for just $39.95. And you'll never have to buy brake pads or shoes again for as long as you own your car. Next stop, Midas. Lifetime brake pads or shoes, $39.95. Only at Midas.
Tony Stewart, NASCAR champion. Are we gonna go fast?
Think you can hang on? Grab a winning Coke and you could be flying around the track with a NASCAR Coca-Cola Racing family driver.
That was awesome. Thanks, Tony. Hey, man, you're not gonna need that out there. I'll hold it for you.
TGI Fridays introduces new sizzling chicken and cheese. Dig into Friday's delicious marinated chicken, over melted cheeses, sauteed vegetables, and a side of our signature mashed potatoes, all on one sizzling skillet. Friday's new sizzling chicken and cheese for just $8.99. Come get a taste of our new bold flavor.
This beautiful woman is searching for love among 10 masked men. Fox Monday, the competition heats up.
I decide who stays and who leaves.
But one guy can't keep up with the masquerade.
Hold on, I can't do this.
You're gonna take me out of this? Dude!
Mr. Personality, the hit series continues at 9/8 Central Fox Monday.
After 3 laps of caution, they've just waved the green. Derek Cope's car pushed to the garage, joining Steve Park and Ryan Newman. Jack Sprague's car repaired and back on track as Bill Elliott leads them around.
We had 19 cars at the rear of the field elected to come in and take on fuel that caution.
You know, when you watch these guys restart, they come off of turn 4. Everybody's right out next to the retaining wall. They do not want to give a guy a chance to jump up there on the outside. You can pass to the right. You lay back a little bit and you get a good run on a guy. You can get through there and pass a lot of cars, but everybody's aware of that, pretty wise about it.
This track is really starting to take on the characteristic of Michigan. The inside is the short way, the fast way around, but the outside, more RPM, more momentum, and you come off the turn side by side.
Well, this track is fast. I mean, you're talking 200 mile an hour into a 14-degree bank turn. There's not enough grip in the world to hold you down there in the race. Track gets slick, tires wear a little bit, so you slide up the hill.
Here comes Stewart. He wants the lead from Elliott and takes it going into turn 3.
I think Bill Elliott saw that he was putting pressure on him. Might as well let him go ahead and go. But we talk about a guy that qualified 8 and had to go to the rear of the field because of an engine change. Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the Budweiser car. He pitted on lap 2, stayed out that time. He's up there battling for the 18th position right now.
And here comes Benson right behind him, who employed the same strategy.
Yeah, well, I'd say Junior probably, you know, with that engine change, came down pit road. They looked at everything, be sure they had no problems, and now he's on a mission. You know, he said, wasn't all that happy with his car yesterday afternoon. They made some adjustments on it this morning, and it looks like they went the right way because that thing's coming through the field.
See, on the Fox tracks right there, he's losing a little bit of time to leader Tony Stewart, about 5 seconds behind there. You see the Fox tracks on our leader.
Tony's up front. You know, he's got no traffic, and he can run where he wants to. Dale Jr.'s got to work his way through this traffic. Got to be careful right now.
Rusty Wallace in the 2 car, he just drove by Elliott Sadler. That was a battle for 3rd. Rusty looking racy here today.
Well, and he told me Friday, he said, best car I've had, best engine we've got, most power, best numbers on the body. I expect him to run really well today.
Jeff Burton, he's going to go by Elliott Sadler on the high side.
And he's the other driver, like Wallace, looking to rebound. It's been more than a season since Burton has been to victory lane.
And Jeff looked real good at Martinsville 2 weeks ago. Top 5 finish. Brad Parrott's over there as the car chief now under Paul Andrews.
Yeah.
And they're starting to gain something.
I think Paul Andrews needed somebody like Brad to come over there and work with the driver, work with him, take a little load off of him, if you will.
And remember, Brad was the crew chief for Jeff last year when they won about 4 or 5 Busch races.
Let's get an update on pole sitter Steve Park's car, which crashed at lap 1. Matt?
Mike, they have the car up on jack stands. They're going to try to repair it for points. A lot of damage to the right front corner suspension. Crew chief Tony Gibson is working feverishly up there trying to repair the damage and replacing parts. Meanwhile, car chief Richie Hubbs is underneath the left rear quarter panel. They're trailing the they're replacing the trailing arm and other suspension parts. Park sits quietly, frustrated inside the race car with the window net up. Obviously, they thought this was going to be their day to break back through and get back into victory lane. They had a brand new race car, very fast, sat on the pole. Not going to be the way they wanted to stay in now.
Brian Newman's car also under repair. Derek Cope in the garage, and Jack Sprague has taken his car behind the wall to repair crash damage from lap 8. Johnny Benson trying to follow Dale Jr. up through. He and Jr. gained 20 spots when the rest of the cars pitted. Here comes Burton after Rusty Wallace. 2 veterans who are hungry. This for 3rd place behind Tony Stewart and Bill Elliott.
Burton's car looks really good. Right on the bottom of the racetrack, got under Rusty, drove off there, got back in the throttle, was able to slide right up in front of him. You'll see that a lot off of turns 2 and 4 here. Kind of the old slide job. You get that car about half, 2/3 of the way by that guy, you just kind of got to let him slide in.
It's been 49 races since Burton's been to victory lane. Steve?
And Mike, talking to his crew chief, Paul Andrews, this morning, Paul thinks the car is going to be even better on longer runs. Right now, Burton reporting that the car is just a little tight in the middle, but he's getting a great run off the corners.
Steve, you know, I think a good indication that Jeff was going to be good here this weekend. He's a lot like his teammate Matt Kenseth. He normally don't qualify well, but when he qualified 10th, that's a pretty good indication he's got a good race car.
Yeah, because all of a sudden, the last couple of weeks, ever since, like I said, Brad went over there, Parrott, they qualified well at Martinsville, finished well, and qualified well here, and I think he's going to finish well again today.
Jeff Gordon on the move, just past his Hendrick teammate Joe Nemechek, moves him up to 7th place.
And I'll tell you, I talked to Robbie Loomis, his crew chief, this morning. They made major changes on that race car this morning. They were not happy at all with their race car, neither one of the practices yesterday. He said, Larry, I don't know how we're going to be. But it looks like they've hit on it pretty close.
Well, some of that is because it's a lot hotter today, Larry, than it's been. And I think you throw at it what you think it's going to need for the conditions, and you hope you guess right.
Singular Wireless virtual crew chief question. Vote now from your Singular Wireless phone by sending text message 5 to phone number 191 or visit foxsports.com to vote online.
But, you know, this is a typical race day here. I mean, every time I can remember being out here, it's been about 75, sunny. The biggest difference is I think the track's got a lot more grooves that you can run in this year than it's had in the past.
They ran the Winston West race, won by Steve Portengay over Kenny Schrader. Matt Kenseth won the Busch race. And now today at the Cup race, a 3-race weekend here in Fontana. Dale Jr., 13, just past Jimmy Johnson, is on the move.
I think you can hear how quickly you jump back in the throttle here. You don't mess around. You get the car down in there, jump back in the throttle.
Now, he's on the move through the field, but when we last saw him, he was 5.2 seconds behind Tony Stewart. Now he's 8 seconds back.
Yeah, I've been watching the score monitor. He's about 0.2 of a lap slower than our leader, Tony Stewart. He's faster than a lot of cars he's racing with right now.
Kurt Busch up to 5th. Make that 4th. 5th, 4th, 5th. Yeah. As he battles Rusty Wallace.
Now, Rusty looks like his car's gotten maybe a tad loose on him. Right in the center of the corner. It's where everybody seems to be driving under him and going by.
Man, we'll get that thing loosened up for you. Just keep riding it on.
Actually sounds like he may be a little bit too tight.
Too tight, yeah.
Needs to be freed up a little bit.
Let's just say he has a problem.
And you know, the tendency of this racetrack, Darrell, if you're tight in the beginning, it's only going to get tighter the more rubber that gets laid down. Plus, you burn that fuel off and gain that nose weight, it makes the car turn less.
But if I got to have one of them one way or the other, I want it to be tight.
You don't want to turn back to the right.
I don't want to turn right at 200 miles an hour. So I'll work with this tightness till you get it fixed.
How about this race for 28th place? Kyle Petty, Ricky Rudd, Dale Jarrett, Michael Waltrip. Here's Jeff Green. 27th on back.
See, Dale Jarrett, an 88 UPS car, talked about Jeff Gordon making major changes. Garth Finley, the acting crew chief, said Larry would change 4 shocks, 4 springs, a sway bar. I don't know what else we can change on this race car this morning.
Which is, you know, the 38 car up there, Elliott Sadler, is running well. And, you know, we've seen those two guys at Rockingham, for instance. They said they exchanged setups. Elliott went and tested. He gave it to Dale Jarrett. Dale Jarrett won the race. You'd think they could do that almost every week.
Or race the truck.
With flames.
And both of them brought brand new race cars here.
Tony Stewart out in front of Bill Elliott by 1.8 seconds and pulling away in the Auto Club 500 presented by UPS. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
Where'd you get that shirt? It's huge.
It was my old boyfriend.
It must have been huge.
He was.
Why don't you change into one of mine?
Nah, yours are kind of small.
So?
Well, small ones are okay. Huge ones just feel better. He has the tiniest little hands.
You do it every day, but you've never seen it done like this. It's extreme everyday driving. See, stop and go driving. Bumper to bumper bedlam. Lay on the horn, it's dreadlock, baby. Wrap up the action with the death and blind.
This may not look extreme to you, but it is to your engine. Fram Tough Guard oil filters, tough enough to handle the extremes of everyday driving. Fram, do you drive tough?
It's gonna be awesome.
Hi there.
Yeah, I'd like a junior bacon cheeseburger with 2 full strips of bacon made fresh.
Define fresh.
Fresh ingredients.
Do you mean was fresh at one time?
No, I mean made fresh now.
Oh, we don't do that fresh.
At Wendy's, fresh means fresh. So our junior bacon cheeseburger is made right when you order it. It's the best 99 cents you can spend.
Your view of fresh is very narrow.
Really?
The 99-cent super value menu at Wendy's. It's better here. And our pickup window's open till midnight or later, so you can eat great even late.
Senseless garage door destruction. A problem no more thanks to the twice-as-fast accelerator. Only from Genie.
You want to know why I rent from Enterprise? Because having the right car can make all the difference.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Carrie, remember, we're just checking out prices?
So no matter what they say, we're not buying yet.
Right. What's running through your veins?
Ice water.
Right. Can't face it.
So with Circuit City's Price Match Plus, you're covered on price.
Well, take it.
Go ahead. Take it. If you find a lower price within 30 days of purchase, we'll give you back 110% of the price difference. Circuit City, we're with you.
Nice game, Faith.
You didn't even see it coming.
Discover the majesty of the West before the Simpsons destroy it.
Look at those stupid city slickers with their fur coats and pointy hats.
Those are elk.
Whatever.
But can they survive life on a dude ranch?
Stop shoving. The little one isn't getting any.
The Simpsons, all new, part of a full hour at 8 tonight.
27 laps completed Fontana, California. Tony Stewart had opened up a 2.5-second lead on Bill Elliott, so Jeff Burton said time to go. And he's passed Elliott for second place. There's the margin. First to second. Jamie McMurray up to 7th, right there.
Started back in 25th position, and I just have to believe there he's still on a box track as interval to leader Tony Stewart about 7.5 seconds. And he's actually looks like he's gaining just a little bit. He's at least keeping tempo with Tony Stewart. But, Darrell, I just have to believe this track is so different from practice yesterday. Jamie McMurray, it helped him by running that Busch race yesterday.
I think that's probably part of it. The other part is Donnie Wingo, his crew chief. He and Jim, it was Jimmy Spencer's crew chief a couple of years ago here, and they had a fantastic run here. Jimmy qualified up in the top 4 or 5 and led the race a lot. So this track, you know, we only run here once a year. So I think you can use, and it's usually about the same time of year. So I think your notes from last year are very effective.
Kurt Busch, quick in practice. Now up to third as he passes Bill Elliott. Dick?
Doing a great job today, Mike. He started in 16th position. Quick at practice, I guess. He won happy hour. Fastest car in the final practice session. This is the same car that ran so very well at Las Vegas until kaboom. He wound up in a big wreck that was not his own doing and really failed to finish the race as a result. The crew went to work, rebuilt this car, and it was so good yesterday that this morning they made virtually no changes to it after that happy hour practice session. Butch is on the march.
How about this group? Todd Bodine. There, Jerry Nadeau moving up behind Dale Jarrett. You're watching from Michael Waltrip.
That's a heck of a battle back in there for 28th, 29th, 30th.
Nadeau lost an engine in the final minute of final practice yesterday in that 01 Army car.
He's one of the ones that actually took advantage of both those cautions, came in the pit road, made adjustments, and got full of fuel.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. now at 11, and he is 10 seconds behind the race leader. Matt?
Mike, he is on the move. Dale Jr. says the car is good. Jr. also reported that although the engine seems to be running well, remember they did make an engine change this morning, that it sounds a little funny, he says, kind of like his old late model exhaust. He says the car is neutral right now, a little bit on the tight side, a little bit on the loose side, and he does like the way it's running.
What seems to be working really well right now, guys, is run high in 3 and 4 and run kind of low in 1 and 2. It seems to be like 1 and 2 is good down around the bottom, then you get down in 3 and 4, and some of the cars are running right up against the outside wall. That's if your car's not handling like Tony Stewart's is, which is right around the bottom.
DW, you and Larry were talking a little while ago about Jamie McMurray and how he and Donnie Wingo had a lot of success, and maybe how some of the information they learned in Saturday's race may have helped them. Well, you were exactly right, guys. It really has helped them a lot. When they came in from that race yesterday, he was able to tell his crew chief, Johnny Wingo, that, man, I can't get hold of the bottom of the racetrack, and all during that race, when I moved up, I've got better grip upstairs than I did down at the bottom. So they kind of addressed that problem this morning, and Jamie said, my plan is, if the car doesn't feel good down low, I'm going to go to the top immediately, and it really looks like he's making up a lot of ground right now with that 42 car, so it's really working well on the top side, and I think that all benefited from yesterday.
Well, Jeff, an update on the 70-70 has faded a bit. Now, before the race, Busch Series driver Brian Vickers told Dave Blaney's crew chief, Woody Barker, hey, one thing that I found out from yesterday's race, the gray right below the black, if you go below the black on the racetrack, there seems to be a lot more grip. He passed that on to Blaney. Blaney tried that. Right now, though, they're telling Blaney, who is searching around the racetrack, trying both the high side and the bottom side, that he appears on the stopwatch to be much faster on the bottom, so that's where he's going to try to run at this juncture.
I mean, right now, Matt, he needs to search around something because he's about 3/4 of a second off leader Tony Stewart.
Okay.
Jeremy Mayfield, former winner, just ahead of Blaney. Here is Rusty Wallace, who has taken 4th from Bill Elliott.
Halfway tires and fuel. That was 2 laps ago. We're going to try to run as many laps as we can this first stop. Burns a little tight. Remember that it burns a little more gas that way.
And that's, I mean, he speaks the truth. When the car's pushing and it almost bogs the engine, labors the engine, you use more fuel. And what we have to remember every week at these bigger racetracks, the Penske cars, in particular Ryan Newman, Rusty Wallace, they're some of the first cars, along with other Dodges, to come to pit road first.
Remember about these lines, Steve Park's pole-winning run was not down on the bottom of the racetrack. He was pretty well up the racetrack.
Well, if the majority of the cars want to run the bottom, that's where the most, rubber's going to be, debris is going to be, oil, whatever comes off these race cars. You start moving up higher, you're going to get new asphalt up there, new grip. Watch this 32 car. He's right up there high. He's been up there all the time since the race started.
But you know, that's true every week we go to a racetrack where there's a high groove, Darrell. Atlanta, Georgia, Dover, Delaware, Ricky Craven, along with your brother Michael, they were the first ones to go to the top of the racetrack.
What this track, if you just take a sheet of paper and draw you a great big D on it, you got the short back straightaway. tight off of 2, tight into 3. But then off of turn 4 down into turn 1's big sweeping turns. So you can really carry a lot of speed into turn 1. And then you got that high angle off onto the back straightaway. Gives you good back straightaway speed.
DW, a minute ago, you were showing the 32 car Ricky Craven. One thing I was going to ask Larry and give you guys an opportunity to kind of help me out here. Ricky is one of the guys who stopped at that last caution right now, and he's got about 10 laps better tires, and he's also got 10 laps more fuel than the leader does. So as we go further along, get closer to this first round of pit stops, he could really easily be kind of like getting ready to mess up this race real quick because he's only 12 seconds behind the leader. He keeps making progress up through the field. The leader makes a pit stop. He could very easily put this whole field just about in jeopardy of being a lap down, especially these guys up in front. Cars seem like it's really working well, but he does have the benefit of having fresher tires than a lot of guys he's catching right now.
That's why, to me, when a caution comes out, it's a no-brainer. If you're middle of the field on back, you come to pit road. You get your 4 tires, you top off with fuel because of that very thing. You never know when a caution's going to fall, and it might fall in that window that you created by coming in out of sync. Like to get out of sync.
37 laps complete at Fontana, California in the Auto Club 500. This is NASCAR on Fox.
Very funny. What?
For that long road to maturity, we'll be there.
We build over 700 engines a year with a staff of 70 people. The biggest problem we face is friction. It robs us of power.
We're looking for 2 things. Getting the most available power and keeping the engine alive.
One of the simplest ways to reduce friction in the engine is to use new Quaker State, now engineered to deliver a 10% lower coefficient of friction.
In the last 7 years, we've been fortunate enough to win 8 championships, and Quaker State helped us get there.
The power to reduce friction.
What's good, Sam? Subway's new Italian urban cheese. The taste will bring you to your knees. Garlic, oregano, rosemary spice, fresh baked with Monterey and cheddar cheeses. So nice. Great bread makes a sandwich a true taste delight. You'll see for yourself with just one bite. Step right up. No one makes them like Sam. Whether a BMT, meatball, or my favorite, ham.
I told you he was the one to ask.
Sharp steel is no match for smart rubber. Tires with run-flat technology on the wings of Goodyear.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The entire world of extreme sports all in one place. Weeknight on Fox Sports Net.
Fox tonight. You won't believe what happens to Oliver Bean's family on live TV.
Do you think our sponsors want their fine product associated with that kind of image?
No, Mr. Tinkles. I just got my ass handed to me by a clown! Oliver Bean at a special time after Malcolm tonight on Fox.
The Auto Club 500 on Fox, presented by UPS, is brought to you by Chevrolet. Wherever there's a winner's circle, we'll be there. Caution is out in Fontana at 40 laps for the number 16 of Greg Biffle, turn 4.
And you see, Mike, he just got way down too low. He got down on that white line there, and that white line can be pretty slick. I think he got his left side tires down there and just spun the thing out.
No contact, no other cars involved. The pit road is open, and here they come.
The only cars that are not on pit road is the pace car, Jack Sprague. Everybody else is on the pit road. This will be full of fuel, 4 tires, and those adjustments I've been screaming about this whole time. I can fix my car.
Dick Bergeron.
Kurt Busch pits out of second position. He has had a big day so far. Very minor changes in this car. They're going to adjust the wedge, a half a round, and a half a pound of air pressure. Steve Burns.
And very minor adjustments for Tony Stewart as well. Dig just a half a pound of air out of the left rear, 4 tires. Let's go to Matt.
Wholesale change on Rusty Wallace's Dodge, both wedge, track bar, and an air pressure adjustment to get the lugs on. He's down and away. The car was too tight.
I'm going to tell you what, that Rusty Wallace crew, they did the same thing they did at Martinsville 2 weeks ago, and I think a lot because of their pit selection all the way at the end of pit road, he didn't have to go that far to cross that line.
Yeah, Wheelber's got those boys hustling in the pits.
A long stop for Mark Martin, going to drop him from 20th back to the high 30s. We're watching the Auto Club 500 presented by UPS.
He feels it. She feels it. They feel it. What is it? It's the need for speed. Speed your need at Chicagoland Speedway.
Introducing the new Nissan Murano for your adventures in on-roading.
Dos Equis. Sooner or later, you'll get it.
Want to be the center of attention? Get into a 2003 Chevy Tahoe or Suburban. Tahoe has the most powerful standard V8 engine in its class. And Suburban has the most available towing capacity in its class. Make your money count with 0% APR for 60 months on every 2003 Chevy Tahoe and Suburban. Now that will get your attention. See your Colorado Chevy dealers today.
EMT's high on the job. Tonight on Fox 31 News.
NASCAR's on the track. Odds are so is Track Pass. Just log on to America Online or go to NASCAR.com and get Track Pass. NASCAR.com. America Online, keyword NASCAR.
Fox Tuesday.
There are things in this world that are just out of our control.
The season's most suspenseful television series draws to its shocking conclusion.
What are you doing here?
In the final 4 hours,
Place him under arrest. Mike, don't.
secrets will be revealed.
Who are you?
Traitors will be exposed.
What are you doing? I'm locking you down.
And you won't believe who's behind it all.
Shoot him now.
24. The final truth begins at 9, 8 Central, Fox Tuesday.
Welcome back to Fontana, California. Show you the race off pit road after this third caution flag of the day for Greg Biffle's single car spin at turn 4. There are the pit road times.
Hey, Junior, Dale Earnhardt Jr., that group, they did a good job right there, 46.9. Now, that's the entire length of pit road, including the pit stop.
Jeff Green had a big gain, and Jeff Hammond, that was right down in front of you. Sorry, we'll get back with Jeff in a moment, but there's Green coming across. He went from about 30th up to 15th. Not much movement around the top 5.
See Rusty Wallace, we talked about him in 4th to 3rd. There's Dale Earnhardt Jr. right there, 8th to 6th. Remember, he had to start this race at the rear of the field because of that engine change.
All right, here's our not-so-secret number. Go to NASCAR.com or FoxSports.com and enter for your chance to be the Grand Marshal at Rockingham. You'll ride in the pace car, start the race, wave the checkered flag, and get to fix Ryan Newman's fender.
Help him fix it.
Yeah, he can help.
He is not going to stop working on it.
restart to begin lap 45, and we'll let our Emmy Award-winning NASCAR on Fox audio team crank it up for us. Congratulations to all the men and women who bring you the sights and sounds of Winston Cup racing, and the Sports Emmys honored NASCAR on Fox with the award this year for Best Live Event Sound.
Well, I don't know what they did to old Mongo. He's back there. He's coming off high right there off turn 4. He's losing spots left and right, Larry. They're going around him on both sides.
Yeah, that car's not very good right here after this restart. We also need to make a note that our pole sitter, Steve Park, in the one car, he's back out there 40 laps down. So right now, the only car that's listed actually out of the race is Derek Coe. Jack Sprague and Ryan Newman are in the garage being repaired.
Jamie McMurray, who ran well in yesterday's Busch race, there at 8th place. Jeannie?
Well, we talk so much about being a veteran driver on your team and really the value that it can bring to the young kids, but just moments ago here, there was a flip side where Jamie McMurray was actually trying to help out Sterling Marlin. Marlin radioed in and asked, what line is Jamie running? I would like to try that. Understandably so, because the kid has been on the move. Sterling tried the line, but it's too tight to run that high. Steve?
Jeannie, Jeff Burton having a good day here early, but the caution came at a fortuitous time because they were starting to run just a little bit hot. They had some trash or paper on the grill. They actually couldn't get it all off, so they pulled some more tape off the grill on that race car. Let's go to Dick.
Well, you guys were wondering what happened to Mongo, Jimmy Spencer's car. I just talked to his crew chief, Tommy Baldwin, and he shrugged his shoulders. He really doesn't know. All they did to the car at that pit stop was 4 tires and a minor track bar adjustment, and now Spencer just can't even drive it.
No, he can, and he's almost to the rear of the field. So that minor track bar adjustment turned into a major problem.
Major. And there you see the Fox track, 85 miles per hour to start-finish line. Let's see what he can run going down into turn 1. 194. I think we've seen earlier cars close to 200 miles per hour entering turn 1.
He's so slow in the center. He's slow through the center of the corner and off. It just looks like the car must really be loose.
But you don't go back to Jeannie, her comment on Jamie McMurray and Sterling Marlin. I mean, that's pretty smart on Sterling Marlin's part because, one, he knows Jamie McMurray has the 300 miles in the Busch race under his belt. Plus, Sterling lost all of that time yesterday in practice after he hit the wall and they had to unload the backup car.
Yeah, they never really got a lot of time on the racetrack with this car, so a lot of guesswork there.
McMurray is 7th, Bill Elliott 6th, Jeff Burton 5th, Earnhardt Jr. 4th, Kurt Busch 3rd, Rusty Wallace 2nd, and Tony Stewart, the leader, by just about 1 second.
And I'm going to tell you, Dale Earnhardt Jr. up in the 4th right now just went by Jeff Burton. He's about the only car that I've seen, maybe besides Kurt Busch, Mike, that's running the comparable lap times to our leader, Tony Stewart.
We were listening in on Dale Jr.'s pit stop.
Saw a lot of guys up top, Junior, but the fastest guys on the track, you included, were on the bottom. Craven was so high, I believe he could have passed the 42 on the outside, and you saw how high he was. But he's taking a little bit of ground, but you're as good as anybody. 20, 97, 99, they're all on the bottom.
I mean, normally that's what wins the race, Darrell, is running around the bottom. Yesterday in that Busch race, Matt Kenseth, he run the bottom of the racetrack.
You're going to adjust that race car until you get it where it will run the bottom. That's your goal. If it won't do it right now, you've got to keep working on it till it will.
Junior's 2 seconds off the lead, followed by Jeff Burton, Bill Elliott, and Jamie McMurray.
And what that tells you is, when you see guys running real high like that, is they're looking for the place where their car's working right now. Their goal before the end of the day, though, is to get it fixed where they can get down on the bottom, because that's where the winner's going to come from. But that's the beauty about this track. You can move around and find a place where you can make some decent lap times until you can make the proper adjustment.
Jack Sprague smoking from the right front corner of that car down in turn 1 after being in and out of the garage for a bit, but continues on. Jeff Gordon there with Blaney. That's 15th position.
Well, you know, we talked about that caution flag coming at a perfect time for some of these guys. Sometimes, Larry, you know this, you make that little adjustment on that race car to help it, like Jimmy Spencer did, and you go the wrong way.
Yeah, I mean, it's a catch-22, and I think that's one reason Jeff Gordon, you see him right here going underneath Dave Blaney in the 77, Jeff Gordon in the 24. I think that's one reason they've always been so good here. He's really good at telling where this racetrack's headed. And you have to keep up with this racetrack, but you can't over-adjust or make the wrong adjustment.
And the other thing is sometimes you'll make an adjustment with air pressure, and you were on the borderline already, and you make another change and you go overboard. Right, Jeff?
That's exactly right, DW. You know, you talk about Jeff Gordon. I had an opportunity to talk to Robbie Loomis, his crew chief, today, and that was one thing he really loved about his driver, was the fact that they're trying to get a race car to run on the bottom of the racetrack during the practice session yesterday. But when the car wasn't exactly right, Jeff went ahead and ran a few laps, searched around the racetrack to try to see what his car was going to do at different places, came back in and told Robbie, he said, look, I can make the car work like it is right now if I have to move up a little bit, but let's work on it, try to get it back to the bottom, and I can adapt. As you see right there, there's Jamie Murray right now on the bottom of the racetrack trying to get close to Bill Elliott right there making a run. One guy runs high, another guy runs low, but you've got to work your car around. As you so well know, Darrell, you've got to find out what you can do to kind of like make that car work during this run so you get a chance to adjust on the next time.
Jack Sprague made a pit stop to clear that right front from the tire. And now McMurray goes to the high side to try to move past Bill Elliott for 6. And
they swapped grooves. You saw Jamie McMurray tell Bill Elliott, you know, Bill knew Jamie was quicker than he was, and he picked the right place to go by him. Jamie McMurray acknowledged, thank you. There's no sense in racing each other this early in the race.
Nope. 54 laps complete. Tony Stewart leads the Auto Club 500 presented by UPS.
A breakthrough offer from Midas, America's trusted leader in brakes. Right now, get lifetime BSD brake pads or shoes for just $39.95 at Midas. And you'll never have to buy brake pads or shoes again for as long as you own your car. So how do you find the time to repair your brakes without stopping your life? The answer is Midas for fast, reliable brake service. Hurry into Midas today for lifetime BSD brake pads or shoes. Next stop, Midas. Lifetime brake pads or shoes, $39.95. Installation extra at Midas.
Son, you drive like my granny. Huh? That's no can handle under the hood. That's 250 horses. Well, then pass them.
Dodge Intrepid SXT with 250 horsepower and a little racing attitude.
Man, I gotta go. Is that Octane 93 you're wearing?
When you see me sitting here in this room, encouraging you to drink more Powerade, do you ever get the feeling you're living in a virtual reality dream world, fabricated by artificially intelligent machines to enslave your mind while they harvest your body heat for energy? Whatever gave you that idea?
Introducing new body wash from Old Spice.
Put my love to the test.
It has a dual-action formula, so you'll get really clean, smell really great.
Hey there, need help with your anatomy homework?
New body wash from Old Spice.
I know a little something about making good moves.
Make your move. Talk to your doctor about Viagra today.
To learn more, race over to Viagra.com.
The Auto Club 500 on Fox is presented by UPS, official delivery company of NASCAR. We want to race the truck. People love the truck. And the Auto Club 500 on Fox presented by UPS. We want to race the truck, and people love the truck, and UPS delivers the chance to win 4 tickets to the Daytona 500 in 2004. Log on to foxsports.com to enter. Tony Stewart, currently your leader, through 59 laps. Rusty Wallace, whose last win was in California, right behind him. Let's have a look back. Rusty Wallace's teammate, Ryan Newman, who's had trouble in the last couple of races. When the race began, Ryan Newman goes into the wall, and the pole sitter, Steve Park, ends up spinning out of this and wrecking.
Yeah, they both got together. They come down off that corner right there. The pole sitter actually got into Ryan Newman and forced him up in the wall. Ryan is still trying to get his car fixed, and you can see right there he's working on his own car, quite frustrated. But on lap 8, we had another list, and right there with Jack Sprague got too high and got in the outside wall also, but Jack Sprague has been able to continue.
So early excitement here at the California Speedway. Bill Elliott had the lead until Tony Stewart in the 20 car, part of the Joe Gibbs Racing team, advances and still has that lead, and then Greg Biffle in turn 4 gets too low.
Got just a little bit low that white line right there and lost grip on the front end. Around came the back end, but fortunately Greg Biffle didn't hit anything. He was able to continue, and he brought out one of the cautions early on today.
Tony Stewart had announced earlier this week he would not be competing in the Indy 500 this year. He said he's going to focus on racing, obviously, in Winston Cup. And he's the guy who said in our pre-race show, he said, hey, I'm not a fuel mileage guy, but so far so good in this race.
Yeah, so far so good. And I think what he's showing right now, the reason why he's not a fuel mileage guy is he's got his foot right now hung on that throttle, and he's really giving his 20 car a great run right now. But in hot pursuit happens to be Rusty Wallace, who last had a win here at California a couple of years ago, and he's looking to break his streak right now. And another guy that's really on a roll is the number 42 car, Jamie McMurray.
Yeah, let's go back. Ryan Newman, the teammate of Rusty Wallace, who has gone from 8th to 20th in points in the last couple of races, finishing 39th and 38th in Talladega and Martinsville. And you can see the frustration early. He's had trouble keeping his car on the track.
He really has, but today I think he was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And a lot of times when it comes to racing, you've got to have a little bit of luck to go along with a little bit of skill. I mean, we know that he's a fast race car driver, got good equipment, but every now and then you got to have some racing luck to go with it.
Right now, an impressive leaderboard. Let's go back upstairs for the rest of the action. Thanks, Chris. 62 laps complete. Tony Stewart has led 50 of them. Bill Elliott the other 12. That pitch that Stewart threw Friday night at Anaheim was described as a high, hard one over the plate.
Well, we know he can play hardball. We've seen him do it, so that doesn't surprise me. He's a left-hander, too.
I tell you what, a guy that's having a great run. He's actually been good here all weekend. Qualified 13th, John Andretti in that number 43 car. He's backed up his qualifying run. Right now, he's in the 10th position, battling Matt Kenseth and Ricky Craven. Those guys have been good, and for a group that's their best finish this year has been like 17th, they need a good run here. Best finish of 14th.
Been a little surprised that Kenseth there leading that group hadn't moved forward quicker than he has, because watched him in that Busch race yesterday, and man, restarting in the rear of the field, went right to the front.
The other surprise is, where are the Hendrick cars? Joe Nemechek is 11th, but Jimmy Johnson, last year's winning driver here, and Jeff Gordon, last year's winning co-owner, are mired back at 16th and 17th.
Yeah, and you know what we were talking about, or I was a little bit ago, about notes from last year would probably be useful this year. But when you think about body locations and some of the changes that the Chevrolet teams and the Pontiac teams have gone through with a new car, that can maybe mess their notes up.
I mean, they're back there battling for 16th right now. The irony of these two cars, I talked to both crew chiefs this morning. I talked about talking to Robbie Loomis, and they were not happy, made all those changes. On the other hand, I talked to Chad Knaus, the crew chief for Jimmy Johnson. He said, we've not touched this race car. We're happy.
But maybe you should have talked to the driver.
Maybe I should have. How about if we talk to Dick Berger?
Right.
Well, I kind of listened to both the driver and the crew chief over the last couple of days, and they came into this event thinking that they had a really terrific race car. They did not at the beginning of this event. Specifically, the car was loose, particularly late on throttle. That's what we heard Jimmy Johnson say. but they adjusted the car in the last pit stop, and Johnson now has picked up a bunch of positions. He is currently running in 16th spot and headed to the front. Steve Burton.
Well, Dick Berger, Jeff Gordon is not headed to the front. Before the pit stop, he described his car as loose getting in. They dropped air pressure on the left side tires, took a round of wedge out. Maybe they went too far, as Darrell and Larry Mack alluded to earlier, because now the car is loose getting in and getting off.
And you know, if they took wedge out, Darrell, and dropped the air pressure on left side tires, that frees a car up.
Yeah.
Almost everywhere we go, so I can understand it would be loose in and off.
Yeah, it sounds like a misinterpretation of the problem.
Speaking of problems, Elliott Sadler had been running well up in the front of the pack, and now he has gone way back, and that car almost stopped coming out of turn 2, it looked like, the last time by.
I mean, just look at his last lap speed compared to our leader, Tony Stewart, right now. I mean, that's over 6 miles per hour.
So something amiss there for Sadler, and Jimmy Spencer's woes continue. You just saw Tony Stewart put Spencer a lap down. Stewart the leader, Rusty Wallace in second, Kurt Busch, who led the most laps here last year, in third. We eavesdropped on his team a minute ago.
Hey, Chief, is the 42 running some good lap time? Set for Kurt. He's running right on top of the groove, top of the racetrack. Set for, buddy.
Everybody watching everybody, Darrell.
Yeah, well, that's what you do. You know, you're running along and you're not gaining on anybody, and you see cars kind of leaving you. They get smaller, as we like to say, and all of a sudden you want to know, where are those guys running? What are they doing that I'm not doing? And get some information from the spotter as well as the crew.
That was his spotter, Jeremy Brickhouse. And I mean, you really rely on the spotter to tell you where these different race cars are running, because the spotter's the only one that can see it. You can't see it from the pit.
This is a big racetrack, and of course those suites all along behind the pit lane there keeps the crew from looking at the car going down the back, or really anywhere except just right here in the front straightaway. So you got to rely on those eyes in the sky.
And that was really Kurt Busch's question. What was he doing to catch me that fast?
Yeah. Where did he come from?
So Busch is now third, or rather McMurray, behind Tony Stewart and Rusty Wallace. Kurt Busch is fourth. Dale Earnhardt Jr. fifth, ahead of Bill Elliott in the Auto Club 500, presented by UPS.
Your home, your ideas, and the freedom to express them. At Lowe's, we make it easy. Only Lowe's has top choice lumber, prime grade and center cut with 4 clean sides for better building. We also have a huge selection of professional grade building materials like roofing, siding, and decking. And at Lowe's, we have low prices every day, guaranteed. That's our promise. Lowe's, improving home improvement.
Show your power of pride. Sign a thank you card for our troops at any Lowe's store.
What's good? Sam?
Subway's new Italian urban cheese. The taste will bring you to your knees. Great bread makes a sandwich a true taste delight. You'll see for yourself with just one bite.
My dad taught me 2 simple rules about car care. To take care of the engine, change the oil. To take care of the fuel system, add STP. When your dad is Richard Petty, you tend to listen.
Recently, all the winners of the Car and Driver Best Pickup Award got together for a little reunion. It's good to see everyone again. Silverado, the 3-time winner, the only winner of Car and Driver's Best Pickup Award. Silverado, a truck from Chevy. The most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
Michelin designed the cross-terrain SUV tires specifically for SUVs to help provide responsive handling and a smooth ride. You'd be surprised just how smooth. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Senseless garage door destruction. A problem no more thanks to the twice as fast accelerator. Only from Genie.
My gang eats out 5 different stomachs, 5 different stomach problems. But we don't need 5 medicines. We just need one. Pepto-Bismol. For heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, nausea, and diarrhea. Think pink. Think Pepto.
Freedom of speech. Exercised all race long. Log on to America Online or NASCAR.com and get track pads. NASCAR.com. America Online, keyword NASCAR. Don't ask, just watch. The new hit series, Mr. Personality, continues at 9, 8 Central Fox Monday.
73 laps complete in Fontana. Tony Stewart has led 61 of them. Pit stops have begun. Kevin Harvick in and out, the first to pit under green. And the battle heating up for second between Rusty Wallace and Jamie McMurray.
Yeah, I mean, Jamie McMurray has been about 2 to 3 tenths of a lap quicker than Rusty Wallace, who he just went by for second place, as well as actually he's been quicker than Tony Stewart leading this race. You know, I think this is a race car that they like to balance on. Their 2 top 10 finishes this year, 5th at Rockingham, 10th at Texas, has been with this very race car.
Say, when you get one you like, you run it to death.
Don't save it.
No, baby. When you say that's my favorite car, I want.
There's McMurray's day as he has climbed to second place.
There's a group of cars right here. These guys, they have swapped that. I don't know what is the 70. Where is he running 74?
Tony Raines is 30th.
30th. Well, from 30th to 36 right there, they've been backwards and forward.
Now, that car has been all white and bereft of sponsorship most of the season, but with Kerry Earnhardt missing the race, they've moved his sponsor, Supercuts, over to the Bumgarner car for Tony Raines today.
See, Kevin Harvick in the 29 car out there, the reason he drove by those guys, he just came to pit road. They have struggled with that race car ever since they unloaded it on Friday.
And note up on the crawl, laps to pit.
3 wide, 49
now, Kevin Harvick was already on pit road, and he only went 31 laps between pit stops.
Yeah, I think he would say short pitted because the car's just not very good right now. They're trying to make it better.
Yeah, they told me this morning that they were here about 3 years ago, him and Todd Berry with a Busch car, and they were terrible. And he finally told Todd yesterday, you remember 3 years ago when that Busch car was so bad? He said, it wasn't too bad compared to this car. They have struggled.
Kenny Wallace racing Kenny Schrader. Schrader in the 49, runner-up in the Winston West race here.
That's like you and I were talking last night, Larry. I know all the things you don't like. Is there anything you do like?
Just give me one thing.
One thing I could work on.
You know, we talked about how fast these cars are getting off into turn one. We're about halfway through this fuel stop. Let's look at the trap speed getting into turn one on our top 3 cars. Tony Stewart, Jamie McMurray, and Rusty Wallace. We'll have to get back to you on that. Something misfired on, but that's something that we'll show you. That way we can see what the difference is, and we're going to show you also some coming off the corner trap speeds.
Jimmy Spencer has gone a lap down and now comes to pit road.
Boy, they really missed it on whatever adjustment they made on that car on that last round of pit stops, because that car wasn't that bad when they started, but they worked on it and made it bad.
And that's not bad strategy, Darrell. When you go a lap down, go ahead and come to pit road, make those adjustments. Dick Berger.
Well, Spencer was on the radio a little while ago and thought that there was something mechanically wrong with the car. Possibly one of the truck arms that locates the rear end had a failure of some sort. But all they're doing to the car right now is firing 4 tires on it. A wrench didn't even go in the back end. So no major adjustments on Spencer's car. Check those 4 tires.
Meanwhile, Matt Kenseth has passed Bill Elliott for 6th place.
You know what that always told me, Larry, and it was just the driver in me. If I said the car was not too bad when we started and it got real bad and all we had done is change tires, more likely they did something to those tires.
Exactly. And the thing about it, Darrell, is so competitive right now. We've talked about the spring rate on these tires. Because that's what the tire is a spring. All it takes is just one tire being a little different. It's not a bad set of tires. It's just one tire being a little different. Changes the handling characteristics of those cars.
I've said it many times. Goodyear doesn't make bad tires. We just do bad things to them.
And I did that many a time.
Yeah. Coming up on 80 laps, Tony Stewart has dominated the competition thus far. Pit stops coming up.
You spend the day going in circles, When you earn the right to do one more, that's fuel for the soul.
She's a real beauty. Well, I tell you, it'd be a shame if something would have happened to her.
What could happen?
What could happen? What could have happened? Things.
Things?
Things. Might want to think about getting some protection.
If you want protection, you want the Prestone family. And for tough protection against road grime, salts, and acid rain, you want Prestone Car Wax.
Don't even think about it.
Prestone protection, inside and out.
Hi there.
Yeah, I'd like a junior bacon cheeseburger with 2 full strips of bacon made fresh.
Define fresh.
Fresh ingredients.
Do you mean was fresh at one time?
No, I mean made fresh now.
We don't do that fresh.
At Wendy's, fresh means fresh. So our Junior Bacon Cheeseburger is made right when you order it. It's the best 99 cents you can spend.
Your view of fresh? It's very narrow.
Really?
The 99-cent super value menu at Wendy's. It's better here. And our pickup window's open till midnight or later, so you can eat great even late.
Pull up to Mr. Martin's car.
Follow him. Faster. Speed up.
You can take the driver out of the race, but you can't take the race out of the driver.
Next week we'll work on parallel parking.
Okay, bye-bye.
Can you check on my flight, please?
Sure. Call team.
Hey, Vanessa, have you finished my brother's birthday card yet?
Have now.
Now at Radio Shack, get great deals on unique gifts for Mom. Like this easy-to-use Palms Ire PDA, just $99.99. Or a Honeywell Environizer electronic air purifier as low as $99.99.
How do you always have the answers to everybody's questions?
Radio Shack, you've got questions, we've got answers.
Taking a 2-second lead, just sitting there. That's fuel for the soul.
The Auto Club 500 on Fox, presented by UPS, is brought to you by Old Spice. By Wendy's Super Value Menu, the best 99 cents you can spend. By Pontiac, fuel for the soul. And by Prestone, when you want protection inside and out, you want the Prestone family. Welcome back to Fontana, where 83 laps are complete. Mike Joy, Larry McReynolds, Darrell Waltrip, and our all-star pit crew as you watch from the Goodyear blimp. Goodyear and its fleet of airships, reminding you to take all of life's journeys on the wings of Goodyear. Pit stop's coming before too long.
We're starting to see some of the guys again. They were going a lap down, and it's a good time to come to pit road for this green flag stop. Robbie Gordon in the 31 car was on pit road, as well as Joe Nemechek just a little bit ago in the 25 car.
And Nemechek had been a top 15 car. He's had a pretty good day so far, the best of the Hendrick cars in this race.
And you know, tires, they just don't do that much for you here. Joe Nemechek, he's out there right now running 41.97. Tony Stewart is leading this race right now on about 40-lap tires at a 42.15. Tires, not that big of an issue.
Here's a guy that, the 99 car here, he's fallen back a little bit, not up there challenging for the lead like he was.
Steve Burns could add.
Yeah, Mike, on their last pit stop, they made an air pressure adjustment and a wedge adjustment. Jeff had complained that his car was a little bit tight. Now he's complaining that it's a lot tight. And Paul Andrews said that this morning, that sometimes you can go too far one way.
Now, that's a comer, or that's a goer. Let me show you a comer. It's a guy that's up ahead of him. Let's see if we can find it. Here he is right here. The guy that, what we pretty much anticipated, quietly working his way toward the front. The 17 car's up to 6th place. Just going about, you know what he does? Every Sunday he puts on his work clothes. He comes out here and he puts his work clothes on and he quietly goes about his job. And he does a really good job of it.
And I tell you, I mean, he's good on the long runs. And look at Dale Earnhardt Jr. right there in the Budweiser car. He's up to 5th. I mean, these guys, they battle each other for 2 years in the Busch Series. They're battling each other for the points championship this year. They're battling each other on the racetrack.
Inside.
Not going to be much of a battle, I don't think.
Not for long.
Both sides. Still there?
But this is where, you know, Matt Kenseth, we talked about it, didn't qualify that good, was not that great when the race started, but just like yesterday, long green runs, and you know you're going to have them here, that's where he shines.
He just apparently has a great feel for what it takes to have a car that's going to be good on those long runs and going to run well all day long, not just spurts in different times.
Look at the two different lines they're running around here. Dale Earnhardt Jr., we heard him inquiring earlier about the bottom and top grid. He's around the bottom. Matt Kenseth all the way at the top of the black against the gray on the outer part of the racetrack.
And you see what that does to you? See, the 17 comes off 2 over there real high. And look how much gap he pulls on the 8 because he gets such a great run off of that corner.
Now Junior is right in Kenseth's tire tracks.
And the unusual thing about it, we talked about this just a little while ago, Matt Kenseth, when he won the race in the Busch Series yesterday, he hugged that white line all day long. Now he's running the high groove late in this run with his Winston Cup car.
Tony Stewart trying to put a lap on Kenny Wallace here. And Jamie McMurray is there to challenge for the lead. The last time McMurray led in Winston Cup, last year at Rockingham. He's not led a lap this season. I think that's about to change.
Boy, I tell you, that car is good. Look at it. Now, look. See him back in the gas?
Is that Tony Raines?
And I'd say there's a chance he could be out of fuel. They may have overestimated their fuel mileage because we're right here on top of green flag stops. You don't want to run out of fuel at this place.
Well, and you don't want to be the first one to pit, so you're trying to wait till people start to make pit stops. Sometimes it bites you.
I think he's going to make it. He's way down on the apron. The gas gauge getting down there toward EEE.
Very low. We're within about 2 or 3 laps of these green flags stopped. In fact, here comes Jeff Gordon in the 24 car right now. His teammate Terry Labonte in the 5 car. Tony Raines about to make it to pit road. Steve Burns.
Yeah, Larry Mack, Jeff Gordon talked about his car being loose in, loose off the corners. They're going to put wedge back in 1 round. They're also going to go up 1 pound with air pressure in the right rear tire. He's just been struggling with that race car.
Kyle Petty is in, Jamie McMurray, Rusty Wallace, Todd Bodine, Matt Kenseth, Bill Elliott. All on pit road.
Here comes John Andretti in the 43 car as well. A lot of the Dodges hitting pit road, Jeannie.
Jamie McMurray joining the party. He was tight, and they raised the track bar the last time, but most of the talk on the schedule this last time was just encouragement. No complaints. 4 tires and fuel, and he's on his way.
Fuel was a concern for Rusty Wallace's team before, but they felt like they were getting good fuel mileage. Rusty came on the radio and said, I am out of gas. The car is silent. Robbie Fuller is finishing the lugs. Tim Boatwright is they're trying to push the car now. A long stop for Rusty Wallace, still out of gas. He doesn't have a long way he can push the car because he's near the end of pit road. The car still has not fired. Rusty Wallace trying to end a 2-year win streak here. The drought could take another hit today. The car still has not fired. Finally, he pulls away. A lost lot of time here on pit road.
Dick Berggren.
And Kurt Busch is in to pit his car right now. He had just said that the car was a bit tight from the middle off. They are going to adjust for that, try to get the chassis a little bit better. He had gone from 2nd to 4th on this round. Nice pit stop.
Jerry Nadeau's in, Mike Skinner, Greg Biffle, Dale Jarrett, and here comes Tony Stewart. Steve?
And Mike, as you can imagine, Tony Stewart likes this race car. He said it had got just a little bit tight in the center of the corners. He said, I need help seeing coming down pit road. Here he comes, nice and smooth into his pit box. 4 tires for Tony Stewart. Gooch Patterson, the gas man, he gets a drink. They go to the attack to the left side. Second gas can going in. No adjustments for Tony Stewart. 4 tires and gas. Let's go back to Matt.
And Big Jeff Clark grabs the second can of gas. He's going to pack that fuel cell full of fuel. He's also the engine tuner, calculates the fuel mileage. The car for Dale Earnhardt Jr. a little tightening and a slight wedge adjustment. He's down and away 14.4 seconds.
Jeff Burton and Ricky Rudd also stopping on this lap. Bobby Labonte coming in as green flag stops continue at lap 92. Ricky Craven led a lap. There he is, staying out on the racetrack and becomes the new leader.
And Dave Blaney in the 77 car, Booty Barker, told me this morning he thought they could run about 52 or 53 laps on fuel. He's up there in 2nd. But Rusty Wallace running out of fuel. You're not going to win a race making a mistake like that. We also heard that John Andretti in the 43 car, he was out of fuel when he came to pit road. His car was not running.
Well, Craven and Blaney are, I believe, the last lead lap cars waiting to pit.
Bobby Labonte was one of them, but he's on pit road now. Steve Burns.
They're back on their last pit stop. Bobby Labonte didn't come quite to his stop sign, so Fatback McSwain reminding him to get it all the way in there. No other adjustments for Bobby Labonte.
Ward Burton completes his stop, one of the last of the lead lap cars to come in. So now it's just Blaney that's out there as Craven rolls down pit road.
Blaney did lead that lap.
Bonus points for the former World of Outlaws champ.
You see, he's signaling right there to Joe Nemechek with his hands. What he's telling, smart racing. I'm going to pit road. Don't run over me. He'll be on pit road this time.
Yeah, and you let those guys know before he got around here and he was going to turn on pit road. That's what happened to Dale Jr. last year. He got clipped by a car going into the pits.
That means all the lead lap cars have been to pit road between lap 89 and 94, about a 5-lap window.
So here's Blaney, the Rockingham pole sitter. He'll be the last of the lead lap cars to make a pit stop in this sequence. That should hand the lead back to Tony Stewart. It does, and Blaney heads for his pit stall and Matt Yoakum.
And they are waiting for Blaney as he makes his stop. On the last stop, they made a wedge adjustment. The car is turning better, so look for it. They're going to still continue to adjust with wedge for Blaney. Trying to get back on track. Hasn't had a top 5 finish since that third at Darlington. Cranking more on the wedge. They get the tires on the left side. Packing that fuel cell full of fuel. Getting great fuel mileage today here in Fontana.
So green flag pit stop cycle through. Tony Stewart goes back to the lead. Jamie McMurray to second. Kurt Busch, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and Bill Elliott in the Auto Club 500.
Swimming? Fishing? Horseback riding?
Ever get the feeling you're in the right place at the wrong time?
If your business is moving, growing, or just needs a tune-up, call High Country Wire and Telephone. With quality products like IP Office from Avaya and Meridian Systems from Nortel Networks, High Country provides great customer service and the best value. High Country's commitment to service and telecommunications experience has been helping Colorado businesses grow for nearly 50 years. For roll-cross equipment and classic service, call High Country Wire and Telephone at 303-467-5500.
Motorcycle financing can have a funny way of changing on you when you don't expect it. So keep your eyes open and get a straight deal that doesn't change with financing that's as solid as a Honda. 0 down payment, 0 payments for the first 3 months, and lock in a low 6.9% fixed APR for up to 5 years on any new Honda motorcycle, scooter, or ATV. It's a straight deal, and it's from Honda. Come down and see us today, and you can get up to $300 in bonus bucks on select models.
A great land, destined to become a great nation, built on ingenuity and sheer will, strengthened by new ideas and new technologies, and powered by the 48,000 men and women of Union Pacific, providing the building blocks of our nation.
EMT's high on the job. Tonight on Fox 31 News. NASCAR's on the track. Odds are so is Track Pass. Just log on to America Online or go to NASCAR.com and get Track Pass. NASCAR.com. America Online, keywords NASCAR.
I cannot have this baby.
We will help you to think it through together.
Aisha! My father doesn't care about me. He's just a drunk loser.
He's dying. Boston Public is back for the season's final 3 episodes with the return of American Idol's Tamira Gray. And it all leads up to an unforgettable prom with a special appearance by Whitney Houston. The Boston Public May events begin at 8/7 Central Fox Monday.
Fox welcomes you back to the California Speedway, and this is a Visa Race Break. It's the bottom of the hour, and hopefully you've been watching most of the afternoon. If you haven't, Tony Stewart, the leader, after taking over on lap 13 and hedging. Let's go back to the pole sitter, Steve Park. This is on the very first lap, the start of the race. Ryan Newman hits the wall, and Park spins out, was out of the race for a while, has come back in, and he currently is running, but certainly is not on the threat. From the Hollywood Hotel, or the Hotel California, we can call it this week in Fontana, along with the former crew chief Jeff Hammond, Chris Myers, observing some of the action. And let's talk a little bit about the recent pit stops, obviously. Tony Stewart with terrific time, maintaining his lead, but also there was a sleeper in the group that's playing the fuel mileage game.
Yeah, it looks like right now, Tony Stewart along with Dale Earnhardt Jr. made their pit stops just a few laps ago. Both those guys got on off pit road really quick, had 14.3 and a 14.4 pit stop for Dale Earnhardt Jr. But the guy right now who may be in the catbird seat could be Dave Blaney of all folks. He was able to he's king of the fuel mileage right now. He went further than anybody else. He's in a position right now and on track to make one less stop than the rest of these guys. He could be in a position to steal this race if you don't watch out.
All right, something to watch, 149 laps to go. Let's go back to Dale Earnhardt Jr. if we could for a moment. Last year with about 25 laps left, he hit the wall, suffered the concussion. He had to start at the back of the pack with engine problems, and the last time he did that was at Talladega, and he, of course, came through and won the race. He's worked himself up into position, and he's actually they had a let's take a look back at last year and what happened on this, Jeff.
Right, he got together right there. He got turned up in the wall with Shauna Robinson, hit the wall with a lot of impact right there. And as we talked about, he sustained a concussion, which really affected his year. I mean, it really took him a long time to get over. We heard about that later on in the season. But right now, I mean, he really is on track to do what he wants to do, which is win a Winston Cup championship. Everybody says, making points this early. Yes, they are, because they had the engine problem. I went by and talked to Tony Uri Jr., who is the car chief on this car. He said, hey, we had to change that engine. We needed to get the back of the pack, and we needed to get a lucky break right now to get ourselves back up in contention. The way the cars played out early, they made an early pit stop, got halfway through the field because of track position, now have worked their way right up in the top 5. And presently, they got the only 41 points behind leader Matt Kenseth right now. Plus, they got a little bit fresher engine than a lot of these guys have got by putting the new one in this morning.
We can update that to the moment, and within 41 points of the lead, and Matt Kenseth, of course, second in points, coming in close to the top, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. has never led in points at any point during the season, and there's the guy who's led in points for the last 6 weeks.
Mr. Consistency right now. He and Robbie Reiser, his crew chief, they've worked together for a number of years now. They know what it takes to run up front. They won a lot of races last year. They've already won this year. They find themselves leading the points. A year ago, they were second in points, so they really worked on their program and stepped it up one more notch.
All right, this has been a Visa Race Break. Let's get a check on trackside with Matt Yoakum.
Well, there may be a problem on the second in points. Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s race car. He just came on the radio and asked car chief and cousin Tony Uri Jr., what did you do on that last stop? Did you make an air pressure adjustment? Tony Jr. said, no, just wet. He says, well, the car is really, really loose. I might have a tire going down. They have tires up on the wall. They are prepared and ready to go if he does have to hit pit road.
Junior in 4th place behind Stewart, McMurray, and Kurt Busch.
The easiest thing to do, if a driver complains about the car, the easiest and quickest thing to do is adjust the air pressure. But the car sometimes doesn't like that. Sometimes you'd have been better off to take the time to raise the track bar, maybe put some wedge in, some other adjustment, because that air pressure it'll screw the car right up.
Now, Jamie McMurray has closed up after pit stops to within 0.6 of a second of Tony Stewart. Jeannie?
And he is surprising no one anymore. I told you earlier how Sterling Marlin radioed in and said, hey, what line is my teammate running? I'm interested. Well, now Jimmy Johnson's spotter just said, hey, Jimmy, the high line is working. Chris Osborne said, look at the 42. They're up there in second place.
But I'm going to tell you what, we talked about this car earlier, and we talked about this in the opening, Mike, is not panicking when your car is not right. This car went straight backwards when the race started after starting 20th. After 2 or 3 pit stops now, they have this car. He just got passed for 10th by Ricky Craven in the 32. But this car, watching the lap times, is much better than it was at the beginning of the race.
The biggest fear I had of making changes on Sunday morning was I never got to try them. And I think that's what a lot of guys are guilty of. They make a lot of changes Sunday morning. Then you got to work on the car in the first 2 or 3 cautions or the first 2 or 3 pit stops to get the car where the driver's happy with it.
And I'm going to tell you somebody that has to be pretty happy right behind these guys right here, Johnny Benson in that 10 car. He's up there running in the 12th position. Remember, this is a backup car. But I was impressed with his group yesterday. When they wrecked that race car in that one practice, before that practice was over, they had their backup car out on the racetrack. It was well prepared, ready to go.
Yeah, I heard them say that that car was ready to go on the racetrack. Unlike the 40 car, which surprised me, they had work to do on it.
So there is Benson in 12th. Behind him, Mark Martin, who restarted 34th and is up to 13th. Now, Matt, how about Dale Jr.? Does he have a tire going down or not?
Mike, the Bud guys are breathing a little easier. Junior just came on the radio and says, well, you know, it really doesn't feel that bad. He goes, I just think this set of tires feel harder than the last set. One of the note, Ty Norris reported right before that last stop to his team down here on pit road that Junior had changed his line, gone back down to the bottom, and they said, well, that explains why he picked up 2 tanks on the stopwatch.
Got to move that race car around, find where it likes. You know, Mike Darrell, a guy that, Steve right here, Rusty Wallace in the 2 car, remember, he was up there in the top 5, ran out of fuel. Now, he's still on the lead lap in 14th position, has a pretty quick car, but he's only about 11 seconds in front of leader Tony Stewart from being lapped.
109 laps, Stewart the leader, but his lead is just 0.3 of a second. Jamie McMurray marking Tony Stewart very closely. 109 complete in the Auto Club 500, presented by UPS.
Dale, thanks for being designated driver. No problem, man. What's up? Make a left up here. Hey, Mr. Fisher! Okay, make a quick left, and then, slow down. Sydney! Hey, what's going on? Make a right on Havermeyer. Make a left on Jack's. Dude, where exactly do you live? I'm right back by the bar. Hey, Bobby!
Hey! That thing got a Hemi, right? Yeah! Well, now I got a Hemi, too. But I got something you don't got. Check this out.
Dodge Ram 1500. The Hemi legend continues. Grab Dodge's 770 powertrain limited warranty. Ford, Chevy, and Toyota don't match it.
The unexpected can be planned for. Tires with proven stopping power. On the wings of Goodyear.
A breakthrough offer from Midas. Right now, get lifetime brake pads or shoes for just $39.95. And you'll never have to buy brake pads or shoes again for as long as you own your car. Next stop, Midas. Lifetime brake pads or shoes, $39.95. Only at Midas.
So this is the living room, plasma TV.
The awesome sound system!
Toast. The hot tub. The grill. Oh, yeah. Did I mention the driveway?
Check out Visa.com to learn how you and 3 friends could win the ultimate NASCAR experience. Stay in a luxury RV, get a hot lap with Rusty Wallace or Kurt Busch, and tour the pits. Visa, if you love NASCAR...
These are my neighbors.
They're kind of noisy. It's everywhere you want to be.
The Auto Club 500 on Fox, presented by UPS, is brought to you by Visa. Visit visa.com/NASCAR for an incredible NASCAR offer.
Hi, I'm Todd Bodine, driver of the National Guard Ford. One of the advantages of driving for the National Guard is this is how I get to the racetrack. Come on, boys, let's go, let's go!
Well, it sure beats sitting in traffic. Is that Todd? I think it's a different looking helmet and shoes.
That's Hammond. Pretty sure it's Hammond.
You know, there are a couple of drivers who have those Hummers, but they wax them. They wax theirs. They look a little different. Here comes McMurray, and he's about to be the first man to pass Tony Stewart on the racetrack for the...
Got off turn 2 so much better than Tony Stewart.
Going to put a slide job on him right here. Come on, come on. You got him. You got him. No. He could have gotten up there. Being cautious.
And McMurray leads that lap. Stewart, though, comes right back after him.
Right here, this is where the last lap, Jamie McMurray was so much better. You see him right there pulling up alongside Tony Stewart.
Well, see, now, Tony had been running the bottom. And now that Jamie's caught him, he's been running pretty high, I think Tony said, let me see if I can get up there and do that.
And there's traffic ahead in the next couple of laps. Ward Burton, Jeff Green among them.
I think that was a little wake-up call for Tony Stewart, Mike. I think what happened there was Jamie was running that high line. Tony been sticking pretty much to the bottom. Now he sees that might not be a bad thing to do.
Stewart back to the lead. McMurray did lead one lap. This race has taken on a long green flag look, as we often see at its sister track, Michigan. The last caution flew at lap 40. We're now 116 laps into this race.
You know, we're looking at Jeff Gordon right there, the 24 car. Looked like that they made the right changes on that race car in the beginning. As we see Jamie McMurray leading Tony Stewart down the backstretch. But Jeff Gordon right now, obviously that car's not right because he's only about 5 seconds from going a lap down.
Tony seems to be pretty much committed to the bottom of the racetrack. Talking about Jeff there. Tony just seems like he wants to run the bottom no matter what. He worked on, McMurray worked on him on the outside here. Tony tried that a lap or two, but he just didn't like it. So he's right back to the bottom again.
Boy, Jamie McMurray, he's all the way at the top of the black. There's only about one groove of racetrack above that black before the wall.
And they're going to be in traffic soon. Jeff Green is just ahead, and Ward Burton. Both of those are lead lap cars running 24th, 25th.
Tony Stewart is just about below the white line through turn 3 and 4.
That's Steve Park's wounded car on the inside, back in 41st place.
And, you know, we're approaching halfway of this race, and we still have only one car officially out of the race. Derek Cope in the 37 car. Ryan Newman, that 12 group, they're still in the garage trying to get that car back out there, but right now they're 117 laps down.
But there are some good cars just right ahead of Jamie here that are in jeopardy of going a lap down, and Dale Jarrett happens to be one of them. It's not too far up there. There's Ward Burton, Greg Biffle, and right ahead of them is Dale Jarrett. So the way Jamie and Tony are getting around here, they're going to get some guys in trouble here before long. And actually, I got to tell you, Jeff Gordon's not all that far ahead of them.
And neither is Dave Blaney. You know, the longer Blaney stayed out, those other lead lap cars with fresher tires were out there opening up the gap. And Blaney's only about 8 seconds from being a lap down.
But if his plan is to stretch the fuel mile, he's running a different race than these other guys are. He's racing the clock, and they're racing each other.
Two drivers who started in the back, Marlin in a backup car, Nadeau with a backup engine. And now Nadeau is at 16th, or now 15th, Marlin 16th.
And what I mean by that, Mike, is it's E.T. E.T. who gets there the quick, who uses the least amount of time to run 500 miles. You don't have to have the fastest car.
Thought you'd been down the street at the drag strip at Pomona talking about ETs. 120 laps complete, 5 laps to halfway in the Auto Club 500, presented by UPS.
Introducing new body wash from Old Spice.
Put my love to the test.
It has a dual action formula, so you'll get really clean, smell really great.
Hey there, need help with your anatomy homework?
New body wash from Old Spice.
Does anyone have a better 99-cent value menu than Wendy's? Well, we haven't seen one. The super value menu at Wendy's. It's better here.
Doesn't Miller Lite taste great? Let's filling!
Wait. What about this? Doesn't Miller Lite taste great? Great taste!
Great taste! Less filling! Great taste! Less filling! Less filling!
What do you think about that? That's art.
Tell it over a great tasting, less filling Miller Lite. It's Miller time.
I've got an idea.
This week on Home Makeover, we're at the home of Paul and Christine Schmidt. Christine wants a new backyard, but they're tight on money, so let's get to work. Take a look. Whoa! Oh, it must have cost a lot. Not at all. Right now, every Yamaha motorcycle and ATV is available for just 3.9% APR all the way to 2005. Plus, get up to $300 customer cash on select models. And just look at the results. Next week, we tackle a bathroom renovation. So long.
Welcome back to the Haviland 500 and checking the Haviland running order. The Haviland 42 car is moving up.
Yeah, boy, take a look at that Haviland Speedo and Haviland Tack on McMurray's ride.
Let's time this lap with a Haviland stopwatch.
That Haviland temperature gauge says his engine's running good.
It's time to pay some bills. Folks, this race is brought to you by,
Haviland Motor Oil.
Yep, now back to racing.
I tell you what, it's easy to see why Jamie's doing so well.
And thanks for these beautiful overhead shots from the Haviland blimps.
Bill Tandetsky, mechanic, driver, crew chief. Relies on himself and his Craftsman tools. Bill may never take a checkered flag at Indianapolis or a victory lap at Darlington, but his tools have. And even though Bill doesn't have all 1,800 Craftsman hand tools, the ones he has will race with him this weekend. Craftsman makes anything possible.
Baseball game of the week is back with a season-long push for the finish. Fox Saturday Baseball returns May 17th.
Halfway next time by, next week, we switch to short track racing. Winston Cup qualifying Friday at Richmond on speed. Winston Cup practice. The NASCAR Busch Series and the Winston Cup race on FX. Saturday night, the Pontiac Excitement 400, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Coverage begins. And please don't forget, it's on FX. Kevin Harvick's made a pit stop. He was out of sequence in the last run and remains so. Here is the race for fourth place. Matt Kenseth taking it to Bill Elliott.
And we're seeing it again as we get deep into this run. Matt Kenseth, his car, it don't get stronger, but it don't give up as much as other cars.
He just methodically goes along. You know, he just, like you said, Larry, it's like it's got cruise control on it. He doesn't ever speed up, but he never slows down.
Jamie McMurray is not slowing down. He's about to put Dale Jarrett a lap down.
I mean, he drove by him in a hurry.
Yeah.
Put Ward Burton, the 22 car, a lap down as well.
So McMurray leads. There you see Stewart, the orange car, in second. Kurt Busch is third. Matt Kenseth, Bill Elliott, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. now is the sixth place car. Folks, if you're coming to a Winston Cup race, you got to go by one of those trailers like Racing Electronics and get a scanner, because when you sit in the stands and you eavesdrop on the teams, you get to hear some really fun stuff. Like this.
All right, I feel a little better. Not the man anymore. I'm a professional race car driver.
I'm not the man, but I'm still a professional race car driver.
Now, Junior is sixth. Right behind him in seventh is Bobby Labonte. All the drivers come out here to California, try to have a little fun. They have different hobbies and different interests. One of Bobby's big hobbies is video games. So yesterday we took him into the ultimate video game, Our Production Truck. In the Fox Take a Driver to Work for the Day, there he is alongside producer Neil Goldberg. Bobby Labonte producing. Then he's going to sit in Artie Kempner's seat. He's going to direct some of the show and decide which cameras go on the air at what time. And finally, he got to run the RoboCams, the robotic cameras that are mounted on the fence where we would not want to put a cameraman in harm's way, like this camera right here. And I think that's where Bobby found his niche, was operating.
Got a car smoking. I think it's Tony Stewart.
It is. Or it's on pit road.
Yeah, it's just...
And smoke.
He just went up in smoke.
Seaburn.
Yeah, guys, we just heard Tony Stewart say, I think it was a rod. They may have broken the motor.
Darryl, you talked about it earlier today, you and Jeff. I mean, this place is so hard on engines. It's at hanging RPMs, and these guys are pulling low gears. They're turning these things, and he made that left-hand turn right to the garage area. He didn't even go to the pit.
No, you can see a big stream of fluid coming out from under the car. Got to have fluid on this track.
Caution is out.
Jeff?
Mike, right now we're down here by our Ford Cutaway engine, and you were talking a second ago about what might have happened to Tony Stewart's engine. Right here is the piston of our engine. What I think happened when I saw him come down pit road a second ago, this piston is connected to a connection rod down underneath here, and what has happened, he has actually broke that connection rod that makes his piston go up and down, but in a hole in the oil pan. That's where a lot of that fluid's coming out of right now, the bottom of this oil pan, because it's got a hole in it where that rod is cut loose. And now his day is definitely done.
That was a tough break for Joe Nemechek. He had come to pit road for his scheduled pit stop. I don't think he ever even stopped at his pits. I don't think. He just kept going, trying to stay on the lead lap.
Well, it was a bad break for Dale Jarrett, a lucky break for Jeff Gordon. Jeff Gordon was just a few car lengths from going a lap down. Dale Jarrett had just gone a lap down.
So that'll leave us with 19 cars on the lead lap.
Joe Nemechek is a lap down. We'll definitely see all of our leaders. We'll see everybody to pit road for 4 tires adjustments. There you see Tony Stewart. That pretty much tells the tale, helmet off. They'll load that one up and try again next week at Richmond, where he's always been strong.
So that long-run pit strategy will come to naught, at least not right now, as everybody will be in. Lead lap cars pit on this lap, lap down cars next time around. Jamie McMurray, the race leader, comes in front of Jeannie.
Well, why mess with a good thing, guys? As Jamie McMurray makes his way into the pit. 4 tires and fuel. That is the order of the day. No adjustments. Again, earlier on, the car was tight. Made a slight adjustment. Everything's better. Dick?
Kurt Busch is also in for 4 tires, a very minor adjustment. He's going to go down a little bit on the right rear, and that's it. Their pit stops have not been the fastest of the day, but they have been very consistent. Matt?
Well, here at Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s pit, they undid the wedge adjustment made in the last stop. They're also going to shuffle the air pressures. As he's down and away, it's going to be a race off. The 97's going to get him, but he will be side by side with a 42.
Kurt Busch wins the race off pit road, and there they come out 3 and 4 wide. But you don't ever hardly get blocked in here. These are probably the biggest pit stalls in all of Winston Cup racing.
Big stalls in a wide pit road, so you can get 3 or 4 wide here without any problem.
Yeah, there's really not a bad pit stall here, but under caution, you definitely want to be down there at the exit of pit road where you don't have to move that far, real close to where Dale Earnhardt Jr. and that Budweiser group is.
You saw Jimmy Spencer first off pit road, but he is not a lead lap car. So Kurt Busch will be the leader as Tony Stewart climbs out. And the defending Winston Cup champ is out of the race. Kurt Busch beats McMurray, Earnhardt Jr., Kenseth, and Bobby Labonte off pit road. We're 130 laps into the Auto Club 500.
You do it every day, but you've never seen it done like this. It's extreme everyday driving. See stop-and-go driving. Bumper-to-bumper bedlam. Lay on a horn, it's gridlock, baby. Wrap up the action with a damn blind off-hill.
This may not look extreme to you, but it is to your engine. Fram Tough Guard oil filters, tough enough to handle the extremes of everyday driving. Fram, do you drive tough?
It's gonna be awesome.
You know, Kenny, thanks to you and Stacker 2, the world's strongest fat burner, I've made some great new friends in racing. Last night, Jeff Hammond took me to a movie.
Guess you didn't take your Stacker 2 today, did you?
But nobody compares to my new best friend, Tony Stewart.
Hey, Big Show. There's room for one more.
Yeah.
Wait! Burn fat, crush cravings, and supercharge your energy. Stacker 2 at Fedger Free. Because you never know when you're going to need it.
Who said Kenny can't run fast?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Got your rig loaded down?
Yeah, I got produce, supplies, heavy marine equipment. Yeah, we're loaded down all right.
Good. Stay strong out there, man.
Yeah, I will.
So, who are you talking to in there?
Oh, another trucker.
The surprisingly accommodating Ford F-150 Super Crew. If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again.
In 1211, the Carpathian brothers took a vow of silence. Luckily, it only pertains to offline. After all, when you can share personal pics, favorite cuts, and streaming video, who needs talking?
You've got mail.
The new AOL for broadband. Welcome to the worldwide...
Now you can call anyone in America for 3 cents a minute, 39 cents to connect. Not only is it 3 cents anywhere in the U.S., but also to Canada and to Western Europe. Introducing 1010-987. No monthly fees, nothing to sign up for. All you do is dial 1010-987, so you can use it right now. Hey, a rate this low never went so far. 1010-987.
The Auto Club 500 on Fox, presented by UPS, is brought to you by Fram Tough Guard Oil Filters. Do you drive tough? By AOL Broadband. Welcome to the worldwide wow. By Ford. If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again. And by Stacker 2, the world's strongest fat burner. Working the tail end of the fourth caution of the day, Bill Elliott making a late pit stop before we go back to green. And here's Steve with Tony Stewart.
Tony Stewart, you guys had a tremendous race car today. What happened in the engine?
Broke a rod, which, that's one of those things that when those things break, it shakes the living daylights out of the race car. But just tried to get to the bottom of the racetrack and get slowed down and get on the apron, so I didn't mess up the racetrack for everybody else. But man, this Home Depot Monte Carlo was good today. We were just playing around with Jamie there, having fun. He was faster than us at that point of the race, but we were trying his line, and I was real good on the bottom. He was just a little better than us on the top, and we were a little bit too tight in the center. We were going to make some adjustments. We hadn't touched the car all day, so to start the race here, especially the way this racetrack gets as slippery as it gets as early as it does, to go through half of the race and not do anything to the race car, I was pretty impressed with our car today.
Thanks for your time, Tony. Let's go to Jeff Hammond.
Steve, we've been talking about the connecting rod, and we stepped over here to our Ford Cutaway car. Got a little bit better view of that, exactly where the connecting rod is. You look over down inside our engine area. I talked to you a minute ago. This is the piston we were showing you on our Cutaway engine a second ago. Here is the wrist pin, but this is the connecting rod that runs down and actually connects on to the crankshaft. The crankshaft runs down in here, actually turns the engine over off of the camshaft. This connecting rod right here is exactly what Tony Stewart says he felt like he broke. Again, when this broke, it made its own way out. A lot of times, a lot of engine builders will say there's more room on the outside than it is on the inside, so that's what happened today with the 20 car. Even though he had the fastest car here, it didn't make it 500 miles. Mike?
Start of the day, we saw Tony Stewart on a commemorative six-pack of Coke. He will be at the bottom of our list of the Coca-Cola Racing family as they are running right now.
Mike, I want to take an opportunity to say hello to Rooster. Rooster Alexander works for me. He has for about 20 years. Today's his 81st birthday.
How about that?
And I know, Rooster, you're sitting there, you're taking a pit stop as we speak.
Here's Dick.
With Robbie Reiser, who's Matt Kenseth's crew chief. Now, we've been watching you all day, Robbie, and it seems that the longer the run goes, the better your car is in comparison to other people. Why is that?
Well, I can't tell you that, Dick. But, we've been starting out a little bit loose, and the car comes around and gets a little tight at the end of the run. So, on the long run, we've seen pretty decent. The short run, we're a little slow.
Interestingly enough, that's exactly what Jimmy Fennick thought you were doing. I was listening to his radio, and that was his guess, too.
Mike? Ken Schrader back on track after a long pit stop with the hood up. He's gone 2 laps down. Robbie Gordon made a late stop. So back on track are 41 of the 43 drivers. And we'll do a little California crank it up for you on this restart.
Sounds good to me. Let's go. Crank it up.
This looks a lot like a traffic jam on the 405. The difference is they're going off into that corner at nearly 200 miles an hour.
You know, we always talk about cautions helping people or hurting people. The guy that I think that caution helped the most, and see, we see Bobby Labonte, an 18 car going by Matt Kenseth in a 17. That's the battle for fourth. It's Rusty Wallace in that 2 car. Ran out of fuel, under green. It's put him back in the hunt. In fact, he's up there in 9th place here in the Miller Lite car.
Yeah, the guy that really suffered on that was the 9 car. And I don't know. I've got to think there was a problem with that car because he came back on pit road late. Steve, you know?
Yeah, Darrell, you're exactly right. There was a problem. They had a lug nut that got cocked sideways on the right front tire. They had spent a long time on pit road trying to get it fixed. In fact, they had to come back on pit road a second time. They put a plate on the wheel to make sure the lugs, make sure it was all right. They thought he had a flat tire, but now he's back on the racetrack.
Yeah, and Steve, he's back in 17th position right now. Here we see Jamie McMurray in the 42, Dale Earnhardt Jr. in 8th. That's a battle for second. Jamie McMurray in the high side, Dale Earnhardt Jr., where he's been most of the race, on the bottom.
All right, Larry, you've just had a restart. Everybody's on new tires. Everybody's feeling real racy. How do you calm your driver down and get him to race the racetrack?
Well, you look at that scoreboard and you say, hey, we still have over 100 laps to go. We have a long way to go, 2 or 3 pit stops. Let's figure out what we have here. Don't get in trouble when everybody's bunched up.
Clear high, clear high.
Ricky Rudd not having the best of days. He is in 32nd, 1 lap down. This group of cars has had a magnetic attraction for about the last 75 laps.
In all of those cars, Todd Bodine, Mike Skinner, Kenny Wallace, they all are a lap down, but they're racing each other for position.
Tell Todd he's not driving that tank now.
No.
Darrell, we keep talking about how cautions sometimes allow guys to tune their race cars and make them better. Bobby Labonte, who's running 4th right now, and Mark Martin, who's up to 7th, have just ran the fastest laps of their race on lap 137. So working on his race cars have allowed these guys to make their cars better.
Yeah, Jeff, the amazing thing about that 6th car, I mean, he was just within a few car lengths early in the race of going a lap down.
I mean, right now, Roush Racing has has 4 cars of 5, not including Greg Biffle, in the top 7.
Guys, one other thing, too, about having a multi-car team like Jack Roush is these guys are sharing information during the course of the race. So Mark Martin may be benefiting from whatever Kurt Busch, Jeff Burton, or Matt Kenseth is doing to their cars to make his car better.
Need to make note that Ryan Newman has finally returned to the race, but he's 128 laps down. He can definitely pick up the 1 position, I think, on Tony Stewart, but just trying to get out there and make laps.
Bobby Labonte working the bottom of the racetrack against Jamie McMurray, 3rd place here.
Of course, if you're Bobby Labonte in that group, you know that your teammate just had that engine problem. You probably have a similar engine in your race car.
Yeah, that always makes you nervous when your teammate has a problem.
Let's go back to the inaugural winner here at California in 1997. Jeff Gordon, he is backslid now to 19th place, Steve.
Well, Mike, we got his crew chief, Robbie Loomis. Robbie, we heard Jeff say the car was wicked loose earlier. What is he saying now?
Well, the start of the race, we were pretty good. It's been extremely loose. We tried to tighten it up there this last pit stop. We'll have to wait. They run about 10 laps or so, see where it goes to.
You feel like it's going to get better?
Well, we got to keep working on this. Pit crew's done a great job all day on the DuPont Chevrolet. We just got to keep doing it.
And Mike, coming into this race, Jeff Gordon had led more laps, 329, than any other Winston Cup driver on this racetrack.
I'm going to tell you what, somebody just keeps getting better right here. Dale Earnhardt Jr. Look at him pulling the outside of Kurt Busch. This is a battle for the lead of the 120,000 people here. Nobody is sitting down as Dale Earnhardt Jr. is trying to take this lead.
Third place changes hands. And right back again.
Yeah,
Murray
maybe
Labonte.
not. Maybe not.
Of course, they have Kevin Harvick in the 29 car right there. He's actually 2 laps down. Remember, he got caught on pit road a while ago when he was on pit road during a green flag stop. The caution came out.
And the 99 of Jeff Burton, who went way backwards during that last long green flag run, now is right back in contention. They're in 5th.
And right now, lap times, our top 5 cars, Kurt Busch, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jamie McMurray, Bobby Labonte, Jeff Burton, all are running pretty comparable times to one another.
Yeah, I think they're about to the point where the adjustments have been made. You know, you've fixed the things that were wrong in your car. Now you can just focus on the rest of the race, try to get yourself in a position to win.
19 cars on the lead lap. The 22 there of Ward Burton, Jeff's older brother, is the first car 1 lap down. He is 20th.
Ward actually lost an engine qualifying the other day, had to start at the rear of the field, and pretty much just has never overcome that. That's something that goes back 2 days ago.
Earnhardt Jr. right there running in second, qualified 8th, but he had to start this race out back because of an engine change this morning. Kurt Busch, our leader by not quite half a second in the Auto Club 500 presented by UPS. This is NASCAR on Fox.
I know a little something about making good moves. So if you're thinking about Viagra, one of the best moves you can make is a pit stop to see your doctor.
Ready to ask your doctor about Viagra for the first time? Find out if a free sample is right for you.
Make your move. Talk to your doctor about Viagra today.
To learn more, race over to Viagra.com.
Mark and Karen have twins. They use their Discover card because it pays them for the things they buy. So far, they've earned a cashback bonus award of $140. It's money they use to pay for a special night out and an emergency 24-pack. Discover card. Why not get paid for the things you buy anyway?
This is my bridge. This is my building.
And this is my truck.
For people that care about getting the job done right, we built the Toyota Tundra better from the ground up.
Now, you sure I can't help you with the down payment?
Yeah, Dad.
Well, buying a house is a big step.
I know. I'm ready.
Just make sure you get a good real estate agent. Makes all the difference.
Really?
Trust me.
Want to find the right realtor for you? At LendingTree.com, we'll personally match you with a certified real estate agent and give you up to a $1,000 gift card at LendingTree.com.
400 miles. 800 left turns. 180 miles per hour. 1,000 beats per minute. One number to call. NASCAR Winston Cup Racing at Michigan International Speedway this Father's Day weekend. Get your tickets today at mispeedway.com or call 800-354-1010.
103 laps to go with the lead changing hands. Jamie McMurray, Bobby Labonte, Kurt Busch all fighting for it. And they were just about 3 wide off here a lap ago.
They have 3 distinctive different grooves that they were all running in. That 18 car has stepped up the pace, I can tell you that.
I mean, he has definitely got stronger, Darrell. In fact, the fastest lap he has run in this race was 10 laps ago.
Labonte trying to lead a lap for the first time today. Here comes McMurray right back after.
Well, what happened was he had to get out of the throttle over there. He got down in there in the one, and as he started off 2, he had to lift out of the throttle. McMurray come on the outside, high side, and got a run on him and dove under him.
So Bobby Labonte has still not led a lap at the start-finish line, which is the only place where it counts.
Boy, it's just really slick over there off the turn, too. I mean, a lot of guys have trouble over there. Yeah, Dale Jr. was up there. He was battling for the lead a minute ago, and he got sideways down there in the middle of 3 and 4. Had to get out of the gas, and he fell back.
Matt?
Well, Mike, the conversations on the radio were pretty interesting here in the Dale Earnhardt Jr. pit. Actually, what happened, Jr. had a wrapper on the grill of the car. The team saw it. They were telling Jr. about it, telling him exactly his car and pick up the air off the 97 to try to knock that debris off. Well, they were so concerned about that, he was trying to figure out where to put his car that he lost the line that he was chasing down the leader with, kind of lost his momentum, so to speak, trying to gain it back now, but he has dropped all the way back to fourth. One interesting note, we told you earlier the car was extremely loose. They were actually, what Larry Mack was talking about earlier in the race, they were kind of looking ahead to the next stop. They tried a set of tires that was way too loose. They might use that set on their last stop because this track does get tighter as the race goes on.
Once again, we need to stress that all of the tires are pretty much the same as far as the way they're made, the compound and all of that. But you look at that spring rate, we talked about that earlier, and you can tell if a set of tires is going to have one characteristic or the other.
Yeah, see, one of the things that a lot of guys do, and it's really makes it a little nerve-wracking for the driver, they try to make the car turn with the rear. Like if you say you're pushing, okay, we're going to go up on the right rear, or we're going to take some wedge out. I don't have a problem with the rear of the car. I got a problem with the front of the car. So when you work on the front and leave the rear alone.
Don't unhook the end that's working.
That's right. And a lot of guys want to jack up the right rear to make the car turn, then you get loose and can't drive it.
The fastest car on the racetrack is Jamie McMurray. Bobby Labonte, Kurt Busch, all running around 41.5 seconds. But also right in that same bracket is Rusty Wallace, who has pretty well overcome running out of gas earlier in this race, and now he's the 8th place car.
Yeah, his car looks real good. It's always looked good. It's just that problem he had on the pit stop down there running out of fuel and couldn't get going. So he's not out of this thing by any means.
Rusty in 7th. He passed Jimmy Johnson on this lap. Jeannie?
Well, Jamie McMurray is starting to complain that the car is a little bit too tight right now, asking for a track bar adjustment. But ironically, guys, it was earlier on in the race when he complained that the car was too tight that he made the charge from 22nd up to the top 5. Steve?
Well, Jeannie, Bobby Labonte pitted on lap 93. They made slight air pressure adjustments. They pitted again on lap 130, changed 4 tires. They made no adjustments to that race car. On that stop, he came in 7th, went out 5th. He just told Fatback McSwain he's having a lot of fun on this racetrack.
And Larry, you know this. I mean, a car can be a little too tight. And I'd a lot rather have it that way than to have it loose. Because at least I got control of that steering wheel. I can control where the car goes. When that back end wants to hop out, you never know when that's going to happen. That's what gets you in trouble.
And it will kill that whole corner, which kills the next straightaway. You know, we talked about the cars that drifted so they had to go to the rear of the field to get into this race. It just goes to show you places so wide, so many different grooves. Of all those cars, 4 of them are running in the top 15 still on the lead lap. Dale Earnhardt Jr. up there in 4th position. Sterling Marlin, Johnny Benson, and Jerry Nadeau.
Sellout crowd here in California. All 92,000 seats, all 1,800 infield RV spaces. The suites are full in the infield and along the front straightaway. As Jamie McMurray leads Bobby Labonte, Kurt Busch, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. You're watching from the Goodyear blimp, and caution is out for debris. We're just under 100 laps to go within the window where one more fuel stop would do it as they come in now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we were in a situation where I don't think anybody could make it on just one stop. Now, with this caution, everybody should be to pit road and will be able to make it on one stop.
The 99 car has some kind of problem. He's coming to pit road.
We're hearing that he has a tire down, flat tire, Steve Burns.
Larry, I'm just going to add, as I'm listening to Bobby Labonte, Jeff Burton does, in fact, have a tire down.
Looks like the left rear right there. You see it right there. And evidently, he may very well ran over the debris that NASCAR's been looking for that brought this caution out.
Left side's on with you. I have to lift it up. I have to lift it up or it's a stick.
Heard Paul Andrews telling his crew they have a stick. These cars are so low, if it has a flat left side tire, they can't get the jack under it. They have a stick they run under it to pick it up to get the jack under it.
Now, the pits are not open, but this is a good move to come in. Instead of having that tire go all the way down, flail around, and tear up the fender, they'll take the penalty of starting at the tail end of the longest line in order to get that car fixed.
Great move, great move.
Piece of sheet metal out on the track is the reason for the caution.
Well, we've got a couple of damaged cars out there.
car definitely ran over it. We don't know if that was a 99 car, but a car definitely ran over it.
It was a black and yellow and orange and a whole lot of other colored car.
I mean, we got the 12 out there that's back out there with, you know, repaired car, parts still out there. So there's some cars that there's possibility something fall off one of them.
Pit road's open, and here they come. Jeannie?
Oh, remember that discussion about the track bar adjustment for Jamie McMurray? Forget that. Change of plans. Just tire pressure adjustment to that right rear. He will get 4 of them, and they'll take a tear off of the windshield to help him out. Trying to help him out with a tight car. Nick?
Kurt Busch just came on the radio and said he thought something was dragging underneath his car. Crew Chief Jimmy Fenning has sent crewman Mike Kelly out ahead of the car to see what it might be. Steve Burns.
Half a pound out of the left rear tire. 4 tires for Bobby Labonte. The only adjustment for him to Matt Yoakum.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. says the car better. A little bit of trouble on the left front. The car better. A little bit skinny. No changes.
Now, this caution was of no particular benefit to anybody. We had 19 cars on the lead lap, but the worst of those was only 10 seconds off the lead.
Something very unusual happened. The 17 team had a bad pit stop.
And Jeff Burton is still in his pit. And Jeff Gordon still in his pit, underneath the left side of his car.
Yeah, that car is just, something's gone a mist on that car. They're making a track bar adjustment or something underneath there. Track bar adjustment on the left side.
I think 2 or 3 teams elected to get this track position with only about 26 laps on their tires. Looks like Dave Blaney in the 77, Johnny Benson in the 10, possibly, and I'm sure we'll find this out, Rusty Wallace in the 2. No more laps on their tires. They decided to get 2 tires. Talk about the track bar animation right here. Remember, the track bar is what holds the rear end in the center of the car. Up here's where you adjust the wedge. Right here, that's where you adjust the track bar on the right rear. Put the wrench in it. There's the track bar right there. Runs for the trailing arm right there. They're going down with it. That's the adjustment you make to tighten the car up, lower that roll center.
Well, Larry, what they're doing on the left side, now that's bolted on the left side, and they had to undo that bolt and drop that down on that side.
Exactly. It takes a little longer, but under caution, you can do it here and not lose a lap.
Do you do that because you've run out of adjustment on the other side?
You feel like you're not doing any good with it over there. Time to go to the other side, maybe.
We build over 700 engines a year with a staff of 70 people. The biggest problem we face is friction. It robs us of power.
We're looking for 2 things: getting the most available power and keeping the engine alive.
One of the simplest ways to reduce friction in an engine is to use new Quaker State, now engineered to deliver a 10% lower coefficient of friction.
In the last 7 years, we've been fortunate enough to win 8 championships, and Quaker State helped us get there.
The power to reduce friction.
Is that Octane 93 you're wearing?
Yeah, you like it?
Oh, yeah.
Dodge. Grab life by the horns.
TGI Fridays introduces new sizzling chicken and cheese. Dig into Friday's delicious marinated chicken over melted cheeses, sautéed vegetables, and a side of our signature mashed potatoes, all on one sizzling skillet. Friday's new sizzling chicken and cheese for just $8.99. Come get a taste of our new bold flavor.
Introducing new body wash from Old Spice.
Put my love to the test.
It has a dual action formula, so you'll get really clean, smell really great.
Hey there, need help with your anatomy homework?
New body wash from Old Spice.
A breakthrough offer from Midas. Right now, get lifetime brake pads or shoes for just $39.95. And you'll never have to buy brake pads or shoes again for as long as you own your car. Next stop, Midas. Lifetime brake pads or shoes, $39.95. Only at Midas.
That's Jeff Gordon. I just love the way he gets in his car. Oh, that's smooth. Ooh. Oh, yeah.
The Auto Club 500 on Fox, presented by UPS, is brought to you by Pepsi-Cola. Experience the joy of Pepsi. 158 laps complete. We're working off the 5th caution of the day for debris. Here's how they went in and out.
Now just remember, these guys right here, Wallace, Benson, and Dave Blaney, changed 2 tires. That's how they gained so many positions, and that's the reason Bobby Labonte went from 2nd to 4th.
Some of those teams participate in the McDonald's Drive-Thru Championship, fueled by Powerade. There are the standings after 9 races among eligible teams. 20 grand to the team in the competition that spends the least amount of time on pit road today.
And again, we see it's not a bad thing to have to start in the rear. Look at Johnny Benson, look at Dale Jr. They both started at the back of the field, and here they are, the top 5.
Okay, a car we did not have on our graphic as we restart here with about 91 laps to go. Mark Martin, that group changed 4 tires. They were about the 2nd best crew that changed 4 tires. He's up there in 5th now.
Joe Nemechek, the 25, working hard to get back on the lead lap. Rusty Wallace is your leader at turn 2.
And we got the report that Joe Nemechek, again, they had to pit the 2nd time, but he took 2 tires trying to get the track position. And what's good, he's up there racing Rusty, who's on 2 tires.
What isn't good is Roy Plattman right behind him. There's Dale Jarrett in there. Those cars are all laps down. Well, the 10 cars on the outside. But boy, their guys are working hard to get back on the lead lap.
And you know, when Rusty Wallace takes 2 tires, that's a sign he feels pretty good about his race car. He's like Earnhardt. Don't never want 2 tires anywhere.
That's right. Bobby Labonte moves past Blaney. That changes hands for 3rd place. Wallace and Benson out front.
Well, you can run 3 wide here, but it's sure everybody's got to mind their manners.
Steve Burns.
Hey, Mike Morale is good down here in the 18 pits. They were 2nd in Martinsville, their last race. Rear tire change of Barry Cook had a little bit of a problem on the left rear. It was a little bit slow. As soon as Bobby took off, Barry apologized to Bobby. Said, I'm sorry I slowed us down. Bobby said, hey, don't worry about it, man. We've got a good race car. We'll get them back.
Tell you what, they do have a good race car, that's for sure.
One team that's not sure about their race car is the 5th place car of Kurt Busch. Dick Berggren, have they figured it out?
Well, they don't really exactly know what's wrong with that car, but they are convinced that there is something dragging somewhere along the line. So we're going to keep an eye on that for you and see if it's going to affect his performance. He's had a good day so far, other than that.
You know, I've had a tailpipe or a header or something like that break or crack, and it would make me think that there was something dragging or there was something wrong with the engine even. Sometimes it would just be an exhaust leak.
Back to Dick Berggren.
You know, if you haven't looked at a Ford lately, look again, because when you look carefully, and it happens to be a Ford Focus midget, Kurt Busch might be the guy driving it. Last night, Busch jumped into a midget at Irwindale Speedway. He had never driven anything even close to like a midget. Did a great job. He qualified 9th, got all the way up to 5th, and then it got exciting. His arm straps, they have to use those things because there's no roof on a midget, so you got to keep your arms in. If it flips, he got the arm straps caught in the steering wheel and wound up spinning the midget out back to the back of the pack, all the way through traffic, and finished 9th. He likes midget racing.
Wow. Here's Irwindale Speedway. This is the show place of short tracks in America. It's located just a bit west of here, and this November, NASCAR's Busch North, Winston West, and their 4 elite divisions will square off in the Toyota Shootout. $500,000 for those NASCAR Touring Series racers will be at stake, and we'll be there to televise for Speed Channel.
Bobby Labonte's just having a terrible time. He's hung back here behind these lap cars, and Rusty Wallace is just driving off and leaving him. Bobby, these guys are running 2 and 3 wide right here. Can't get through.
But that's good news for Rusty Wallace.
Yeah, Rusty's out there driving off.
He needs to put as much distance as he can. He's out there in that clean air, so he needs what's going on.
Well, that's because those lap cars, they're not racing the racetrack. They're trying to stay in touch with the leader so that if a caution comes out, they'd have a chance to race him back to the line and get back on the lead lap.
Yeah, and you look at them there, they're just, they're 3 wide. One goes high, one goes low, one goes through the middle. Bobby's sitting there saying, come on, guys. Cut me some slack.
Going to get by 2 of them back there now. It goes by Joe Nemechek as well as Greg Biffle.
I think Biffle said, come on, you go on and I'll follow you. Pull me by these guys, because they were kind of wadded up there.
Trying to do just that. Dale Jarrett scrambling down on the low groove. Rusty Wallace trying to break a 71-race winless streak. He said he can do it here. He's our leader.
Sports' biggest names come together for the greatest night in sports television as the Best Damn Sports Show period presents the 24th Annual Sports Emmy Awards. And the winner is be there as the greatest athletes in the world gather in New York City to relive the sports year's most historic moments. The Angels, world champion. Join host Joe Buck for sports television's most spectacular night, the 24th Annual Sports Emmy Awards, this weekend on Fox Sports Net.
If your business is moving, growing, or just needs a tune-up, call High Country Wire and Telephone. With quality products like IP Office from Avaya and Radiant Systems from Nortel Networks, High Country provides great customer service and the best value. High Country's commitment to service and telecommunications experience has been helping Colorado businesses grow for nearly 50 years. For world-class equipment and classic service, call High Country Wire and Telephone at 303-467-5500.
At GMC, we challenged our engineers to build a line of trucks and SUVs with more standard V8 horsepower than Dodge Ram, more overall interior room than Ford Explorer, and a tighter turning radius than Toyota Sequoia. The only challenge left, finding another competitor. Take the professional-grade challenge and get 0% APR for 60 months for qualified buyers on all new 2003 GMCs, or get $3,000 cash back. See your participating Colorado GMC dealers.
A great land, destined to become a great nation, built on ingenuity and sheer will, strengthened by new ideas and new technologies, and powered by the 48,000 men and women of Union Pacific, providing the building blocks of our nation.
And I'm Alonzo Polo. Join us today at 5 for Fox 31 News.
Fox Tonight, triple your pleasure with 3 big hours of comedy. First, on a full hour of King of the Hill, when head lice attack, Hank has the cure.
I don't want to have to put the plastic cone around your neck. Yep.
Then on a full hour of The Simpsons, can the family survive life on a dude ranch?
Stop shoving! The little one isn't getting any.
And when Malcolm's parents go away, the boys will play.
You've seen enough teenage movies to know how badly this is going to turn out.
An all-new Malcolm in the Middle, followed by a shocking new Oliver Bean at a special time.
We could lose our sponsor.
I just got my ass handed to me by a clown! 3 big hours of comedy start at 7/6 Central tonight on Fox.
Fox, glad to have you at the California Speedway. Chris Myers with you, and this is a Visa race break with 81 laps to go. Rusty Wallace, your leader. Let's take you back a little bit. So far, we've had a guy nicknamed Smoke go up and smoke. Tony Stewart on lap 13 took the lead from Bill Elliott. Meanwhile, Rusty Wallace, who was running second at the time, about 90 laps in, Jeff Hammond had problems with fuel.
Yeah, he did. He ran out of gas right there. The crew finally got the car refired. He dropped way back. But, hey, he's recovered quite well. Another guy that's running really well is Jamie McMurray. There you see going by Tony Stewart. But if you listen right here, folks, you'll hear what happened to Tony Stewart. Right there, you heard the sound of a connecting rod breaking in the number 20 car. You can see the smoke coming out the bottom of the oil pan right now. That ended Tony Stewart's day.
Yeah, the defending points champion. So 3 of the last 5 races, Tony Stewart has not finished, and I'm sure that has Joe Gibbs a little bit frustrated. The pole sitter, Steve Park, was parked on the opening lap. He has since gotten back into the race. That was one comeback story that we were watching. Rusty Wallace, who is one of 16 drivers in the 40-something age group, is another comeback story.
And yes, he is, Chris. And right now, it's been 2 years since Rusty Wallace has won a race. The last time he won was here in California. But this race car has been very strong ever since they unloaded it. He was good in practice, good qualifying, and all of happy hours. He was very good. But right now, Rusty doesn't need to be looking in his rearview mirror because teammate of Tony Stewart, Bobby Labonte, right now has got his 18 car hunting him down.
And Joe Gibbs is happy about that. Should Rusty win, we could have the 10th different winner to start the NASCAR season, and that would equal NASCAR's record for variety. 79 laps to go. Let's go back upstairs, rejoin Darrell Waltrip, Larry McReynolds, and Mike Jordan. couple of teams that are having a really good day. Chip Ganassi's team. Jamie McMurray in fourth has been a contender all day. And Sterling Marlin, Darrell, had to start out back after a practice crash, but he's climbed up into the top 10.
Yeah, he's up to 7th now. Sterling is. The 10 car right there. He was starting the rear. You know, a bunch of these cars had to start in the rear, but as you can see, it hadn't hindered them a bit.
Marlin got caught up in this man's wreck, Johnny Benson's, in practice. Sent both of them to the back of the field in backup cars.
Benson looses an engine, and Sterling gets in his oil and just basically follows him right into the wall.
And both of the MB2 cars, Benson and the 01 of Jerry Nadeau, Benson's teammates, they're both up in the top 15. Here's Jeannie.
Well, you know the saying, that's why they play the game, that's why they race the race, because you're never out of it. James Ince, Johnny Benson's crew chief, you decide just with a handful of drivers to go for 2 tires. Is the only way to win this thing?
Well, I mean, this has been a pretty tough week for this Outline team, and got a really good race car. Johnny's driving his hind end off. We've gone through 1 car this weekend. Everybody works hard, and I probably ain't pulled my weight this week, so I want to make darn sure at the end of this thing we got Johnny in a position to win. And our decision was really based on the next run, just to make sure that when we do put 4 tires on, we're close enough to the leaders to make a run.
Well, never underestimate the power of the rally monkey. A bunch of the 10 team, Rambo, you get a shot of that. Went to the Angels game last night. They believe it's working.
You know, we've talked about tires not being that big of an issue. I'm definitely seeing there, you see their little rally monkey right there hanging off their satellite in their pits. But I think the guys with the 2 tires, including Rusty Wallace, who Bobby Labonte's running down in a hurry, they're paying the price for 2 tires, but they did get that track position. But I think James Ince hit the nail on the head. You're going to be forced to change 4 the next time.
Short-term gain, long-term loss. I tell you, the guy that's just moving, I tell you, he's just flew by. Mark Martin is that 40 car right there. Sterling Marlin, all of a sudden, that car has really come to life. Like his teammate, Jamie McMurray, he's now closing up on the back of Dale Jr., and that car is really going.
And they just lost so much practice time the first of this race. That's when they had to make adjustments that most teams made in practice yesterday.
I think they got her dialed in now. He looks really racy.
Next week, we're on FX. Saturday night under the lights at Richmond. Pontiac Excitement 400.
Final short track event of the first half of the season.
Gosh. Should be a good one. Ricky Craven going around Johnny Benson. That's for 8th place. Jimmy Johnson coming with him. It's not the first time we've seen Johnson in the top 10 all day, but he hasn't spent a lot of time up there.
And John Andretti in that 43 car. You saw those 4 cars go through the corner. All of them were in a different groove of the racetrack.
Now, Andretti's been a top 10 car about all afternoon.
He's been a top 10 car almost the entire 3 days here. Qualified good, and those guys, and we even saw it earlier, when you're running good, his guys are having a good day on pit road. You even have good pit stops. It's a package deal that goes together.
They're staggered. This is what you call staggered. You know how they do track deals where you got to stagger the start? Well, that's the way these guys go through the corner, all staggered out.
Looks like that.
And I'll tell you what, we're riding with Michael Waltrip right here. I mean, qualified deep in the field, had a great
27.
day yesterday, finished 2nd in the Busch car. Darrell, it looked like he was going to get lap before lap 50. They worked on that car, they stayed on the lead lap, and here he is in the 12th position.
Yeah, he's done a good job of working his way and staying on the lead lap, and now he's got a pretty decent race car.
And Mike, that's what we talked about at the very beginning of the show.
Right.
Be patient, don't panic, just try to stay on the lead lap, and that's exactly what this group here has done.
Same for Rusty Wallace. Ran out of gas, but raced the racetrack. Had a problem in the pits, as Matt Kenseth did yesterday. Kenseth ended up in victory lane, but now Wallace is shadowed by Bobby Labonte for the lead as we pass 75 laps to go. Here's Matt.
And Billy Wilbur, Rusty Wallace's crew chief. What's he saying about the car now, Wilbur?
Right now, the car's a little tight in 1 and 2, but we're pretty good, you know, for only taking 2 tires. But we did that so we could get the track position we lost, you know, when we ran out of gas there earlier. But, hey, before I sign off here, I want to say I hope that my cousin David has a quick recovery in the hospital. He had major colon surgery the other day. I want to tell him that he really hope he's doing well.
And you know, Darrell, he's talking about his car being a little bit too tight or not turning. That's a lot of times a product of changing just right side tires. That will hurt the turning of the car.
Yeah, because those left sides lose grip. After you run them that long, they just lose grip, and then the car's basically riding on right side tires. You know, he's talking about Mikey. I just thought of something. He's going to be 40 this next week. How about that? Doesn't seem possible. My little brother's going to be 40.
You think he'll comb his hair when he turns 40?
Oh, no.
Going on 12?
He acts that way.
So this is the living room, plasma TV,
The awesome sound system!
toast, the hot tub, the grill. Oh yeah, did I mention the driveway?
Check out Visa.com to learn how you and 3 friends could win the ultimate NASCAR experience. Stay in a luxury RV, get a hot lap with Rusty Wallace or Kurt Busch, and tour the pits. Visa, if you love NASCAR...
These are my neighbors.
Kind of noisy. It's everywhere you want to be.
Doesn't Miller Lite taste great? Yeah, I like it because it's less filling. Great taste, less filling, great taste! Wait a minute, man. You know, I'd really like to start communicating better. Oh, and I'd like to create a friendship where we support each other's growth.
Now there's a commercial I'd like to see. Hot guy. That's what you need for strong emotion.
Tell it over a great tasting, less filling Miller Lite. It's Miller time.
I've got a good idea.
This shirt is chafing me. Mine too.
I know a little something about making good moves.
Make your move. Talk to your doctor about Viagra today.
To learn more, race over to Viagra.com.
Introduce the new body wash from Old Spice.
Put my love to the test.
It has a dual-action formula, so you'll get really clean, smell really great.
Hey there, need help with your anatomy homework?
New body wash from Old Spice.
It's been the best driving the number 15 Napa Chevy the past 2 seasons, but this year's going to be really special. The entire Dale Earnhardt Incorporated family is joining me in spreading the word about Napa quality.
I'm at the wrong track. I didn't know I was that good looking.
And I'm not splitting the money with you.
You think they're making fun of me? I think they're making fun of me.
Dale, for years, NASCAR has had the in-car camera.
Dale Jarrett is making his move.
With the additional cargo room in the truck, you could have the first in-car commentating crew.
Jerry just got around Sadler. Just look at how aggressively he's driving. Man, he's driving every lap like it's the last lap. I think he did.
An in-car commentating crew?
It could be huge. You know, big.
Freedom of speech. Exercised all race long. Log on to America Online or NASCAR.com and get track pads. NASCAR.com. America Online, keyword NASCAR.
The Auto Club 500 on Fox is presented by UPS, official delivery company of NASCAR. We want to race the truck. People love the truck. Welcome back to Fontana. 183 laps complete, 67 to go. Rusty Wallace with a lead of about 1/10 of a second. The lap leaders of today's race brought to you by Old Spice High Endurance. Tony Stewart, though, is in the garage and will not see the checkered flag wave over his car today.
Need to make note that Ryan Newman, after several attempts to get back out there, made a few laps, but he's now retired his car for the day. So that we only have 3 cars out of this race at almost 4/5 of the way through it. Tony Stewart, Ryan Newman, and Derek Coe. Thought attrition might be a little higher than that this deep into the race.
It's right now, when you get to 200 laps, that last 50 laps, that's when it gets touchy.
Bobby Labonte hasn't mounted much of a charge on Rusty Wallace, but Labonte has not yet led a lap today.
But he has definitely changed where he's running on the racetrack. I mean, look right there. Rusty Wallace still on the bottom of those 2 right side tires. Bobby Labonte, though, using all the racetrack at the high side, just like Jamie McMurray in the 42 car back in 3rd. I'm pretty impressed with Rusty's car on those 2 tires, though, Darrell. You know, we talked about Johnny Benson's car as well as Dave Blaney fading with those 2 tires, but Rusty really has not faded, but he's out there in that clean air. We saw that last year when Jimmy Johnson won this race.
That's the difference, I'd say. He's just out there where he's all by himself. He can run his own race other than having to mess with Bobby Labonte.
And we're only about 20 laps away from that final green flag stop, should we stay green.
I think that's going to be the thing. See, I think Bobby Labonte has the option of maybe taking 2 for that last 50 laps. Rusty's not going to have that option. He's going to have to take 4.
Clear, low side clear, okay?
That's
the line.
But you know the thing about it, Darryl, you're going to have almost 2 cans of fuel. I believe I'd go ahead and get me 4 tires.
True.
And
that's true.
Steve, what's going on in 18 pits?
Let's find out, Larry. Michael, we could potentially have just one more stop. What will you do to that 18 car to get it up to the front past Rusty?
We made a lot of changes this morning before the race. It's been really small changes today. I think Bobby can get by. We just got by our time here. Still got 65 laps to go. It's a long day yet.
But this is definitely that next pit stop. I mean, it could be the most critical of the day. You have to make the right adjustments. You have to make them in the right direction, and no mistakes by your driver getting on the pit road or off. No mistakes in those pits as far as loose lug nuts.
Yeah, just because we're drawing near the end of this race doesn't mean you start to relax.
No.
As a matter of fact, it's just the opposite.
You better get strong.
That's right.
Run the low side this time. Clear by 2.
Rusty Wallace, and you see down there laps to the next pit stop, approximately 20. Jeff?
Mike, a minute ago, Larry and Darryl were talking about how things, when it gets close to the end, how things kind of tighten up. And I think Darryl's talking about the driver's side of it. But one thing that's really going to be important, these 2 pit crews, is they sit here and watch their drivers battle. They know in about around lap 200, 203, as they come down pit road, this race could very easily be won or lost on pit road. How these guys handle it, how they've been prepared for it, will be very critical here right at the end.
Labonte wants the lead.
Now he's trying it on the low side. It wasn't working on the high side. Let me try the low side.
Just trying to muscle his way down there. It's hard to, what it is, his car just won't stick on the bottom good enough to get a run on Rusty.
And who's really like what he sees right here, these guys running side by side, Jamie McMurray in the 42 car back in third. He's catching them.
He's coming, yeah. You just need to hold, when you're down on the inside this late in the run, particularly the tires are wearing down, you need the whole racetrack to get up in front of that guy, and Rusty's not giving it to him.
7 different drivers have led today. Bobby Labonte is not yet one of them. Rusty Wallace leads the Auto Club 500, presented by UPS.
Hey, we gotta get going. I'll put the orders in the car. Just grab my brother's gift, okay? You forgot my brother's gift.
No. I didn't forget. It said, Circuit City. We're gonna pick it up on the way. Forget. I didn't forget.
You forgot. That's why with Express Pickup, you can order gifts online and pick up within minutes. It's that fast. Circuit City, we're with you.
Wow, that was fast.
I have no idea.
What?
Yeah. Excuse me. Which way to the nearest gas station? Thanks.
Tony Stewart pumps his own gas?
McDonald's celebrates the heroes that make NASCAR go with the first annual McDonald's Drive-Thru Championship, fueled by Powerade. With teamwork, precision, and pride, McDonald's is the official drive-thru of NASCAR.
Go! Excuse me, could you tell me where the gas? Thank you.
We build over 700 engines a year with a staff of 70 people. The biggest problem we face is friction. It robs us of power.
We're looking for 2 things: getting the most available power and keeping the engine alive.
One of the simplest ways to reduce friction in the engine is to use new Quaker State, now engineered to deliver a 10% lower coefficient of friction.
In the last 7 years, we've been fortunate enough to win 8 championships, and Quaker State helped us get there.
The power to reduce friction.
I've got to trust 100 people, if not more, that have all touched something on that race car. Teamwork is everything. You pull in on the pit road, second or third, guys are zinging lug nuts off and on. You're the new person off the pit road, and that's what separates the best from the rest.
Show our troops a sign of your support. Write them a message on one of the world's largest thank you cards. Visit any Lowe's store to show your power of pride.
Tony Stewart, NASCAR champion. Are we gonna go fast?
Think you can hang on? Grab a winning Coke and you could be flying around the track with a NASCAR Coca-Cola Racing family driver.
That was awesome. Thanks, Tony. Hey, man, you're not gonna leave that out there. I'll hold it for you.
The The Auto Club 500 on Fox, presented by UPS, is brought to you by Lowe's Home Improvement Warehouse. Lowe's, improving home improvement. By New Quaker State, the power to reduce friction. By McDonald's. And by Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of NASCAR. 56 laps to go, and it looks just like when we left you. Bobby Labonte trying upside, downside, any way to get past Rusty Wallace, so far without success. Still 19 cars in contention on the lead lap, and at least one more pit stop to come.
Yeah, I mean, they're up there running side by side, though, at a 42.16. Jamie McMurray's been back there running 41.90s, 42 flat, catching them.
Minutes ago, Jimmy Johnson expressed a little bit of frustration. He was trying to get by Ricky Craven.
This is 32 spotter for some help, please. 10-4. You get a run on him, he'll probably let you go, but you're going to have to get a run on him. He's not going to give you the position that's late in the race. Tell that set up into the storm 3 or 4 times now.
But I definitely agree with what that spotter told him. Ricky Craven, if you catch him, he's not going to race you hard. He'll let you go by, but he's not going to give it to you either. You're going to have to earn it.
And so far, Johnson's not been able to complete the pass.
Tell you, the guy that I just got a good feeling about, all of a sudden, the car just keeps getting stronger and stronger and stronger, is that car right there. I mean, he just went around Kurt Busch, and he's up to 4th place. Car looks good. He keeps closing on the leaders, keeps passing cars. I wouldn't count Sterling out of this race at all.
Well, he just passed Kurt Busch, Darrell. It wasn't because he was so much better, it's because Busch has a problem.
Busch got sideways off turn 2.
It's the classic stuck around the back end, Dick.
Well, Kurt Busch is definitely having his problems. A few laps ago, he came on the radio and said, quote, "I think I hurt this thing." He had quite a struggle with Greg Biffle, who was a lap down. Biffle and he were just going at it side by side. Busch just couldn't seem to shake him. Now he's lost his spot. He's back to 5th position.
Well, and the good news is, again, Dick, we're within about 10 laps of that final pit stop where these guys can get in there and maybe make adjustments based on how that car has been for this last 50-lap run.
Well, McMurray, he keeps inching up there a little closer to those lead two also, and he's had a great car all day.
Now remember, when pit stops come, Rusty Wallace will almost certainly take 4 tires. He only took 2 last time. Bobby Labonte has the option of 2 or 4, as do the Ganassi Sabates teammates McMurray and Sterling Marlin. Jeannie?
Well, an interesting debate going on right now in the 40 pit. Scuffs or stickers? That is the question. Sterling Marlin will radio him back in saying, "Give me the scuffs," and that's what they're getting ready with.
And, of course, Jeannie, what they're talking about, sticker tires, brand new tires, tires that have not been run the entire weekend. Scuffs is tires that they maybe ran a lap or 2 in practice, and it all depends on what the characteristics of your car has been during the race. Does it like sticker tires, especially with low air pressure when you're going to go straight out there off of a green flag stop and not have time to buff them in?
Yeah, well, the thing about it is they're a whole lot more comfortable, too. I mean, if you put scuffed tires on, you don't have to wait a lap or 2 for them to hook up. They usually hook right up and you can go, and under green, that's what you want.
And you know what I would like about scuffed tires for this final run? That means that's a set of tires that has been on that race car. We know they don't vibrate. We know the characteristics of them from practice.
3rd place, Jamie McMurray, though now he can really sniff the draft from Rusty Wallace and Bobby Labonte. McMurray is there.
Yeah, he beat him 0.3 of a second that final lap, that last lap.
Sterling Marlin not far out of striking distance, 4 seconds back. Kurt Busch, 6.5. Mark Martin, 8.2. Earnhardt Jr., 8.5. And Ricky Craven, 8.8. Those are the cars within 10 seconds of the leader.
It's like a good movie where the plot is thickening.
Not a good time to go to the popcorn stand. Here comes McMurray.
Sterling's back there inching up. Rusty's on 2 tires. Will he take 4? Can Bobby Labonte get around him? Is somebody holding back?
Bobby Labonte's not going to give up on his 2nd position. He tries to drive back by Jamie McMurray down the front stretch. But once again, Darrell, we know these teams can do these 4 tires in about 13 seconds. you're almost going to have 2 complete cans of fuel, so I don't know if there's a lot gained by taking a chance and taking just 2 right side tires.
I don't know. If you look at Rusty, Larry, just getting out in front, being in there. We saw it last year, and then here it is again. Getting out in front can be the key.
Darrell and Larry, one thing I'm kind of curious about, we know that Rusty Wallace has got a fast pit crew. So does Bobby Labonte. But one guy that's kind of an unknown is Jimmy McMurray's crew. They haven't been that sporty all day off the pit road. So this is one of those times again. They're going to have to really get up on it if they want to help their driver stay in contention for the win today.
Now, green flag pit stops have begun. To our big surprise, one of the first on pit road is Dave Blaney. He and Joe Nemechek and Greg Biffle are on the pit lane.
Well, I think one reason Dave Blaney came to pit road early, Mike, there's no sense in trying to just stay out there and your car's not that good. So there looks like they're going to change 4 tires, Matt Yoakum.
And Rusty's coming in.
They are going to make, you can see them waving. They made a chassis adjustment on the 77. Meanwhile, the 2 guys are waiting for Rusty Wallace to come down for his last scheduled stop. They're going to be very close on their fuel window.
Labonte's going to come with him.
Ward Burton is in, Todd Bodine. And here come the leaders.
I think Rusty could certainly not take a chance on running that thing out of fuel now, so probably coming in a little on the safe side.
Jamie McMurray takes over the lead. Michael Waltrip on pit road, Johnny Benson as well. Here's Steve.
This could be the final pit stop, Mike. A slight air pressure adjustment in the left rear tire. Now it's up to the tire changers. Mark Armstrong and Barry Cook. Matt Yoakum.
Now Robbie Fuller getting ready to come around to the rear of the car and change the left side tires. No adjustment, Steve.
Good stop for the 18, Matt. They redeemed themselves that time. 18 back on the track.
And the 2 cars done too, Steve. He's going to beat the 18 off pit road. No adjustments for Rusty Wallace. They are going to be very close, though, as far as making it on fuel.
Just like they came in, they will go out. Kyle Petty's in, so is Mark Martin and John Andretti and Jerry Nadeau.
Yeah, I mean, Matt, they ran 46 laps that time from the last pit stop. Now they have to run 48 laps. I feel safe Bobby Labonte can make it. He just didn't want to give up that time to Rusty Wallace with his own fresh tires.
I think Rusty might be just a little concerned, though, because that's just in his pit window.
Mike Skinner's in, Bill Elliott, Kenny Wallace, and Terry Labonte. All making pit stops under green with 47 laps to go.
Here comes Jamie McMurray, who had assumed the lead in the 42 car,
and Sterling.
Sterling Marlin as well, both the Ganassi cars. Matt Yoakum, how about Mark Martin?
Well, service has completed a 4-tire change. Mark said the car had gone to the tight side, but then about 5 laps before that stop, said, you know what, I think I might have just been driving the car too hard. The car does seem to be better now. No adjustments for Martin. Jeannie?
Well, no debate in the 42 pit. Definitely 4 tires, air pressure adjustment all the way around, and that should do the deed. Dick?
Kurt Busch's crew is going to do a 4-tire change as well. This crew has been doing stretching exercises, and they have been getting ready. Gene?
Well, exactly as planned. Good is what Jamie McMurray is being told. 4 tires adjusted, they're gone. Matt?
And Jay Guarneri hits the lots in the left rear. Junior down and away. No adjustments, just 4 tires.
He comes out right with Kurt Busch, Jimmy Johnson, and Ricky Craven. Jeff Gordon is in. So is Jeff Green, Jeremy Mayfield, and Jeff Burton. Matt?
Mike, trouble on Dale Earnhardt Jr. stop. The front air gunner, still dry, was pointing. They're going to have to come back in and tighten the lugs in the left front of Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s Chevy. What looked like a chance for a win might just now have gone out the window.
I mean, there it is. We talked about it just a little while ago. Darrell, Jeff, Mike, myself. We talked about a mistake, but it's on the jack man's shoulders. He's the one that dictates when that car comes in. There you see him telling him, and the NASCAR official's going to tell him, you're minus a lug nut. And there he comes back down pit road. Got to make sure we don't make another mistake by speeding on pit road this time.
Matt Kenseth comes in. Jeremy Mayfield completes his stop. Kenny Schrader is in and out.
A 42 car lost a lot of time on his pit stop, Larry. I think a lot of it was on getting into the pit.
Exactly.
So it looked like he came in awful slow.
He was very timid getting in.
Yes, he was.
There you see Kenseth. Junior comes back in for that penalty stop. And done. Casey Mears and Ricky Rudd making pit stop.
You know, I know Rusty Wallace is a veteran. He's won a lot of races, but I bet he's as nervous as you could possibly be right now with a chance of breaking that 2-year drought.
And we've cycled through all the leaders now, so Rusty Wallace will be back in the lead. And I think he could be the only guy that would be borderline on this fuel situation to the end of this race. Everybody else should be able to make it.
Matt Kenseth waited a long time to pit, but in doing so assumed the lead, picked up 5 bonus points for doing so. It's the Auto Club 500 presented by UPS.
Hey, yeah. Are those all white meat chicken nuggets?
I don't think so.
Well, is that real bacon on that cheeseburger?
No.
Do you have a salad?
Why settle? At Wendy's, our chicken nuggets are all white meat. Our junior bacon cheeseburger is made when you order it. And our salads are made fresh all day. It's the best 99 cents you can spend.
Is anything made fresh when I order it?
Dude. The 99-cent super value menu at Wendy's. It's better here. And our pickup window's open till midnight or later, so you can eat great even late.
We're really close, and we need to talk constantly, even when we're not together. So we need a calling plan that lets us talk as much as we want, whenever we want, at no extra charge.
With Singular's Family Talk plan, call each other for free with unlimited mobile-to-mobile calling. Get 5,000 night and weekend minutes to share, up to 3 additional lines, and up to 4 free phones.
We call it the Jordy and Julie sister-to-sister plan.
Come into Singular now to find the plan that fits you best.
Introducing new body wash from Old Spice.
Put my love to the test.
It has a dual-action formula, so you'll get really clean, smell really great.
Hey, Ben. Need help with your anatomy homework?
New body wash from Old Spice. When your first name is Armor, you know there's some serious protection going on. Armor All Protectant. It doesn't just clean and shine, it protects.
We need a car. A sports car. A wagon.
Silver.
And certified pre-owned.
That one.
Autotrader.com lets you compare 2.1 million new, used, and certified pre-owned cars to find the one you want.
Oh, now we gotta sell our car.
Autotrader.com. Your car is waiting.
This beautiful woman is searching for love among 10 masked men. Fox Monday, the competition heats up.
I decide who stays and who leaves.
But one guy can't keep up with the masquerade.
Hold on, I can't do this.
You're gonna take the easy out of this? Dude!
Mr. Personality, the hit series continues at 9/8 Central Fox Monday.
Welcome back to Fontana. 6th caution of the day is just waved for Ricky Craven's spin coming through turn number 4. Craven was by himself when it started. You'll see him come into frame and go around. Then Jerry Nadeau spins in the smoke. Nobody gets into the wall, but they almost got into each other. Right through with Benson, Johnny Benson, Nader's teammate.
Well, he's right behind him. He just, you know, sometimes guys don't realize they got too much rear brake on these cars. And if you jump on the brakes at the speed you're running, the back end will just snap around like Nader did. That could have been a problem for him.
There you see Ricky Craven coming to pit road, and we have 17 cars on the lead lap. What this tells me is Rusty Wallace and them with these cautions. Remember, you don't use as much fuel. You see Sterling Marlin, the 40 car, he made a pit stop. But what this tells me is that Rusty Wallace, they feel like with what fuel they can conserve under these cautions, that this will buy him enough to get to the end. I hear Sterling Marlin wasn't very happy with that set of tires, the reason he made a pit stop.
But this is a whole new setup now. I mean, it's anybody's races again.
A 40-lap sprint to the finish. Coming up, you're watching NASCAR on Fox. What's good? Sam?
Subway's new Italian urban cheese. The taste will bring you to your knees. Great bread makes a sandwich a true taste delight. You'll see for yourself with just one bite.
You want to know why I ran from Enterprise? Because having the right car can make all the difference.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up. The Home Depot is more than a store. It's a commitment to having the lowest possible prices every day, and not just a promise. It's the assurance of a price protection guarantee. It's a reminder of just how smart you really are. It's a little extra change in your pocket, and the know-how to make every dollar work. It's more than a store. The Home Depot. You can do it. We can help.
Speedway race day, the gang's all here. 43 teams all getting in a gear. Time trial run, 90 seconds to lose. Tune it up, tweak it out, run it in the groove. This is for the people giving it the best. Who said Sunday was a day of rest? This bud's for you.
The Auto Club 500 on Fox, presented by UPS, is brought to you by Budweiser. The best things in life are the things that are true. Budweiser. A big sun-drenched crowd here, mid-70 temperatures, and a packed house to watch the NASCAR Winston Cup Series in Fontana. Pepsi Fan Cam's been busy today. Tony Stewart's crew going home. Stewart trying to become the season's 10th different winner. Not going to happen. Blown engine took him out of contention. He's one of only 4 cars in the garage area or headed home, joining Steve Park, Ryan Newman, and Derek Cope. Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s crew reviews what happened on that pit stop. It caused them to leave without... Look at the left front tire changer working. Look at the jack man.
That goes immediately there.
And Matt, what did they deduce?
Well, Mike, Walt Smith, the pit crew coach at DEI. Walt, you looked over the tape with Kevin Pinella, Jackman. What'd you find?
Well, what it was is we had a slight bobble as far as hitting lug nuts on the left front. And then Kevin just glancing out of the corner of his eye thought he was a little further along than he was and dropped the jack. And unfortunately, there was only 2 lug nuts tight at the time, so we had to bring them back in.
We're getting ready for the restart, guys.
Yeah, it's natural for that jack. The front guy should get around there first and get finished. If the back guy, that's the last guy that we get finished, so it's natural to key off of him, but you've got to be watching the front a little bit.
And if you have 4 on there, you're not going to make that big of a deal out of it. 2, that wheel's going to be vibrate and come off.
So Dale Earnhardt Jr. now 1 lap down, leaving 17 drivers in contention to win with 37 laps to go.
Oh, Russell, he was ready, man, and he dropped that green flag. He took off.
I'll tell you what, talking about taking off, Dale Earnhardt Jr. jumped back to that throttle. He wanted to get in front of Rusty to get this lap back. A guy right behind him, Jeff Burton in the 99, had a great run on that pit stop before this last one. They had a problem. Look at him swerving that thing back and forth. You know, I wonder if he's trying to build the air pressure up in those tires. But Jeff Burton them had a mistake in the pits. They had the left rear tire come off the car, cost him a lap.
I think Dale Jr. had such a great run on Rusty. He thought he was going to get by him over there. Rusty cut him off.
Well, Rusty Wallace came in here feeling he's more overdue than yesterday's train. It's been 2 long years. The longest Wallace has gone in any series in his career without scoring a victory, and he's put everybody on notice that today is the day.
Boy, Dale Jr. is after him.
High.
The beer
Outside,
wagons.
5 quarters, clear.
You might say, why wouldn't Rusty just let him go and get him off his back bumper? But what if he lets him go, he gets back around, and he ends up having to beat him? That's what you worry about.
But he don't want to get too caught up racing him. Let Bobby Labonte get up there and catch him, though, Darrell. I wouldn't think.
In line, clear, in line, right behind you. Looking low, inside.
I think that was what I would say was a little notice there that I need to get by now.
As I tell you, Bobby Labonte in 18, I mean, he caught him in a hurry.
Well, Junior loosened up Rusty at turn 4, and Labonte capitalized.
Yeah, there goes Junior. That's where he's really good right now. He jumps back in the throttle over and really gets a run off it, too.
But look at Jamie McMurray in the 42 car. He's right there in the mix of this thing.
And it's brought Kurt Busch back into the race and Mark Martin.
Well, Junior's doing what he's got to do right now. He's got to get back on this lead lap. He needs a quick caution. This could be devastating to his championship hopes.
New leader, Bobby Labonte.
When you're second in the points, you're doing what he has to do. He has to get back on this lead lap and then hope to get a caution.
I don't mean it's devastating. I mean just as a setback that you'd rather not have to deal with.
Bobby Labonte trying to spoil the party. He's already won this year. In Atlanta, the 4th race of the season.
Where's old Fatback? Y'all got him down there anywhere? I mean, he's looking pretty racy right now.
I would say he's pacing right now.
I'd say he's making those, doesn't he wad up tape? There he is. Fatback, we're going to have you on camera. What you turn around for?
And here comes McMurray on the outside of Rusty Wallace for second, where he's been all day long.
Like I said,
side.
This was a reset. This is anybody's race right now.
Bobby Labonte all the way at the bottom. Rusty in the middle of the racetrack. Jamie McMurray right up there against that outside group.
I like McMurray's line. I like the way he gets off of 2 on that high line. It gives him good straightaway speed. But where he's really good is down here in 3 and 4 on the outside. He really sails it in there, and then he gets back to the, watch this, gets back in the throttle, and here he comes.
I think that's going to get him the...
That's where I want to be.
High, wide, and handsome.
You got it. Holding a pretty wheel.
But I want to tell you what, these 3 right up there, Kurt Busch, they better look in the rearview mirror. I think he's got that car adjusted. And I'm going to tell you what, the car right behind him moved into 5th place, Jimmy Johnson.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, the 6th car right behind him, and they're all in the mix. They're all in the mix. And look, there's Michael up there at 8.
Well, there's now 18 cars on the lead lap.
Who do you think will win? You got any idea?
No way I'm going to make that prediction with 32 to go. Not now.
Oh, trouble. There's Junior's caution.
Turn 2, a car up and in the wall. Jerry Nadeau actually misses the wall, but caution comes quickly.
Boy, Bobby Labonte's after Junior. He's not going to give it to him.
He's going to make him earn it. He looks like he'll be just fine.
He's going to chase him to the line. Hello.
And this, as we're fond of saying, changes everything.
Oh, but I like it.
It's going to be clear over there.
You know...
Racing in this end. It might be that left front draw to hell.
And it
look at the studs while you got a chance.
Sounded like he thinks there's a problem with the left front.
Let's see what happened to Jerry Nadeau at turn 2. Now, he was, and still is, one of the lead lap cars.
Same thing had happened to him down there on the other end of the speedway. You know, when the 32 spun, he spun the thing out that very same way and didn't hit anything.
Not sure if that deserved a caution. Nadeau got going again right away and was toward the end of the pack, but that's the situation we have with 30 laps to go.
Me. Said I'm not in that 31 car.
I'm sure if I was in Nadeau's car, I would have wanted that to be a caution.
Yeah, well, you know, when there's that much smoke and you're not sure, err on the side of safety.
Larry, anybody get a pit?
Well, I think Dale Earnhardt Jr., it's come on in there. Let's adjust that car for this 30-lap run, put 4 more fresh tires on. And, you know, maybe some other cars back there like Johnny Benson. We know Jerry Nadeau's going to come in, Ricky Craven. Why not?
But I heard Dale Jr., I think that was him talking, saying he thought there was something wrong with the left front.
Johnny Benson comes in along with Terry Labonte.
A lot of the cars at the rear, and here comes Dale Earnhardt Jr., the Budweiser car.
And, of course, Nadeau has to pit after flat spotting those tires.
And am I seeing the monitor right? Is Jeff Gordon running 10? They have worked on that car, and he was all over the place, and there he is in the top 10.
He moved up. You know who moved back is Sterling Marlin. He's back at 11.
Well, he took 4 tires. He pitted.
All right, Junior's in. Here's Matt.
And Junior slides to a stop. He's going to get 4 tires. They're going to pull off a tearaway off the right side
side of the windshield and the left side. So he has clean viewing, trying to work his way back up through that traffic. Phil Dry hits the lugs in the front. Jay Guarneri on the rear. Troy Prince helps him next to that tire. Service complete for Junior. 14.4. Great day for these guys on pit road. Really, even with their trouble on that one stop, they've been averaging in the low 14s.
30 laps to go. 18 lead lap teams in it to win it. That's Ty Norris, who today serves as Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s spotter. Monday, he goes back behind the desk at Dale Earnhardt Incorporated. He's earned his money today.
In 1211, the Carpathian brothers took a vow of silence. Luckily, it only pertains to offline. After all, when you can share personal pics, favorite cuts, and streaming video, who needs talking? You've got mail. The new AOL for broadband. Welcome to the worldwide.
You know, Kenny, thanks to you and Stacker, too, I've made some great new friends in racing. Yesterday, Jeff Hammond took me to the rodeo.
No, not that kind of wrestling, no.
But nobody compares to my new best friend, Tony Stewart.
Hey, Big Show. There's room for one more.
Yeah.
Burn fat, crush cravings, and supercharge your energy. Stacker 2 at Badger Free, because you never know when you're going to need it.
There's always a Wallace running behind me.
A breakthrough offer from Midas. Right now, get lifetime brake pads or shoes for just $39.95. And you'll never have to buy brake pads or shoes again for as long as you own your car. Next stop, Midas. Lifetime brake pads or shoes, $39.95. Only at Midas.
Winning the NASCAR Winston Cup Championship feels pretty good. Sweating doesn't. That's why you use Red Zone from Old Spice. It's the strongest stuff you can get, made just for guys. It absorbs in and helps stop sweat. Red Zone from Old Spice.
Michelin designed the cross-terrain SUV tires specifically for SUVs to help provide responsive handling and a smooth ride. You'd be surprised just how smooth. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
In 2002, Ford won 14 Cup races.
And at the end of the season, 7 of the top 10 cars were Fords.
In fact, Ford was the first to win 500 Cup races. Victories that brought Ford
15 manufacturers' championships.
That makes Ford, the team to watch.
If you haven't looked at Ford lately, look again.
Discover the majesty of the West before the Simpsons destroy it.
Look at those stupid city slickers with their fur coats and pointy hats.
Those are elk.
Whatever.
But can they survive life on a dude ranch?
Stop shoving. The little one isn't getting any. Ah!
The Simpsons, all new, part of a full hour at 8 tonight.
Midwestern boy on his own. And no Hollywood night, and no Hollywood yeah. She was looking so right.
28 laps to go. In Fontana, California, we'll get the restart next time by. As you watch from the Goodyear Blimp Spirit of America, based right alongside the freeway in Carson, California, about 40 miles from here. That's 2 hours by blimp. There'll be several hours in race traffic.
That's right.
I think I'd rather be on the blimp. Thanks for the pictures, guys.
We got the train out here, too, don't forget.
That's right. Metrolink stops right out the back stretch. A lot of folks will be going home on Metrolink and out of the traffic as we get set for the restart. Bobby Labonte leading Jamie McMurray and the Little Deuce Coupe of Rusty Wallace in third.
Got us a good little shootout here. There's their spat back. He's all up there, all poised.
Bobby Labonte's going to have to contend with Jeff Burton in that 99 car on the inside, trying desperately like Dale Earnhardt Jr. to get back on the lead lap.
Green flag, green flag.
13 lead lap cars with Earnhardt Jr. and Nadeau bringing up the caboose as we come back up to speed to settle this.
Boy, Rusty did not, something's wrong with Rusty. He didn't get going there, or else he had a problem down in the middle of the turn. I think he just didn't get back to the gas.
And Kurt Busch shot the middle. He moves into third position, pulls up behind Jamie McMurray.
I think he may have shaken Rusty up a little bit there with that move and cost Rusty a lot of ground, but here he comes back.
Kurt Busch clears the Kevin Harvick car. Kevin's actually 2 laps down in the 29.
4 wide in the back of that pack. Unbelievable.
That usually doesn't work.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., the 8 car, he's in the middle of that trying to get his way up there. He knows he does not have many laps.
Oh boy, this is getting very, very tight. Yikes.
Junior just busted right through the middle of that group and took him almost 5 wide in turn 4.
We got a side-by-side battle for second place. Kurt Busch, they have got that car much better. He's up there beside Jamie McMurray, headed off into turn 3.
Last year, Busch finished second here, led the most laps. He was the fastest car in practice, and now he's right back on his game.
But Jamie McMurray on that high side got that good run from the middle of 3 and 4 off.
They're going to have to block that outside. If he comes down and is racing for the lead, they better watch him on the outside over here in 3 and 4. Because he's got that thing hooked up there. Boy, Dale Jr. is threading the needle back in there, guys. I'm telling you, he's going in between cars. He's catching them and passing them everywhere he catches. When he catches one, he goes right by them.
He's back in 13th position, about almost 4 seconds behind leader Bobby Labonte. He's battling Matt Kenseth there in the 17 car.
Of course, he's been in the pits. He's got 4 brand new tires on that thing, and he's coming.
Yes, that was a helicopter in that shot. The IMAX film helicopter flies lower than our blimp coverage.
Jamie McMurray, he finally gets by the lap car of Jeff Burton. Kurt Busch goes by him as well, which is his teammate. So now the top 3 cars are out there without any lap traffic around them.
Well, Dale Jr.'s got to be real careful right here. Some good race cars. Got to work his way through here. Got to be careful.
And he's riding this pack coming right here.
Yeah, he couldn't get off that corner beside the 4 car. I just didn't want him to push out and hit the 4 car.
Get a little help from Elliott Sadler, who's a lap down there.
He can dive it in hard here. Should be able to move up on the outside. Jarrett's going to move up, and he's going to go by him.
Boy, look how much faster he is. I think he has a great race car, plus he has those 4 fresh tires. He pulls up behind Jeff Gordon. That'll be a battle for 10th.
Mr. Feelgoods are working.
Meanwhile, Kurt Busch puts it under Jamie McMurray, and they have caught Bobby Labonte. This could be 3 wide for the lead off the corner, and it is.
Every one of them's running a different groove through the corner.
What a race. Look at that Dodge. It's got some legs.
Now, they're doing right here. They have Jamie McMurray where they need him. They won't let him have that high groove through 3 and 4 where he's been so strong.
I'm not sure he needs it, Larry.
I think he's got enough car right now to just drive right by him, and he did. Kid's doing a whale of a job, Larry.
Arnold Schwarzenegger waved the green flag to start this race. Whose car is promoting Arnold's movie? Jamie McMurray. That ought to tell you something.
Well, I don't know if Arnold is down there or not. If he isn't, I'm sure he'll be balked. But I think he'll probably hang around, see how this ends up.
I think everybody's staying to see how this thing ends up. Right now, with about 20 laps to go, nobody is sitting down.
Remember Terminator 1, the final scene was shot right here when this was the Kaiser steel plant, before the steel plant was raised to build this speedway.
Kurt Busch pulls to the inside of Bobby Labonte down the front stretch. Let's see what happens down here in turn 1 and 2. Kurt to the bottom of the racetrack. Bobby Labonte, look at Rusty Wallace. He's not giving up yet. He pulls right up behind him. In fact, that last lap, Rusty Wallace was by far the quickest car.
Trouble down here, car round.
Dale Jarrett in the wall, and whoa, Benson just missed him.
No, he didn't.
Looks like Jeremy Mayfield
got wadded up about 8 of them over there, 8 or 9 of them.
Missed Jarrett, but caught the wall. Nemechek's in it.
But I'm going to tell you what, Kurt Busch, he's going to race him back. He backs off finally over there in turn 4, but will Jeff Burton get his lap back? I don't think so. Rusty Wallace is not backing off, though. In fact, Rusty's going to be 3rd coming across the line.
Now, if you want to know about the gentleman's agreement, there would have been a good example of when the gentleman's agreement would have been in effect.
Dale Jarrett has climbed from his car, Darrell. He's okay. Jarrett, Benson, Robbie Gordon, you see here, Larry Foyt, all involved at turn number 2 with 20 laps to go.
The gentleman's agreement, Dale Jarrett's car is, look at the back of that thing, Larry.
Brand new race car.
Casey Mears was in it as well.
Now
Dale Jarrett's long out of that car.
That's the crew chief and Larry. Brand new race car.
Not anymore.
When we know our driver's out,
we knew he got out of the car, yeah.
We have about 18 cars on the lead lap. Once again, I think the guys at the rear of the field will probably come into pit road.
What happens here, Darrell?
I just think the 88 gets around. Yeah, he does. He just gets around, backs it up in the fence hard, a lot of smoke, and all of a sudden he starts down the racetrack and he has no control. Benson spins and backs up in the fence, and a bunch of other cars then are all trying to check up, and they get involved as well.
Jeremy Mayfield, a 19 car.
That's what hit the back of Jarrett's car so hard was Mayfield. Nemechek spun, but I'm not sure he hit anything.
Here comes the 32. He got through all right.
Now here will come Mayfield.
Boy, Todd Bodine just gets by.
Wham! Right there.
And
he did hit that car hard.
Yeah, that's 2 cars for them this weekend. The 10 car.
There's Benson sliding through. Yeah, that's a big hit too.
It is. Here's the 31 down here going around. A lot of cars involved.
A lot of left side damage. I never did see Larry Foyt, but I know the front of his car is all torn up.
Here we go, Dale Jarrett.
Johnny Benson.
Both those were hard moves.
Yes, sir. Robbie Gordon. He got that on the grass.
Yeah.
Trying to avoid Ricky Rudd.
Right. Think he ever hit anything?
Dale Jarrett trying to get out with the...
He's a big guy, too, Mike, and it's difficult, man, to get out of that car the way these seats are made today. But you saw him got out of there in a hurry when he knew it was on fire.
Of our lead lap cars, the only one I saw come to pit road was Dave Blaney in the 77 car. Pretty much everyone else stayed out. But you know what this will do for Dale Earnhardt Jr.? He's up to 10th position. This will let him catch up. But we're still going to have a double file restart.
7 cars involved in that crash up in turn 2. Getting set for a shootout in the Auto Club 500.
Hey, Bill. Good job, man. What? What's hurt? Hey, I'm just trying to get home, man.
Introducing the Dodge SRT series. Race inspired, street legal.
Sweet.
Okay, sweetie. Bye-bye.
Can you check on my flash, please?
Sure. Call team.
Now at Radio Shack, your wireless headquarters, get great deals on Mother's Day gifts for Mom, like a Verizon wireless phone. This Samsung A310 is only $24.99 after a $25 Samsung mail-in rebate. That's a total savings of $75 after rebate.
How do you always have the answers to everybody's questions?
Radio Shack, you've got questions, we've got answers.
Now this here, that's the drain plug. It lets the oil drain out into the pan. Remember, she's got a lot of mileage on her, but one day, she'll be all yours.
Help keep the family car in the family with Valvoline's Max Life. Max Life, the first motor oil specially formulated to recondition used seals to help prevent leaks, helping your higher mileage engine run for a long, long time.
After our naps, we'll flush the radiator.
Now there's an entire line of Max Life products that'll help keep your higher mileage car around for a long time.
All phone jacks are alike.
When you plug your computer into it, it takes you to the same internet. So why do others jack up the cost of internet access when Net Zero is only $9.95 a month? And now, with Net Zero High Speed, you can surf the web up to 5 times faster through the same phone jack. Stop waiting for expensive broadband cable or DSL. You can get Net Zero High Speed now for just $14.95 a month. Net Zero and Net Zero High Speed. Both available now at netzero.com.
What's good, Sam?
Subway's new Italian urban cheese. The taste will bring you to your knees. Garlic, oregano, rosemary spice, fresh baked with Monterey and cheddar cheeses. So nice. Great bread makes a sandwich a true taste delight. You'll see for yourself with just one bite. Step right up. No one makes them like Sam. Whether a BMT, meatball, or my favorite, ham.
I told you he was the one to ask.
The Auto Club 500 on Fox, presented by UPS, is brought to you by Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers. By Valvoline's Max Life, products formulated to help keep your higher mileage car running for a long, long time. By Net Zero Internet Access. And by Subway, fresh-made sandwiches on fresh-baked bread. Subway, eat fresh. 17 laps to go. Cleanup continues in turn 2. 9 cars were involved in that crash. We didn't note Kyle Petty and Dave Blaney, but they got together in the aftermath of this one. And a good number of those cars are going to be out of this race. Here's Jeannie.
Looking for answers, we go to the crew chiefs. Donnie Wingo, we know that your rookie's out in front. Does he have what it takes to win this thing?
I mean, the Helen Dodge has been pretty good all day, and we just kind of tried to keep up with the racetrack, free the car up a little bit each stop, and so far it's been pretty good. I don't know, Kurt looks pretty good right now. It's the best he's looked all day, so we just hope we can hold him off here at the end.
All right, it'll be fun to watch. Dick?
Now, Kurt Busch is currently running in second spot. He is running the top 5 all day. Jimmy Fennick, his crew chief, have those tires got enough grip left in them? Has the motor got enough horsepower to do this? He's just finished talking to his driver. You got enough horsepower, enough motor?
Yeah, we got enough. There's enough horsepower. The tires are good, you know, and we probably got the best driver there is in the business in second right now. So I know this Rubbermaid crew's been fighting all day. You know, Kurt's been fighting all day. Hopefully we got something about that 42 car. It's pretty tough.
It's been a good day for this team. Matt Yoakum.
Dick, Rusty Wallace sits in third. Billy Wilburn, your driver, has been talking to you a lot on the radio over the past 2 laps on the caution. What's the game plan to go for the win?
Well, everything right now is up to this restart. If we can get through 1 and 2 and not lose any momentum, you know, get down the back straightaway and into 3 good without losing anything, I think we can, you know, keep those 2 front cars in sight. We got a shot at them because about 2 laps it takes us to get going, then we're faster than they are.
Rusty Wallace trying to get back into victory lane after a 2-year drought. Billy Wilburn trying to score his first ever Winston Cup victory as a crew chief. Steve?
Well, Matt, listening to Bobby Labonte talk to crew chief Michael McSwain, Bobby said the car has just tightened up a little bit. He's not sure if he can mount a charge to the front.
Right behind him, Jimmy Johnson up to 5th, best he's been all day. Rusty Wallace talking during the caution.
Early on, I'm going to try to peel around the bottom a little bit, then move up to the center. I got to just drive I got to drive defensive, man, so I might have to just run around the center of the racetrack a little bit so I can't get on the top side. Earl's going to have to help me.
Earl is Earl Barbin, his spotter. Now, the deck may be stacked in favor of Dodge. 5 of the top 10 cars are Dodges. That's a 4. The D's been knocked off it. Into the back end.
And, Mike, it's names that we've not seen at the front this year. I mean, you've got John Andretti up there in 8th. You've got Bill Elliott in 7th. Sterling Marlin, even though they've gained some momentum here lately, he's up there in 9th. And you know the other thing in those top 9? Of all those 9 drivers, the top 9 right now, we've talked about 9 races, 9 different winners. Only 2 of them have won races this year, and that's Kurt Busch and Bobby Labonte. And everybody else is hunting that first win.
You look on back there a little bit further even, and there's some guys having great. Terry Labonte is in 13th spot. And Nadeau has spun out twice, and he's in the 13th spot there, 14th spot, and Craven spun out, and he's up there.
And Junior had his problem in the pits, and he's still a top 10 car.
Jeff started the rear of the field. Jeff Gordon came to pit road. He's back in 17th spot, last car on the lead lap.
Junior's not going to eat much into Matt Kenseth's point lead. He's only 2 positions ahead of him right now, but a lot can change in 16 laps. Steve?
And Mike, if John Andretti can hang on, this will be his first top 10 finish of the 2003 season. These late cautions are a big blessing for Andretti. They weren't going to be able to make it on gas on fuel mileage unless they got those cautions. So now he's left to battle it out for his first top 10 of the year.
You see the hood of John's car. He spent Friday reading to about 500 grade school kids here in the L.A. area, and Cheerios will donate 43 books for every lap that John completes today. That's 10,750 books for this literacy program. He got done reading that book, autographed it, and handed it to a very attentive young man sitting in the front row.
You know what? I'd probably leave that on my car every week if I ended up with a top 10 finish today.
They have had a good run. Petty Enterprises as a whole needs this run today. But, yeah, you talked about Jeff Gordon coming to pit road. I think what happened, Robbie Loomis and Jeff talked about their car, saw how many cars was behind him on the lead lap that he said, hey, let's come put 4 tires on and adjust that race car.
And there is Gordon, who is 17th, the last car on the lead lap. Let's go back to the Hotel California, see how checkout is progressing.
Well, not ready to go yet. We still have 15 laps to go and a rookie leading the race. In fact, Jamie McMurray was 3 years old when Rusty Wallace began racing in Winston Cup. Those are your 1-3 with Kurt Busch currently running second. Can the rookie hang on here once they restart?
Well, Chris, right now on this restart, I kind of like that rookie out front because so far, Jamie McMurray's car has really worked well on the top side. So having those cars on the inside, like Jeff Burton, a lot of these guys there could present a problem for a lot of the guys, but not for Jamie McMurray because his car is so strong on the top. But as Rusty Wallace said earlier, if he can clear that traffic and work his way back to the bottom, I believe he's really hungry as far as trying to get that first win in 2 years.
Yeah, it was interesting listening to his strategy. Rusty has worked his way back. In the last 30 laps, we've had 3 cautions, already a record, 8 cautions for the California Speedway, so it's getting intense. But Jimmy Johnson, who has not won this year, but did win this race last year, and a Hendrick Motorsports car is currently 5th. What kind of chance does he have?
Well, they've been working on that car all day long, but right there at the end of that run, before the caution, he seemed like he had one of the fastest cars on the racetrack, so I'm not really surprised to see him in contention for it. But again, this restart is going to be so critical, and as you said a little while ago, all these guys have the potential to win. Everybody's so hungry, so it's going to be real interesting to see if that's going to be the last caution we see today.
Yeah, the hunger of a rookie like McMurray or a veteran like Rusty, whose last win was here 2 years ago. Let's go back upstairs and see what's going to happen. Mike?
Well, we talked at the top of the day, Chris, about whether or not we could extend the run of different winners to 10 this season. There are the first 10 races of 2000, 10 different winners. That is the record on the right. 2003 so far. And as Larry pointed out, only 2 of the drivers up near the front have won so far this year. Kurt Busch in second and Bobby Labonte fourth. Jamie McMurray won last October. Rusty Wallace won here 2 years ago. Jimmy Johnson piled up some wins last year. John Andretti, we mentioned in 8th. John looking for his first top 10 finish since last June at Infineon Raceway. That's Sears Point.
Of course, Mark Martin, even though he had that strong points run last year, we're coming up on the year anniversary of his last win at the Coca-Cola 600 at Lowe's Motor Speedway next month. Again, since we're not in that 10-lap window, Darrell, it will be a double file restart, but I think you kind of agree that maybe that's Jamie McMurray likes that.
I think that'd be good for him. His car's so good on the outside, and I think he can sail it off in there and stand on the gas and pull away.
McMurray the leader, Kurt Busch in second, Rusty Wallace in third. Lead lap cars in the outside lane, as you see there on Fox Tracks, the green 18 of Bobby Labonte in fourth.
And actually, Rusty passed Bobby coming to get the caution. And I was referring to the gentleman's agreement. And when you're racing back to the caution amongst lead lap cars, you usually hold your position. But, as you pointed out, Rusty's pretty hungry and it's pretty late in the race. So the gentleman's agreement may have been thrown out the window.
We just heard that Jamie McMurray told his crew, I don't want to hear anything on this radio for the next 13 laps. I want to be focused. The only voice I want to hear is that spotter giving me information that I have to have. Let me focus on hitting my marks.
There are all your lead lap cars. As we get set to go and settle this, it'll be 13 laps to go.
Green flag.
Got a good jump. Got a good jump there. Got that lap car out of the way. Teammate ought to let the 97 go down, get on the inside, go where he wants to,
but he's not going to do it.
But he didn't do it.
Yet. No. Now Kurt Busch goes by his teammate Jeff Burton in the 99.
Boy, there's
quite a run on that high
side. Man, that was a huge surprise, Larry. The 42 car has been so strong off of the high side, he'd come off the turnover real low.
Rusty got a great run off turn 2. He's right to Busch's bumper. He's trying it.
He's just going to drive by both these boys that look like
in turn 3. What a run down that back stretch. And McMurray just he's off to a slow start, Larry. It looks like maybe he didn't get his tires cleaned up good enough. Car didn't take off like it should have.
He got away good on the front straightaway.
Yeah, his restart was good, but it's like maybe the tires just needed to get cleaned off.
I still think Daryl McMurray is the car to beat, but nobody's told that to Rusty Wallace.
Or Kurt Busch. Look at Kurt Busch. He's right in the middle of these guys. Bobby Labonte right behind him.
Oh, boy.
That's as close as you can get without touching.
Inside looking in. Clear, clear, clear. Go, go, go.
Wow. All right, now watch McMurray. Here he'll come. I think he just needs to get that Dodge wound up, get those tires cleaned off, but he may have let Rusty Wallace get in the lead, and that wasn't a good idea.
Look at Kurt Busch, though, pulled to the inside.
Oh, boy.
What a run he got on turn 4.
Props a reaction in Kurt Busch's pit.
Well, you got to watch out right here. We've seen Busch get loose going down on the inside like that as he went in the first turn, but he's got it this time.
And look at Jimmy Johnson in the 48 car right there. Remember, won this race a year ago. He goes by Jamie McMurray. This is for the 4th position, as we'll be coming to 10 laps to go next time.
Boy, McMurray's car just did not get going like it had earlier.
Boy, that's a surprise.
I know. I thought he would just drive off because he was really good on the outside. It's like the tires cooled off and they're not hooking up for him.
Now, Dale Earnhardt Jr., remember, we've been following him. He's back in 9th position right now. He's in the pack right behind this group.
It's almost like some of these cars, you know, Larry, the tires on that right around where that caution cooled off and they're just not performing like they were before the caution came out.
Boy, Rusty moved to the low side. Kurt Busch moved down and blocked him. That gave Bobby Labonte a pretty good run on the high side. He's going to take the 2nd position away from Rusty.
Rusty just can't get off at 2. That's it's so many guys have trouble over there, and Rusty's one of them.
Jimmy Johnson 5th, right behind him, Bill Elliott in 6th.
Here comes that 18 car.
7th. John Andretti, Earnhardt Jr., and Michael Waltrip, the top 10. This will be 9 laps to go.
Boy, Kurt Busch, he gets down into turn 1 so good, Darrell. He's able to drive that car right down in there, right to the bottom of the racetrack. And the car sticks at the bottom.
Johnson underneath McMurray.
They're racing hard down the back. I don't know. It's going to be... That 42 should prevail because he's so... I'm shocked that he can't get through 3 and 4 the way he was earlier. I think I see a little smoke coming off the 42.
I think you're right, Darrell.
42 smoking.
Yes, he is smoking.
That may be why he's not going any better than he is.
Not sure if that's a little tire rub.
It's the left front, yes, the left front fender rub. It only does it in the corner.
Must have made some contact over there as they were doing all that 3-wide racing.
And Darrell, you heard that left front fender at this place. It just kills a race car because that's the corner you depend on the most.
Matt Kenseth is backed up to 14th. That's 6 positions between himself and the runner-up in the points, Earnhardt Jr.
Boy, Kurt Busch, he has that race car tied to the bottom of this racetrack right now.
Well, like we said, Larry, if you're going to win this race, more likely you're going to have to win it running around the bottom. That's always the preferred line and the fastest way.
Jimmy Johnson alongside McMurray. That'll be for 4th. Busch, Labonte, Wallace.
Here comes Dale Jr. Oh, that's the 9. I thought it was the 8.
Outside pole sitter Bill Elliott trying to make a run.
Well, he is. He's got that nose down there, too.
He's in 6th. The 16 of Greg Biffle is a lap car.
Yeah, he really ought to kind of back out of there. He has nothing to gain.
What he's doing right now, I think he needs to yield those guys. He's up there chasing his teammate Jeff Burton for position, but I think it's time to yield to those guys going for the win.
I agree.
And Burton is pretty far back. 6 laps to go, and Bobby Labonte is starting to lose touch with Kurt Busch.
Yeah, he's starting to inch away from him. Rusty's having a little trouble off at 2.
All they got to do is race
48 that time.
be right back on him.
48 was coming off at 2. He had to get up out of the throttle, and McMurray gets a run on him, and he's going to go right past him.
And 4th place will change hands again. Rusty Wallace is coming back. He's coming after Labonte.
I just think that 42 car, Larry, must have just needed a few laps to get the heat back in his tires.
I'm going to tell you what, right behind Jamie McMurray and Jimmy Johnson right here, Bill Elliott, there you see him, the red car, they're battling for the 4th position. Bill Elliott right behind him in 6th.
5 laps to go.
And look at Mark Martin in that 6th car. He's getting up in there, one of his better runs in several weeks.
Let's show you how McMurray got that tire rub on the left front.
I just about bet you that Jimmy Johnson was trying to squeeze. Yeah, he was. He was trying to squeeze in there, and he didn't quite clear him.
Going down the backstretch. Kurt Busch starting to stretch it out. We're going to come to 4 laps to go this time. Out there in clean air, Darrell. Not fighting any race cars whatsoever.
He's got a happy car right now.
And they're still carrying 200 miles an hour down into the corner.
If you got it, now's the time to use it.
In the slowest part of the racetrack, about 145 to 50 miles per hour off the throttle.
Boy, McMurray and Jimmy Johnson back there, they just, one end, Jimmy Johnson goes by, the next, the other side, here comes the 42 back.
Rusty has caught Labonte. Here he goes underneath, looking for room.
Yeah, he's pushing him up there a little bit. Couldn't quite get the nose under him.
And this is what Kurt Busch needs to seal the deal. Those guys back there racing each other. 3 laps to go.
I think Jimmy Finney must have been right. They had the right man behind the wheel for the job.
And the right car and plenty of power.
Here comes Rusty. He's looking down underneath the 18 car again.
And here comes Bill Elliott. While Jimmy Johnson mirror drives McMurray, Bill Elliott is there for 5th.
How about Bill? He's up there in the top 5.
Good run.
And Mark Martin right with him.
Wallace did not get Labonte. Elliott is going to get McMurray.
That experience pays off in these 500-mile races.
Well, Darrell, this is now, as they come to the line, a 4-mile race. 2 laps to go.
Just a quick note while we're watching Kurt Busch, as Mike said, with 2 laps to go, our 2 points leader, Dale Earnhardt Jr., he's back in 9th, Matt Kenseth in 12th. So should they stay that way, these next 2 laps would make a big difference in the point situation at the front.
Don't think they'll stay that way. Andretti and Kenseth are fighting hard for position.
I'm telling you, Kenseth's like they lit a fire under that thing. Man, he went by Michael, he went by Andretti, he's up beside Dale Jr., all in 1 lap.
Look at this battle right here. This is the battle for 4th. Bill Elliott in the middle, Mark Martin in the 6 at the bottom, Jimmy Johnson in the 48, and Jamie McMurray in the 42.
2 good battles as we close in. White flag trouble. It is Martin sliding across the grass, and it's Johnson in the wall. Jimmy. Caution is out.
No, the white flag's out. You got to race back. You cannot slow down.
Now, Jimmy Johnson's car wadded up in the wall. They've got to race to the line. The leaders did not get the yellow, did they?
No, on the last lap, you race back.
In Rusty Wallace and Bobby Lonnie, they're side by side down the backstretch. This is battle for 2nd. Kurt Busch entering turn 3 right now.
Jimmy Johnson gets his car off the wall and out of harm's way.
Mark Martin's in the middle of the grass here right at the start-finish line, but this will be the race right here. Kurt Busch coming off turn 4, Mike.
Yeah, but here comes Bobby Labonte under Rusty. Rusty drove it in there hard, shoved up. Labonte's going to beat him to the line.
6th career win for Kurt Busch. And a near photo finish at the line, Labonte for 2nd.
And how about Bill Elliott finishes 4th, Jamie McMurray 5th, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. finishes 6th, and Michael Waltrip 7th.
John Andretti's 8th, Sterling Marlin, Matt Kenseth.
How many times this year have we seen that 48 car spin out on the last lap?
3 times.
Boy, that's getting to be a habit.
And Matt Kenseth, our points leader, he did finish in the top 10. He finished 10th, so he won't lose too much ground. John Andretti 8th and Sterling Marlin 9th.
Let's show you the crash. Mark Martin, Jimmy Johnson.
Jimmy just ran out of racetrack, Darrell.
Yeah, he bumped
got
the
that push off turn 4.
He bumped the wall, and Mark was so close to him that he couldn't help but get into him.
And McMurray was so lucky to miss him. And here the whole field has to get their cars away from the wall. Bill Elliott's view of all this.
This was definitely the best view to have out the rearview mirror.
Oh, boy, yeah, just bounced off the wall right there. Mark was just so close.
The string of different winners ends at 9. Jimmy Johnson completes the final lap. He will be the 16th and last car to go the distance today. Kurt
Busch knows how to celebrate.
In Kurt Busch's last 15 starts, he has 5 wins and 3 second-place finishes. What a record.
We've lit the fire under our hardest drive.
Dale, for years, NASCAR has had the in-car camera.
Dale Jarrett is making his move.
With the additional cargo room in the truck, you could have the first in-car commentating crew.
Jerry just got around Sadler.
And just look at how aggressively he's driving.
Man, he's driving every lap like it's the last lap. I think he's hit every...
An in-car commentating crew?
It could be huge. You know, big.
TGI Fridays introduces new sizzling chicken and cheese. Dig into Friday's delicious marinated chicken over melted cheeses, sautéed vegetables, and a side of our signature mashed potatoes, all on one sizzling skillet. Friday's new sizzling chicken and cheese for just $8.99. Come get a taste of our new bold flavor.
6 days a week, I am 200 pounds of flesh and blood. But today, I am 3,400 pounds of sheet metal, rubber, and steel. Today, I am not just driving the 12 car. I am the 12 car.
Kurt Busch. 5 wins in his last 15 starts. That's a batting average anybody could be proud of. And he becomes the first repeat winner of 2003. A winner at Bristol for the 2nd year in a row, and a win here in California. Kurt Busch having a cool, calm moment, the first one in several hours, and he's about to climb out into Gatorade Victory Lane.
What a thrill.
Pat Yoakum's there.
And the beverage fast commences. All right, boys. Well, Kurt Busch, first off, take us on that exciting pass.
Yeah, this makes up for what we did last year. We came up a bit shy, and just working on the 18 and 42, the 2 was strong. Just an all-out effort from the team today. We built this car based off our results at Texas and Atlanta and Vegas. They weren't all that great. Mile and a half and up, we struggled at. This is a great car. Got to thank John, the body hangers back there, the engineers, everybody that puts an effort into this car. Jimmy Penning made the call, the air pressure, the tires up. Whoever made it forward, this was an awesome car today. I'm real proud to represent this team.
Now, points-wise, you have to love how you come out of here because you're going to gain your first top 5 since you won at Bristol.
Yeah, we went on a little slide, no biggie. We just struggled a little bit. It was Talladega, Martinsville, and then Texas, a track that's just wide open all the way around. So we put together a great effort. I'm real proud of the logistics, the way that cars get put together at Roush. And this group of guys, solid. Every time we came in the pits, we picked up spots. Just an awesome day.
Second last year at Fontana, he goes to Victory Lane today to Dick Bergeron.
With Rusty Wallace, who on his cool-down lap told the team that they have a winning team. They just haven't won yet. 3rd place isn't bad, but gee, Rusty, how disappointed are you?
Oh, I'm fine. I mean, it was a great run today. The car ran super. Our pit stops were fantastic. And we just finished 3rd. I mean, Bobby beat me by about 6 inches coming to the line. And I thought I had to race 1 when I went into 3 and got past everybody. Drifted up a little too high, and the 97 got underneath me, and that was it. But, man, we had a great hot rod today. The car ran good, and I'd like to thank Roger Penske and our engine team and all my partners down the middle. We had a real hot rod today. I mean, this was, we shined hard today the way we're supposed to, and it'll come. It'll come. I'm real confident. Just damn tired of waiting, I tell you.
Nobody's trying harder than these guys. Jeannie?
Well, the 18 team trying pretty hard as well. Bobby Labonte, congratulations. Just heard from Rusty Wallace. Great fight to the finish. As you said, it wasn't for first, but it was sure fun to watch.
Well, it was, and, you know, Rusty drove it off into turn 3 pretty hard, and, you know, my car was good on the get-go there after that long caution flag. Cool the tires off. I tried to burn the right rear up under yellow there because it was so darn tight. Tried to build it up, build some air pressure up in it, and it just still never worked. So it was good for about 4 or 5 laps there, and then it kept getting tighter. And I was on Kurt, you know, like on him a little bit, and then all of a sudden he started checking up. I just got too tight. And then Rusty came and finished second. So it was a good battle for us all day. We started 19th, and yesterday we were junk, and today we were good. So made a lot of changes. The guys did a great job in the pits, and Interstate Battery Chevrolet was rocking and rolling there for a long time.
Yeah, all that stuff aside, do you see the correlation? You go into the Fox TV control booth, play TV guy for a while, and then you come in second.
I still think my better job was today. Thank goodness for a run good today.
You know, that's just Artie looking for some props. But congratulations, back-to-back second-place finishes.
I want to thank Neil yesterday. That was a lot of fun. I appreciate everybody at Fox doing that. It was a different experience. If everybody I called it later. I said it was controlled chaos in there.
You're pretty good at your day job. Congratulations. Steve?
Thanks, Jeannie. Jamie McMurray, you were out front late. What happened on the restart?
Well, we just needed long runs. We needed to go green the last 30 laps, and our car just wasn't very good on the short go, but on the long run it was great. Adjusted on it. It was really good at the beginning, and started to get a little bit tight, and we'd free it up and get too loose at the beginning, and then still too tight at the end. So I just really couldn't get a good balance, but had a lot of fun today. Got to lead some laps, and I told everybody in the Haviland suite this morning, I said, man, if I win, I want you to come to victory lane. And I almost thought it was getting ready to happen, so that'd been cool for all them. But had a good run, and had a good run last week at Martinsville, or 2 weeks ago at Martinsville. So I feel like everything is going our way right now. And Donnie made some adjustments on the car this morning with the shocks, and I told him about 100 laps in. I said, you made it a lot better. So that's pretty encouraging to have that going on with us right now.
Thank you, Jamie. Let's go to Dick Bergeron.
And Bill Elliott started on the outside of the front row, wound up finishing fourth despite some unusual circumstances in the pit today. How hard were you digging?
Well, you know, at 100 laps to go, we had a front tire they didn't get on, and we went back to 24th, and then the rest of the day was trying to catch up. But, you know, I'd like to thank Dodge and UAW and Valvoline and Seaman and all the guys that support this deal. I mean, without those guys, we couldn't do it. And I mean, we had a good car there at the end. We really made some possessions up and just ran out of time. Just couldn't, you know, we just couldn't get there. But, I mean, we were decent. I don't know if we could have beat Kurt. You know, Kurt ran awful good there when he needed to. And several of them other guys, but we made some key moves there late in the race and, you know, fought our way to fourth.
Congratulations on a good day, Bill.
Kurt Busch celebrates in victory lane. An interesting day that saw quite a number of drivers have a chance at the top spot. Tony Stewart led the most laps, wasn't around at the finish. John Andretti gets a season's best finish with 8, and Kurt Busch becomes the season's first 2-time winner.
Yeah, I just think it's 500-mile race here. It's just a lot of strategy. It takes a lot of strategy, a lot of planning, and then like we saw at the end, it takes a lot of luck too, which is what racing is a lot of, luck.
And Larry, like we talked at the top of the show, Kurt Busch raced the racetrack. You didn't see him running a whole lot side by side with people, but he knew what he had, and they made the most of it at the end.
Yeah, now, you know, that car was in trouble with about 100 laps to go. They thought they had something dragging. Jimmy Finney made the right adjustments at the right time, and he goes to victory lane.
Well, Darrell, we head to Richmond. We'll be on FX next Saturday night, getting back to short tracking for the final time this season.
Yeah, we will, and Richmond's a lot like Bristol. I mean, we're going to see some incredible racing there. The drivers love to go there. We'll see some side-by-side stuff. It's fast. That track is very deceiving. It's 3/4 mile, and it's fast.
And sparks under the lights.
That's the thing about it. That's what makes it right there. Under the lights on Saturday night, it don't get any better than that.
Chris Myers to take us home.
All right, thanks, guys. Let's look at the points after 10 of 36 races passing the quarter pole here, and Kenseth the leading again. Dale Earnhardt Jr. closing the gap just a little bit, and both Jimmy Johnson, Michael Waltrip, the only two to be in the top 10 in points all season long. Jeff Hammond, Kurt Busch. With the restart, 13 laps to go, he was running second, somehow maneuvered his way and won his second race of the year.
Well, just goes to show you right now, as Jimmy Finnick kind of pointed out, he's got the best driver behind the wheel for that particular race today. He got up on the wheel when it counted, got around, took that lead and brought it on home, and that's what these guys have been looking to do. Again, last year he finished second. He wanted to improve by 1 position. He did so. And the one guy we got to talk about, I think, is doing so well, again, is Dale Earnhardt Jr. Lost an engine yesterday afternoon, late practice, changed engine this morning, came in, knew they had to start at the back, fought their way to the front, cut in that point lead a little bit more of Matt Kenseth. So we're really getting ourselves a real interesting little shape up there as far as the points are concerned.
Yeah, Kurt Busch, fourth in points winning. He's a lifelong Cubs fan, and we want to wish Jeannie Zalasko well, moving to baseball on Fox May 17th, her last Fox NASCAR assignment so far. And be with us as we shift to Richmond. You heard Mike mention it moments ago. Saturday, Pontiac Excitement 400, 7 o'clock Eastern with the pre-race show. Of course, your defending champ, Tony Stewart, who went the most laps today before having engine problems. Leave it on Fox tonight, King of the Hill. Then The Simpsons, back-to-back episodes, Malcolm in the Middle. and Oliver Bean. That's next, headed your way this evening on Fox. New to Winston Cup this season, the McDonald's drive-thru challenge, which is fueled by Powerade, and all pit stops timed, and the eligible crew with the shortest time wins a weekly prize of $20,000. The season-long winner wins $200,000. As we kept an eye on the pit stops today, Rusty Wallace overcoming some fuel problems in his pit stop to put on a good run towards the end. And our Be a NASCAR Grand Marshal for a Day contest. Tune in the first hour after the green flag drops for our remaining races. Get that secret number on the animated car. Log on to NASCAR.com or FoxSports.com and enter the number for your chance to win via NASCAR Grand Marshal for a Day. Continues next week on FX as we will be in Richmond. 115,000 fans are turning out for this, and that's with the Lakers in town. Kurt Busch wins the first repeat winner this season, and you knew it was a special day when the Terminator showed up here in California.
Boogity. Boogity. Boogity.
Saw a little bit of everything today, including entertainment, multiple wrecks. The pole sitter Steve Park, his day wrecked by a wreck. Tony Stewart led for a while. The rookie Jamie McMurray put on a show. The veteran Rusty Wallace tried for a comeback, but in the end, it was Kurt Busch. We'll see you this weekend on FX for more racing. For all of us here, I'm Chris Myers. Thanks for watching NASCAR on Fox.
From Indiana is the 2002 NASCAR Winston Cup champion. Here's your champion, ladies and gentlemen, Tony Stewart.
On behalf of everybody from NASCAR, congratulations. You've earned it. The pressure's off. Enjoy it now.
NASCAR.